One fine day, this young man suddenly woke up in his university dormitory. But the crazy thing was, Lin Zhao had already graduated from university 10 years ago. Lin Zhao opened his phone. The wallpaper was his ex-girlfriend. He then opened the camera. His face was clean, without any scars. That's right. Lin Zhao had been reborn on the very day the apocalypse arrived. Before he was reborn, Lin Zhao had just become the 10th war god of the dragon country not long ago. Two of the war gods from his camp had organized a celebration for him. But while they were talking, a zombie king suddenly burst in. At that moment, Lin Zhao fought a serious battle with that zombie. But at the most critical moment of the fight, the two bastards behind him stabbed him hard. They colluded with the zombie king to send him to his grave. But what Lin Zhao least expected was that the person behind this was his own girlfriend, Yu Jinghan. She was originally the university's campus belle. For some reason, among all the other chosen ones, she chose Lin Zhao as her boyfriend. At the time, he was always overjoyed for having landed the campus belle. But he had no idea that before the apocalypse, she had been ordered by young Master Li to get close to him. The Li family is one of the 3 great families in the Dragon Country. Their power cannot be underestimated. And young Master Li wanted to use Lin Zhao to help his family expand their territory, and then find a way to eliminate him. He had to pay the price of having his face disfigured just to escape. For the next 10 years, Lin Zhao was constantly hunted by the Li family. In the end, he still died at the hands of Yu Jinghan, young Master Li's trusted confidant. Fortunately, the heavens showed mercy. Lin Zhao was given a chance to start over. Now, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and Yu Jinghan was still his girlfriend. He could absolutely kill her first. Just as he thought of this, Lin Zhao received a message from Yu Jinghan. It said she had to tutor, so she couldn't celebrate his birthday with him today. 10 years ago, Lin Zhao had naively believed her. Reading the message again now made his blood boil. Her tutoring was actually learning the alphabet in bed with the young master of the Li family. Li Haobua. Lin Zhao suppressed his anger. He messaged Yu Jinghan back, asking her to meet at the abandoned warehouse behind the training grounds tonight. He had a surprise for her. In his past life, even until the moment he died, Lin Zhao never understood why Li Haobua hated him so much. Because of him and Yu Jinghan, he missed the best time to level up. This life, Lin Zhao was determined not to let that tragedy repeat itself, and he would make those bastards pay. That evening, Lin Zhao went to the abandoned warehouse as scheduled. The sky had turned a murky, blood-red color. This was the omen of the real-world apocalypse's arrival. At exactly 7 p.m. tonight, it would invade the real world, turning Earth into a world drowned in death. Lin Zhao glanced at a few people on campus. He remembered them. They were people who would survive after the apocalypse began, but it didn't really matter. The important one was that woman surnamed Yu. Thinking this, Lin Zhao quickened his pace toward the warehouse. Yu Jinghan was already waiting there. As soon as she saw him, she put on a pouting expression and said sulkily, "What took you so long? If you have a surprise, hurry up and tell me. I'm in a rush to go tutoring." Those 2 words tutoring grated on Lin Zhao's ears. In his past life, they even recorded a taunting video to send him as a birthday gift. Truly infuriating. Lin Zhao had a knife hidden in his sleeve, yet his face still wore a sincere and foolish smile. What a master actor. Don't be hasty. I'll tell you right now. Seeing Lin Zhao remain silent, Yu Jinghan grew impatient, anxious to get back to her tutoring. What do you mean by not saying anything? If you're not going to talk, I'm leaving. Looking at her impatient expression, Lin Zhao grew even more furious. He stepped forward, and without a word, grabbed her by the throat forcefully. The phone in Yu Jinghan's hand fell to the ground. Her expression quickly changed to panic. "Are you crazy? Let me go?" Yu Jinghan's voice was broken. She looked utterly pitiful. However, it couldn't move Lin Zhao's heart anymore. March 16th, year 478. Shanghai Supermodern Hotel. Spent 53,239 yuan. Lin Zhao's face was dark. He spat out each word. Before Yu Jinghan could understand what he was saying, Lin Zhao continued to read out a series of dates, hotel names, and other amounts. After a moment, Yu Jinghan found these hotels sounded a bit familiar, and after another moment, she realized it was the record of her and young master Li Haobua's hotel stays. Yu Jinghan's whole body trembled violently. saying she could explain. But Lin Zhao gave her no chance, because Yu Jinghan's phone screen hadn't turned off yet. On it was the unfinished conversation between her and Li Haobo, and the content of that conversation exposed Yu Jinghan's deception, even though he had already been through this in his past life. When he witnessed these things with his own eyes, Lin Zhao couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. He temporarily let go of Yu Jinghan. He quickly scrolled to the 1-minute and 36-second clip. This was the birthday gift they had used to completely destroy his mind in his previous life. The contents of that clip, Lin Zhao still remembered them vividly. He could recite every line Yu Jinghan said in the clip. Lin Zhao, my foolish and weak boyfriend. Happy birthday. Don't you even use your brain to think? As the campus belle of Shanghai University, how could I possibly fall for a penniless idiot who has nothing but a handsome face like you? Lin Zhao recited it without a single mistake. The more he recited, the paler Yu Jinghan's face became. But Lin Zhao had no intention of stopping. His voice was monotone. It sounded harmless, but it made Yu Jinghan's heart pound with fear. This was clearly a video she recorded after messing around with Li Haobo. It hadn't even been sent out yet. Why would Lin Zhao know what she was going to say? TSK. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been noticed by the great young Master Li and enjoyed such wealth and luxury. So, in the end, I really have to thank you. Lin Zhao even perfectly mimicked Yu Jinghan's mocking tone from the clip. This made her completely despair. She was so scared she collapsed into her chair. She no longer resisted. Lin Zhao understood her state of mind at this moment, but he had no intention of explaining. Once Yu Jinghan was in hell, she'd have plenty of time to think. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao grabbed both of Yu Jinghan's hands tightly. The dagger in his hand swung up. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Zhao's stab was vicious. Yu Jinghan immediately crumpled to the ground. Blood was still gushing from her carotid artery. She clearly had no chance of survival. Despite just becoming a murderer, Lin Zhao felt no fear. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. 10 years had passed. Lin Zhao had finally gotten revenge on this wretched bitch. He was so agitated that he was both laughing and crying. But this revenge wasn't enough. Because in the end, Yu Jinghan was just a pawn in Li Haobo's hands. He had to find out why that young master hated him so much. At the same time, he had to make him experience a fate worse than death. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the space. Congratulations, host, for successful binding. Activating the Apocalypse guidance system. Lin Zhao turned his head in shock. The sound was coming from his phone. It was now 6:05 p.m. That means there were still 55 minutes until the apocalypse officially began. So why had that system already appeared? Moreover, this was the first time Lin Zhao had ever heard of this guidance system. As if understanding Lin Zhao's confusion, the voice rang out once more. This is a system that can decrypt the data of the apocalypse, bringing many experiences to the host. The space around where Lin Zhao was standing began to digitize. The system had completed the binding process with him. It then produced a super guidance called Absolute Drop Rate. It allowed Lin Zhao, while killing zombies, for his item drop rate to increase from 1% to 100%. This meant that every time he killed a zombie, an item would definitely drop. Wouldn't that make him incredibly rich? Is this guidance really reliable? Lin Zhao asked doubtfully. The system firmly asserted that its words were truer than 24-karat gold. Afterwards, the virtual window in front of him transformed again. It turned into a personal information panel. Lin Zhao's current level was 0. He only had one guidance, the absolute drop rate he just received. Every time he leveled up by 10, he could activate another guidance attribute. Isn't this scene basically a freaking hack? This seems way too amazing. Suddenly obtaining this miraculous system made Lin Zhao extremely happy. With this in his hands, he could completely topple the power of the Li family. It's just that the Li family is one of the 3 great clans of the Dragon Country. Their strength is deep and unfathomable. It would still be better to act with a bit more caution. Come to think of it, in his past life, the reason why Li Haobo targeted him was still unclear. Lin Zhao vaguely guessed that it was related to his father who had passed away early. Originally, Lin Zhao wanted to kill Li Haobo first, then run away and slowly level up. But with this guidance system, it seemed he could completely infiltrate the Li family and wipe them all out. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao's mood became extremely cheerful again. Lee family clan. Just you wait and see. He walked out of the dilapidated warehouse. The sky was now even gloomier than before. Outside the warehouse, a few couples were still passionately making out, completely unaware that the apocalypse was near. After that, Lin Zhao found a hotel near the school. He rented a room by the hour. He also bought 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. After all, Lin Zhao didn't fully trust this system that had fallen from the sky. It was still better to be prepared for when the apocalypse descended. After returning to his room, Lin Zhao made a call and specifically requested technician number 3 to serve him. Because in his previous life, this woman had turned into a regional zombie boss, and she was the one who had beaten him to a pulp. This time, having been reborn, he had the memories of his past life. Lin Zhao wanted to strike first to get the reward, level up quickly, and at the same time, test the authenticity of this system. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Come in. It's unlocked. As soon as Lin Zhao finished speaking, a scantily clad female masseuse, with a stunning figure, walked in. The girl wanted to get right to business. But Lin Zhao was in no mood for women at a time like this, especially with someone who would turn into a zombie in 5 minutes. So he told the girl to go take a shower. As for himself, he took a dagger out of his backpack. Lin Zhao slowly approached the bathroom. The girl was taking a shower. Hearing the doorknob turn, she gave a cunning smile. I knew you'd play this little game. Hurry up. I'm tired of standing. She thought there would be a steamy, adults-only scene in the bathroom. But at this very moment, Lin Zhao's phone vibrated, signaling that it was 7 in the evening. The girl's body began to transform. Her once fair and beautiful skin turned pale and veiny. Purple-blue blood vessels bulged out. Blood smeared all over her body. Her whole body trembled. Her last bit of consciousness couldn't understand what was happening. Her face contorted, and she began to scream. And Lin Zhao had already pushed open the bathroom door and entered. The moment he stepped into the bathroom was the moment the last trace of humanity in the masseuse disappeared. She had completely turned into a monster. It lunged towards Lin Zhao, but he was extremely calm. He both dodged and counterattacked. His experience from his previous life was more than enough for Lin Zhao to deal with this zombie. Very quickly, it was knocked down. After that, several bright circles appeared at Lin Zhao's feet. The surrounding space became digitized again, just like when the system had appeared. But this time, it was exactly like his previous life. All players like him received the same notification. Welcome, players, to the apocalypse. The system has been activated. It cannot be stopped. Players are invited to develop freely in this world. Zombies in this world have very acute hearing. Their eyesight, however, is somewhat dull. They can only see moving objects. After the apocalypse descended, only 20% of the world's population was lucky enough to survive. All the rest have turned into zombies. And most importantly, this is a one-life game. Once you die, there is absolutely no chance to revive. Then came a long-winded introduction to the game rules. First, killing zombies can raise a player's level, helping the player gain new attributes. The game experience is closely related to your level. Second, killing zombies has a chance to drop equipment and items, supplies, but the drop rate is very low. It completely depends on your luck. Those are the basic rules for low levels. As for high levels, the game system doesn't explain, because it believes that humanity basically won't be able to crawl to that realm. Lin Zhao was annoyed by the game's contempt for the player's abilities. I will definitely climb to the very top, just you watch. Also, there are many hidden quests with valuable rewards hidden in the world. Players need to search carefully for a chance to discover them. As for modern human weapons and technology, they have all lost their offensive capabilities. They cannot be used to deal with zombies. In the early stages of the apocalypse, all human information equipment is also disrupted. They are temporarily unusable. Mobile phones can only be used to play games or read novels. If a player is bitten by a zombie, zombification will occur. Before long, they will also become one of them. And when night falls, the basic attributes of zombies will be enhanced. Therefore, you must hide well. Furthermore, they also have the ability to evolve and become stronger. So, you must be absolutely cautious. There were many other reminders that followed. But the premise is that players must first get through the 7-day newbie protection period. After these 7 days, A truly brutal battlefield will open up. During the newbie period, the zombies are very weak. You can take advantage of this time to slaughter them freely. The tutorial process is complete. Next is character naming. Lin Zhao decided to choose a really bad in-game name, Yazzie. Later on, he will use this name to take revenge on everyone who has wronged him. Just now, Lin Zhao successfully killed the regional zombie boss, gaining experience points. He leveled up directly to level 2. He was also the first person in the world to kill a zombie, so he obtained the unique Global Special Grade achievement, First Blood. This achievement will be immediately announced to the entire server. Lin Zhao felt a little excited. He finally got the server-wide announcement achievement, something he couldn't obtain in his past life even as a war god. Immediately, the news that player Yazzie had successfully killed the first zombie was announced to all other players. At this moment, some of them were still panicking, not understanding what was happening. Others hadn't even finished reading the game notifications. Yet he had already acted so quickly. Lin Zhao wasn't afraid of being noticed. At this moment, he was busy studying his attribute panel. Currently, Lin Zhao has 1,000 reputation points, 1,001 gold coin, a storage space of 1 cubic meter. His basic attributes include strength, 11 points, spirit, 15 points, constitution, 10 points, and agility, 13 points. Most importantly, Lin Zhao also possessed an epic grade talent called Omnipotent Talent. It allowed him to understand many combat methods and masterfully use various basic abilities. Lin Zhao was quite satisfied. His spirit and agility were so high. And with an epic grade talent on top of that, he was 90% sure it was because of the various abilities he learned during the 10 years of the apocalypse in his past life. The rewarded gold coins and reputation points were also very useful, because some equipment and items require a certain amount of reputation to be used, especially since the shop also offered personal discounts. But all of this couldn't compare to the first blood title Lin Zhao had just obtained. Thanks to it, all his attributes increased by 1 point. Moreover, every day after midnight, his first attack would have its damage increased by 100%. Getting 4 free attribute points was already great, but this damage effect might have miraculous results. After studying all his personal information, Lin Zhao went back to the zombie corpse once again, because he suddenly remembered the system's guidance about a 100% item drop rate he received at the warehouse. And indeed, a meditation necklace had dropped next to the boss corpse. This was a bronze-grade item. After equipping it, it increases spirit by 1 point, and increases the spiritual power recovery rate by 10%. Lin Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. My god, that system didn't lie to him. A bronze-grade item dropped on the very first try. Host is advised to use the guidance system reasonably, and do not forget the system's existence. Seeing Lin Zhao constantly doubting it, the system, feeling slighted, spoke up to remind him. All right, I remember. Lin Zhao nodded his head vigorously. I can't believe a pie really fell from the sky onto my head. It seems I'll have to make good use of that system. His current mission is to make good use of the 8 daylight hours to wipe out zombies, because at night, their attributes will increase significantly. Lin Zhao picked up the meditation necklace and decided to start clearing out the other rooms in this hotel. Before he could even leave the room, Lin Zhao heard a noise echoing from the hallway. He carefully held his dagger and went to open the door. As a result, he ran right into another zombie. After zombification, zombies retain some of the attribute characteristics they had when they were alive. It seems the zombie in front of him had a physically demanding job when it was human. Look at those bulging muscles. Although its attributes were a few points higher than a normal zombie's, it wasn't enough to trouble Lin Zhao. That zombie rushed forward to attack him first. Facing its ferocious attack, Lin Zhao chose to dodge. Then he found an opening in his opponent to counterattack. His dagger plunged straight into the zombie's throat, pinning it to the wall. Even so, it still tried to fight back. But Lin Zhao applied more force with his hand, driving the dagger deeper into its throat. Finally, he eliminated the opponent, receiving 1 more experience point and 1 gold coin. A card representing a medium rare steak dropped from the muscular zombie. These cards represent real supplies. After activation, you receive the corresponding supplies printed on the card. This wasn't a rare supply, but in the early stages of the game, It was considered not bad. Lin Zhao stored the card in his inventory. Then he started rummaging through the zombie's backpack. Inside was a photo of the person with their daughter. He was a pitiful person, after all. There were also quite a few repair tools. Lin Zhao conveniently picked up a hammer. He then rushed straight into another room to continue his zombie-slaying journey. But when he got to the room next door, the scene inside made him freeze. Lin Zhao saw two zombies, a male and a female, getting it on the bed. He was so shocked that he rushed back out and slammed the door shut. As expected, this hotel is not decent at all. The guests have turned into zombies and still haven't forgotten to do that. It's just that with their current appearance. This scene wasn't stimulating at all. On the contrary, it was rather nauseating. Lin Zhao didn't want to get a sty in his eye from looking at this scene. But he also didn't want to waste the precious 8 hours of daylight. So he peeked his head in once again. The male zombie, seeing him interrupt its good time, went crazy and charged at him. Its speed was surprisingly fast. But compared to the repairman zombie from before, its total attribute points were 2 points lower. Lin Zhao stepped back to gain momentum. Then he smashed it straight in the forehead with his hammer. While the zombie was still staggering, he followed up with another strike using the dagger in his other hand, successfully finishing off the opponent. The dagger in Lin Zhao's hand spun around. Without looking, he knew the other zombie was about to sneak attack him. He stabbed it in the throat with a reverse grip. After quickly dealing with both of them, Lin Zhao received 2 more experience points and 2 more gold coins. And just like the 2 before, these 2 also dropped equipment. That guidance system is truly magical. In his previous life, Lin Zhao had to kill 100 zombies just for a chance to get a bottle of mineral water. Now, every time he kills one, he gets a new piece of equipment. This is truly a rare blessing. Lin Zhao opened the item box. He received 2 pairs of scouting eyes. This is a one-time use, bronze-grade item. It can detect any movement within a 10-meter radius. Once someone else gets close, it will alert the user. A single use lasts for 10 hours. Lin Zhao chuckled. He was clearly very pleased with this item. But before he could even put it in his bag, he heard cursing and the sound of rushed footsteps from the stairs. Who's there? Who's making all that noise? If you're going to fool around, be a little more careful. It turned out to be the hotel owner. It seems this person was also lucky enough not to have turned into a zombie. As soon as he saw Lin Zhao, he started cursing even more furiously. So it's you? You rotten brat. You don't have any money, yet you're making such a big commotion. If you don't kneel and call me grandpa today, don't even think about leaving. It was unclear if the hotel owner was drunk or not. But cursing wasn't enough for him. He rushed forward to punch Lin Zhao. He was used to dealing with zombies. How could he be hurt by such a clumsy and slow, ordinary person? But just to be sure, he still kept the dagger ready behind his back. You damn mutt. You dare to dodge? Just you watch how I'm going to deal with you. The hotel owner cursed continuously as he turned around. The moment he turned back, he met Lin Zhao's eyes, which looked like they came from the Azura hell. He really didn't want to harm the living. If he wasn't afraid of the trouble, he should have let the man get bitten by a zombie. Then, after an hour, when he turned into a zombie, he would take his life. But unfortunately, in that 1 hour, he could kill many zombies. He wouldn't waste time here with him any longer. And to prevent the opponent from hindering him further, the dagger in Lin Zhao's hand struck again. Survival in this apocalypse is a matter of you die, I live. He wouldn't let anyone get in his way. After dealing with that nuisance, Lin Zhao went to knock on each room's door, and upon reaching a room in the corner, he discovered another zombie. Lin Zhao immediately kicked the door down and rushed in. Inside was a large man who had turned into a zombie. His speed wasn't slow at all. Lin Zhao really liked formidable, agile opponents like this, because they helped him regain the combat sense that had somewhat faded from his previous life. The two sides fought a tense round. The outcome was quite predictable. It was still Lin Zhao who successfully defeated the opponent. A bottle of good wine dropped from that zombie. Afterwards, he began to search the entire room to see if there was anything useful. The owner of this room was also a wealthy person, so the bedroom was quite comfortable. It was also getting dark soon. Lin Zhao decided to rest here to avoid the zombies. He still needed 6 experience points, equivalent to 6 more zombies to reach level 3. Glancing at his watch, there were only 20 minutes left until 8 o'clock. By then, the zombie's strength would truly skyrocket. And so, Lin Zile, who had just sat down on the bed, hastily got up and ran down to the first floor. He had to kill 6 more zombies to level up before nightfall. But the first floor was already empty. Lin Zile walked around, searching. His eyes fell on a notice placed on the reception desk. As long as you're willing. Technician number 3 is always ready to serve you. If there's a technician number 3, then there must be a number 1 and number 2. The woman who specialized in legitimate massages for male clients had already been dealt with by Lin Zile. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen. According to the game settings, zombies have very sensitive hearing. To lure them out, you need to make some noise. With that thought, Lin Zile took the hammer in his hand and slammed it on the table a few times. Sure enough, afterwards, some noises came from the room behind the cashier's counter. Lin Zile cautiously stepped inside, but the room was also empty. He listened quietly and discovered the sound was coming from below the ground. So there was a basement here. Lin Zile clicked his tongue. Then he opened the basement door. The door opened to a vertical shaft. 2 zombies were fumbling their way up it. But their eyesight was poor. After climbing a few steps, they would fall back to the ground. Lin Zile couldn't bear to watch them struggle to climb in vain anymore. So he decisively jumped down. Then he took them both down in one go. He had killed 2 more zombies. Still 4 more needed to meet the quota. But the dagger in his hand was so worn out it was unusable. Lin Zile truly hoped that one of the 2 items that just dropped would be a suitable weapon for him. It was just a casual wish. But Lin Zile didn't expect his words to be so prophetic. The equipment that had just dropped was a Tang horizontal saber. A standard issue saber of the Dragon Country Army. Bronze grade. It was about 70 centimeters long. It was very durable and had a powerful armor-piercing effect. After equipping it, his attributes would increase by 1 point. And it would ignore 10% of the enemy's defense. After a battle ends, any damage to the saber will slowly recover. Although standard weapons like the Tang horizontal saber could be bought with gold coins later, in the early stages of the game, obtaining it was like giving wings to a tiger for Lin Zile. He glanced at his watch. Only 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock. It seemed he needed to finish this quickly. Lin Zile climbed back up from the basement to the first floor. Then he went straight outside. Finding zombies out here wasn't difficult. He stood in front of the hotel. A snap of his fingers attracted a group of them. But the IQ of the zombies on the first day was truly abysmally low. Without Lin Zile needing to do anything, they tripped over each other and fell in a heap. In his previous life, when Lin Zile groggily woke up in his dorm, it was already the 2nd day of the apocalypse. The zombies had all already leveled up to level 2. Because of that bitch Yu Jinghan, he missed the most crucial leveling period. But things were different now. With the Tang horizontal saber in hand, one-shotting these weaklings was no problem at all. At this stage, the quality of this saber was absolutely superb. He had officially met the quota of killing 6 zombies before nightfall and reached level 3. Lin Zile had originally planned to call it a day. But at that moment, another zombie slowly approached. He thought this one had slightly higher intelligence than the others. But unexpectedly, it walked right into his blade and died. Although it was a bit stupid, the equipment that dropped from its corpse was not bad at all, because it was a skill book. For now, Lin Zile stored the skill book in his inventory, and the clock had just struck 8 o'clock sharp. Lin Zile's intuition quickly sensed danger. He took a step back. Sure enough, right where Lin Zile had been standing a second before, a zombie 1.5 times his size suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was only a level 1 zombie. Yet all 4 of its attribute stats were sky high. This was clearly because they received a massive growth buff at night. The thing in front of Lin Zile now was not going to be easy to deal with. Its strength would reach its peak within a minute, and he had to deal with it quickly if he didn't want it to attract more of them. But dealing with this rampaging monster wasn't as easy as Lin Zile had imagined. The ones from before couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Tang horizontal saber. But this zombie, despite being slashed directly in the neck, showed no signs of dying. In fact, because its skin was so thick, Lin Zile's blade even got stuck. He tried to pull the saber back with force, but it was almost impossible. Facing the zombie with cloudy eyes, Lin Zile had to temporarily retreat. He took the hammer out of his inventory. He wound up and threw it hard at his opponent. The head of the hammer smashed hard into the zombie's forehead. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Zhao pulled his saber back. He thought that 2 consecutive attacks like that would be enough to put his opponent in a dire state. But it seems that only made the zombie even more furious. It lunged forward, trying to grab Lin Zhao, forcing him to take a few steps back. However, this didn't mean that Lin Zhao was at a disadvantage. He gripped the hammer tightly in his hand. With his other hand, he used the Tang broadsword to slash fiercely at the opponent's neck again. This slash was extremely powerful, and the wound it created was deep. With 3 consecutive ferocious attacks like that, a level 1 zombie like it finally couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Zhao let out a sigh of relief. This monster's attributes were already at the peak level. If he hadn't handled it calmly using his experience from his past life, he clearly wouldn't have been able to win. Lin Zhao picked up the remaining item boxes that had dropped on the ground. Then he began to clean up the scene. It was now past 8 o'clock. The attributes of the zombies outside had increased by at least 50%. Just now, the commotion from his fight with that last zombie was very loud. If he didn't deal with it quickly, he was afraid it would attract many other zombies. And so, Lin Zhao carried the zombie corpses to block all the hotel entrances. After that, he returned to the luxury room on the 2nd floor and used that scout eye item. From now on, if a person or zombie approached Lin Zhao, the scout eye screen would immediately turn red to warn him internally. Lin Zhao, at that moment, no matter what state he was in, even if he was sound asleep, would immediately wake up. After activating the scout eye, he finally felt at ease enough to go take a shower. He had been busy for a whole day. He felt a bit disgusting. After washing up, Lin Zhao was finally in the mood to check the 5 item boxes that had dropped but hadn't been opened yet. Inside were, in order, a night cloak ring, a 1-liter bottle of San Quan mineral water, 2 more scout eyes, and a pre-carved Peking duck. There was plenty of food and drink. He already had weapons, and he even looted a total of 4 scout eyes. Lin Zhao was incredibly excited. Items that were valuable in his previous life were now easily obtained by him. This was truly the greatest gift bestowed by the heavens. Besides the 2 newly opened scout eyes, that night cloak ring was also a good item. It was also a bronze-grade piece of equipment. It had the effect of concealing 30% of one's presence when night fell. In addition, it also increased the agility attribute by 1 point. Lin Zhao didn't hesitate any longer. He put it on his hand directly. Afterwards, he remembered something else. It was the skill book from earlier that he hadn't had time to open yet. Originally, the drop rate for skill books was infinitely low. He only remembered that in his previous life, ordinary players from level 10 to level 80 only had a total of 3 chances to obtain a random skill, and it wasn't even certain if those skills would be suitable for them. In Lin Zhao's previous life, there was a person revered as the skill god for possessing a total of 25 skills, more than any other player in the world. As for him, he had a total of 10 skills, which already surpassed 99% of players worldwide. Now he was only level 3, and Lin Zhao had already picked up a skill book. Before opening it, he was really nervous. Lin Zhao prayed in all 4 directions, before all the gods and saints he knew, just so he could open a good skill that suited him. Only then could his current life have a smooth start. When the skill appeared before him, Lin Zhao's eyes widened. He seemingly couldn't believe what had just happened. He opened the returning strike skill. This was a warrior-type skill. When throwing the weapon in hand, it would deal 120% damage. After the weapon hits an enemy or reaches its maximum range, it will automatically return to the user's hand. The throwing distance and the return distance are the same during the weapon's return flight. If it hits an enemy on its path, it will deal 80% damage. The only weakness is that if it encounters an obstacle, it cannot return to its owner's hand. Lin Zhao was extremely excited, because this was a rare warrior skill. It was both a ranged damage skill, and was also suitable for automatic retrieval and increased damage. This type of skill currently has a rather long cooldown when used. Waiting until Lin Zhao's mental strength is higher will shorten that time. After learning the skill, Lin Zhao was so eager that he wanted to test it immediately by throwing the Tang broadsword. But before he could act, his stomach rumbled. It made sense. He had been busy all day. Lin Zhao hadn't had a chance to eat anything. He opened his inventory and took out the food he had obtained today from the supply card. Then he began to eat ravenously as if he had just transmigrated from a famine. The aroma and flavor of those dishes could rival those from a five-star restaurant chef, no joke. Lin Zhao quickly demolished the table of food. After his stomach was full, he resumed his pensive look. He contemplated his life's path. He was thinking about the path of revenge. If he wanted that path to be successful, Lin Zhao couldn't just follow the pre-established game route like in his previous life. Otherwise, he would just be repeating his past mistakes. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao began to take out a pen and paper to jot down notes. Planning the path he was preparing to take. Players had to reach level 10 to unlock the profession system and choose a path that suited them. Actually, the two best classes are still Warrior and Mage. If you choose Warrior, every time you level up, Lin Zhao will get a fixed bonus point for both Strength and Constitution attributes. Additionally, you get 2 free attribute points to distribute as you wish. If you choose to be a damage-soaking tank, you should put all your points into the Constitution attribute. If you choose to be a DPS warrior, add points to the Strength attribute. And if you choose to be an assassin, put points into the Agility attribute. As for the Mage class, every time you level up, you'll get a fixed bonus point for the Agility and Spirit attributes. You also get 2 free attribute points to distribute as you wish. Most players will focus on the Spirit attribute. If you want to add points to Constitution or Strength, you can become a Battle Mage. But what Lin Zhao is waiting for is not something so ordinary. He had it in his previous life. So in this life, he hopes to get it again. It's a hidden class, a high-level class different from the common ones. Players who can unlock a hidden class only account for 1% of all players globally. Although every hidden class quest is extremely dangerous, the rewards you get are also extraordinary. Lin Zhao's hidden class in his past life was Phantom, meaning a legendary top-tier assassin in the Apocalypse game. When the Agility attribute is maxed out, the raw damage will be explosive. Before the second class advancement, every time you level up, besides getting 1 point in Agility and 1 point in Strength, you also get 3 free attribute points. In his previous life, if he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock this top-tier hidden class, Lin Zhao wouldn't have been able to escape the Li family's pursuit for 10 years. Lin Zhao then continued to write down a series of other hidden classes, including the Radiant Paladin, Necromancer, Azura Titan, and Life Reaper. The players who possess these classes in the future will all become war gods. They might be useful to him later. After that, Lin Zhao began to study his own attributes again. Currently, he has 5 free attribute points to distribute. His Strength stat is now 13 points. Spirit is 17 points. Constitution is 11 points. And Agility is 15 points. After some consideration, Lin Zhao decided to add 3 points to the Strength attribute and 2 points to the Agility attribute. After this was done, Lin Zhao once again immersed himself in thought, wondering where he could meet those future war gods, and where the ancient grade items from his previous life were specifically hidden. In a blink of an eye, it was already morning. Lin Zhao was still quite chill, but over at the Li family, young Master Li Haobo had already gone crazy. After hearing the news about Yu Jinghan's death, Li Haobo couldn't remain calm anymore. He continuously smashed and broke things in the house to vent his anger. And of course, his anger wasn't because he missed Yu Jinghan. It was just regret that his entire plan was ruined by her. That damn Jinghan. Where the hell did she die? Causing me to not even have time to finalize the resources, and not enough time to send them to that trash Lin Zhao. Besides that, the fact that the Apocalypse game had invaded reality also threw all of Li Haobo's plans into chaos. He kept smashing and breaking things to vent his anger, while Butler Zhao just stood to one side, not stopping him. He only gave a perfunctory reminder. Young master, if you're going to curse, please lower your voice a little. Many of our bodyguards have died or been injured. If more zombies break in, they might not be able to protect your life. Hey, uncle, what do you think? If I directly make that Lin Zhao disappear, wouldn't that be sending him to meet his disgusting old man? Li Haobo didn't seem to care about Butler Zhao's reminder at all. When mentioning taking Lin Zhao's life, Li Haobo's expression was extremely twisted. He seemed unusually excited. Butler Zhao was having a fierce internal struggle. On one hand, he felt that the Li family head's method of raising his son was completely wrong, causing Li Haobo to become like this. On the other hand, he felt that training the family heir this way also made sense. It would prevent fratricide in the future. It's just that, now that the apocalypse has arrived, thinking it over and over, with Li Haobo's current personality, he will suffer greatly. Butler Zhao, am not resigned to this. Li Haobo said suddenly. So what? Didn't my father say a few days ago that the Bloodhunt mercenary group wanted to find me? They should have arrived in Shanghai by now, right? Tell them to go find those too. Li Haobo wanted to find Yu Jinghan at all costs. Even if she's dead, he must see her corpse. As for Lin Zile, it was even more imperative to find him. Li Haobo wanted to ruin his life, to completely shatter his life. Butler Zhao was also fed up with Li Haobo's attitude. However, the Bloodhunt mercenary group was a collection of death-sworn soldiers trained specifically for him since childhood. Of course, they would carry out his every command. At this moment, Lin Zile, who was doing just fine, suddenly sneezed. He didn't know who was talking about him. But whatever. That's not important. After a night's rest in the hotel's VIP room, Lin Zile finished his preparations and leaped out of the window with a whoosh. The zombies were now wandering all over the streets. Since the night had passed, their stats had returned to normal. Lin Zile drew his saber. A bloody feast began. He kept taking them down one by one. Then another one. Lin Zile was now level 3. These low-level zombies were no match for him at all. Moreover, with Whirling Slash at his disposal, the power of his saber was further enhanced. The only problem now was that his spiritual power was too weak. In the early game, he needed to focus on strength and speed attributes. So he hadn't allocated any free attribute points to spirit yet. This resulted in a rather long cooldown for Whirling Slash. Lin Zile swung his saber for a while. He was getting tired. He had cleared enough zombies for the day, so he didn't plan to continue. So he switched to the unboxing session for the dropped items. And Lin Zile's eyes lit up once again when he saw that he had obtained a new attribute item. It was a bronze-grade equipment enhancement scroll. It could be used to enhance a piece of bronze-grade equipment. This thing couldn't be called useful. It was extremely useful. Something he couldn't even have hoped for. After using it, the enhanced equipment would have its attributes boosted. The first enhancement was guaranteed to succeed. Subsequent enhancements were not guaranteed, because the higher the level, the lower the success rate. Lin Zile successfully enhanced the Tang Saber for the first time, raising its attributes by a level. The strength attribute was increased by 2 points. The ability to break an enemy's defense also increased to 15%. Moreover, continuous attacks would increase its power by 10%. It was easy to see that Lin Zile was very satisfied with this enhanced piece of equipment. He put it aside for the time being. Then he glanced at the other items that had just dropped. Among them was a bronze emergency mask. When worn, it could help the player hide basic information like their in-game name and level for 30 minutes. It could be used twice a day. In his previous life, Lin Zile had never used this item, so he was a little curious. He tried it on, successfully activated the information concealment ability. Then he lay down on the ground to rest for a while. As long as he reached level 5 before nightfall, Lin Zile could directly challenge the place he wanted without needing to find a dungeon. Although dungeons were the way to get experience, food, and most importantly, items. To enter a dungeon, players just needed to find a teleportation array leading to a dungeon distributed throughout the city. Passing through the teleportation gate would lead to the dungeon lobby. There, they would choose a dungeon suitable for themselves to challenge. There was also a special category of solo dungeons. They were often equivalent to hidden dungeons, which meant that the rewards for clearing them were extremely rich. Lin Zile possessed memories from his previous life, so he didn't even bother looking at the ordinary, common dungeons. He planned to go straight to the Li family manor after reaching level 5. After lying down for a while, he was well rested. Lin Zile put a watch on his wrist and continued his journey. Along the way, he saw a house that was properly locked, so he used his Tang Saber to smash the lock. Although the door was shut tight from the outside, the inside was a complete mess. Furniture was overturned everywhere, and the whole house was spattered with bloodstains. Lin Zile followed the trail of blood and opened the bedroom door. The moment the door was ajar, a pitch-black hand immediately reached out from inside. It was fast, but not as fast as Lin Zile's saber. He took a step back, creating enough space to swing his saber. But the zombie inside was faster than he had imagined. It immediately retracted its hand. Seeing how clever the opponent was, Lin Zhao sidestepped to stay on guard. As expected, when the creature inside saw no further movement, it grew impatient. The zombie's two hands with sharp claws pierced through the wooden door. Then, it used its strength to shatter the door and charged out. Lin Zhao was already waiting by the door, just waiting for it to rush out to strike it down. His Tang saber sent that zombie on its way. Lin Zhao entered the bedroom to take a look. He saw a neat picture frame on the desk. The ferocious zombie from before turned out to be the single father of two high school students. Lin Zhao's mood was momentarily conflicted, but he quickly regained his cold demeanor. Forget it. So many people have turned into zombies. How could he possibly feel sympathy for every single one of them? Lin Zhao used this house as a place to rest and eat. Having killed so many zombies, his food inventory was also very rich. Lin Zhao casually picked out 4 dishes and ate heartily, replenishing his energy after a busy morning with the zombies. Then, he lay back on the sofa to digest his meal. He started checking the map on his phone. Lin Zhao's current location was on Bin Sun Road. Just head east. I should be able to reach my destination by this afternoon. Right now, I'm still a bit of EXP away from level 5. But killing zombies along the way this afternoon should be enough. As Lin Zhao stood up to leave, he heard a faint sound coming from outside. He was so focused on filling his stomach just now that he didn't notice these 3 rats. The sound came from outside the main door. It was the son and daughter of the zombie he had just killed, along with a blonde man, lying in ambush outside. A moment ago, they had seen Lin Zhao enter the house. They also smelled the aroma of food coming from their house, so they were certain he had supplies that could produce delicious food. The blonde man then led the siblings to wait. They planned to give him a taste of their blade when Lin Zhao came out. Then they'd steal his supplies to survive. But, isn't it wrong for us to rob someone? The daughter seemed hesitant. What's wrong with it? In this apocalypse, this is the only way to survive. The blonde man threw cold water on her idea. But the 3 of them had no idea that while they were plotting, Lin Zhao had already climbed out of the house through a window. He then took a detour and silently approached the 3 rats from behind. Kai Ji was completely bewildered. He let him speak. That's right, little sister. We're in the right. He broke into our house. We can treat him like a thief. Ji Jiao didn't feel any better. That doesn't seem wrong. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Plus, her stomach was growling, stuck to her back. Thinking about the person, her father suddenly turning into a zombie. She had run out with her brother, without grabbing anything. From yesterday afternoon until now, she hadn't eaten a thing. There was no other choice. Who told you to have food? Ji Jiao, having come to a decision, reluctantly shouted with all her might. Let's rob him. Let's take everything from him. Before she could process it, she froze as a sticky liquid splattered in front of her. Her eyes widened lifelessly, staring straight ahead. Lin Zhao had made his move. He delivered a fatal blow. With a firm expression, devoid of any emotion, he slashed his sword across the blonde man's back. He was stabbed in the back and fell face first to the ground, right where Ji Jiao was standing, terrifying her. She collapsed to the ground, screaming. Zhao withdrew the sword, holding it level. He coldly turned his back and said, I originally wanted to save some mental energy, but I can't let you attract zombies here. With that, he threw the sword, making it spin like a boomerang. With an ice-cold expression, Zhao didn't even need to tilt his head. His sword flew around Ji Jiao, severing her 2 pigtails. Her fear turned into sheer panic. The color drained from her face. Her brother, Kai Ji, seeing the critical situation, ran for his life. His collar was splattered with dark red blood. Scared out of his wits, after the blade had completed its intended path and done its job, Zhao gently raised his hand to recall his treasure. Instantly, the sword rested neatly in his palm. His stance hadn't changed by a single millimeter. Ji Jiao lay at his feet. The upper part of her body was drenched in blood. Zhao turned to look at them one last time before leaving. A gaze. Judgment. He looked at Kai Ji's lifeless, motionless body with contempt. Someone who'd abandon his sister would just be a waste of resources. The siblings were in the exact same pose. Failed robbers getting killed. Serves you right. You should thank me. I didn't torture you. And I even gave you a quick death, saving you from the many tribulations of the apocalypse. Finally, Zhao left. His eyes darted around, and he sighed with boredom. Doing good deeds again. The government should give me a good citizen award. Looking back at that house, only mottled bloodstains remained on the window. On the wooden table inside, a happy family photo of 3 was shattered, no longer whole. The evening sunset gradually fell upon the street. Zombies roamed freely on the road, moving strangely as if controlled by someone. They were each in a different corner. One was even climbing a wall with one pant leg torn at the calf. A woman in a high-rise building looked down and saw this scene, quickly calling out, "Honey, quick, come see this Superman." Her husband, though busy, still replied intermittently, "What's Superman?" and blocking the door to keep the zombies out. Her eyes fixed on what was below, she pointed. There. Quick, look." It turned out to be Zal killing zombies. In a flash, he had taken down 3 of them effortlessly. She exclaimed, "Oh my God, an expert." Zal was wearing a mask, so his identity was a complete mystery. She wondered, "Strange. Why can't I see his information?" She glanced at her husband beside her and suggested, "Never mind. Let's quickly call for the Superman's help. Ask him to save us." The man holding the phone tightly frowned in disapproval. "Don't even think about it. That will only reveal our location. If it attracts the zombies, we're done for." He even asked in return, "Besides, this Superman has hidden his information. He clearly doesn't want to reveal his identity. Why would he agree to save people?" The woman's eyes lit up as if she had realized the truth. "You're still the smart one." In another apartment, a hot girl streamer was live streaming in a sexy red outfit. When she saw Lin Zao, she didn't hesitate to open the window and call out, "Brother Hao?" She didn't hesitate at all. She made a blunt request in a sweet voice. "Save me, Brother Hao." He ignored her calls. He just smiled and continued with his business, stunning her. Lin Zao knelt on one knee to select his items. Among them were options like steamed pork with vegetables, 666 gan mailing, Whiteman toothpaste. Of course, she was extremely annoyed. She closed the window while expressing her anger. "Having eyes but failing to see Mount Tai. I have over 30,000 fans online." She went back inside, but didn't stop her sharp-tongued remarks. "I also have a rich big boss who drives here to pick me up every day. An ugly guy like you in a mask dares to ignore me? He'll definitely make you pay the price." As she spoke, she grabbed a flower pot. She used all her strength and carried the flower pot towards the window. As expected, she let it go, aiming for where Lin Zao was standing. He was busy studying the card in his hand. But with his sixth sense, it wasn't hard for a startled Lin Zao to detect the approaching danger. He gently took a step forward. Just barely. The flower pot landed right next to Lin Zao's feet. Out of reflex, he glanced back to see, contrary to her annoyed attitude from before. After successfully getting his attention, the hot girl excitedly called out again. "I'm here, Brother Hao. Hurry up and come save me. There are some zombies at my place. Come get rid of them." Although Lin Zao wore a mask, it wasn't hard to imagine his emotionless expression. She puckered her lips as if she was a great catch. "As long as you save me, I'll let you hold my hand." She thought smugly to herself. He was attracted to me after all. Despicable man. Still wants to play games with me. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. Without a word, Lin Zao just slowly raised his hand. In his hand was a piece of raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This item in the apocalyptic world is called the zombie luring divine artifact by players. Once it's taken out, zombies within a 100-meter radius will relentlessly pursue the raw meat. This raw thing was drenched in slime. A second later, the piece of meat flew into the hot girl's room. She stepped aside. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped, not understanding what was happening. She got angry at Lin Zao, not knowing she had poked a hornet's nest. "I don't want food. I want you to take me to a safe place." "Don't you understand human language?" she asked herself in her mind. What's wrong with this man? The answer didn't keep her waiting for long. When a noise came from outside her door, she snapped her head around. Her facial muscles tensed up completely. 3 zombies had somehow opened the door and were crawling in. They swarmed in uncontrollably. They were like a starving pack, ready to devour any prey. The hot girl turned pale with fear, standing frozen like a log. Maximum gore. Another life was lost. The red liquid spread more and more. The phone she used to live stream flew to the ground. On the screen, in the live room, everyone was in chaos. There were quite a few critical comments. "What time is it now?" and you're still in the mood to livestream. Upstairs. You seem pretty relaxed, huh? Still here watching a livestream. Sigh. What level are you now? Where's the dungeon instance? I want to live. Sob sob. Damn it. Are all zombies this scary? After dealing with the nuisance, Lin Zhao calmly put his hands in his pockets and left. He thought to himself, this is just the first lesson of the apocalypse. As the apocalypse begins, human life becomes more and more chaotic. Some throw themselves into the air. Others scramble down from balconies. Lin Zhao seemed to be the only normal person in this place. The content of the first lesson is to recognize your own reality. Don't just ask strangers for help. That's about the hot girl from the other day. He walked leisurely, as if strolling down the street. In the distance, a horde of hungry zombies was rushing over. After walking for a while, he arrived as dusk fell. Before Zile was the Shanghai Sports Palace. From the outside, it looked immense and sturdy. He slightly raised his head and glanced around. That's right. This is the place. Zhao raised his hand to look at his watch and calculate. There are still 2 hours until late night. That's enough. He continued walking closer. He reached the entrance. This Shanghai Sports Palace should have a silver-tier wild treasure chest. According to the settings of the Apocalypse game, special situations will appear in the city's iconic buildings. For example, dungeons, hidden robot merchants, and wild treasure chests. The one mentioned is the wild treasure chest. Scattered in various places. Anyone can open them. Treasure chest bosses must be killed for the treasure chest to spawn. Compared to wild treasure chests, their value is higher, but they are very difficult to obtain. A silver treasure chest is guaranteed to drop a piece of silver-tier equipment or an item. As Zal stepped in, he used the system to scan the area. It quickly produced a result, detecting that the host is about to enter the Shanghai Sports Palace. Ding! The environment of the Shanghai Sports Palace meets the mission requirements. Announcing the 1 against 100 mission. He looked at the system's instructions. The host needs to demonstrate his strength. Please kill 100 zombies inside the Shanghai Sports Palace. No level restrictions. Mission reward is a random draw for a normal guide and 1 piece of bronze tier equipment. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Does the host wish to accept the mission? Zal pondered thoughtfully. 100 of them. Most zombies have already evolved to level 2 by now. He had to think it through before making a decision. The sports palace is so large. My original plan was to avoid large numbers of zombies. Use stealth. Open the treasure chest, and then slip away. But now there's this mission. Zal furrowed his brows and asked the system, if I don't accept the mission, or if I fail the mission, what will the punishment be? A ding sound provided the information. Please rest assured, host. The guidance system exists to provide a better game experience for the host, to let the host enjoy the process of playing the game. Therefore, there will be no punishment for not accepting or failing the mission. On the contrary, the host will be given 100 gold coins as a consolation prize. Hearing this, his face relaxed. He was overjoyed. My God, is it really that good? Without any more hesitation, Zal accepted the mission, thinking, in any case, whether I succeed or fail, there's no loss. He took his first exploratory steps into the sports palace. According to my memory, the silver treasure chest should be in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Zal followed his memory, his expression a bit grim. Enter through the side door, then follow the safety passage on the 1st floor. He mentally drew a map with a specific route. The general idea is to get to the infirmary on the 3rd floor. It's almost 8 o'clock. Night is falling. There's a bed in the infirmary. He'll sleep here for a night and continue fighting on the 2nd day. I should be able to reach the 3rd floor warehouse by noon on the 2nd day. At this point, he crossed his arms smugly, opened the treasure chest, then jumped straight down from the outer ledge of the floor and get away. Standing before a locked door, Zal solved it with a single slash of his sword. Both the lock and the chain shattered. When he opened the door, a zombie was already waiting there. It heard the noise and charged out. This one had bulging muscles, a gaunt face, and bloodshot eyes like a vampire. Its sharp teeth were just waiting for prey to offer itself up. A good start, Zal thought, then jumped into the room. He gripped the sword hilt with both hands and thrust it through the zombie's throat, clenching his teeth as he watched. Zal pulled the sword out with a slight frown. His other hand had already pulled out a small axe from somewhere. He rained blows on its face, giving it no chance to retaliate. A blood-splattered basketball bounced out. The outcome was predictable for everyone. This guy died on the spot. Zal looked on, speechless. You didn't expect this, did you? To think that going out to play basketball would also turn you into a zombie. As he was observing, he narrowed his eyes. He discovered something strange. A small chest appeared right next to the body. Zal unceremoniously kicked the zombie's body aside to conveniently grab the box. From it emerged the image of a new weapon, a super flashbang, and an old key. A bit of information about this weapon. It's a one-time use, bronze-grade item. It can release a dazzling white light. Anyone who sees this white light will fall into a blinded state. The duration of blindness is determined by the exposure time and sensitivity to light. He happily picked up the loot to examine it, cherishing it carefully. Good stuff. Tomorrow night, when I go to the Leaf family manor. This is definitely a perfect group control item. Zal reached for the backpack on the floor. On the key, there was a line of text inscribed. Sports Palace Master Key. He left this place. He casually put the treasure in his backpack. Relieved. At least I can avoid having to break down doors. Less noise to attract zombies. Zal moved to another room. The door was ajar. He slipped inside. Zal skillfully scouted the situation inside through the small crack in the door. His face was as tense as a guitar string. Inside was a group of students in sportswear who had turned into zombies at some point. Every one of them was irritable. They looked exactly the same. Turns out it was a table tennis room. Having just finished playing, the paddles were still on the table. The group of student zombies moved towards the door. Meanwhile, Zal had successfully infiltrated without alerting anyone. He went inside and hid under a table. Peeking out at them, the footsteps of zombies were close to his ear. Zal raised his hand and carefully counted them all. A total of 17 of them. Know the enemy, know yourself. The muscles on his face finally relaxed a little. In terms of attributes, these zombies aren't much different from me. An ordinary person would have to use all their strength to deal with just one. If I rely on my skills, 17 of them isn't an impossible fight. He scanned the room to see what he could use. The main door of the table tennis hall was closed. If I just make a small noise, the zombies outside might come in. Zal's face went blank. He calculated a plan in his head. I can take out 2 zombies first to reach level 5. Then I'll execute a kiting strategy with the remaining 15. With that thought, he went into action. He drew his sword, eyeing the nearest one. Without saying a word, it was already known. It's you. Zal leaped up and decisively slashed across the zombie's skull. His face was full of determination. He was already too used to this. An unfortunate victim had fallen. Died on the spot. Obviously, the sound startled the rest of the horde. They paused for a beat. 2 or 3 zombies turned to look at their friend who had just been erased from this life. Their eyes shot fire. Gradually, more of them started to notice. Their faces darkened. Their eyes turned bloodshot. They all looked in one direction. Then the horde of zombies rushed towards that spot like moths to a flame, with faces of extreme rage. On the other side, Zal had prepared himself mentally to face them. He held the sword in front of him. His blue eyes sparkled. The zombies had advanced and were only a few steps away from Zal. He flicked his blade in a sharp arc. Blood splattered all around. Without a moment's delay, Zal gathered momentum and leaped up, dashing forward. He spun past the 2 whose legs he had just slashed to deal with the rest. Zal landed not far from there. The nearest zombie had changed its direction, slowly stepping towards him. As usual, a single slash across the head finished one off. Zal pursed his lips lightly. Just as he lowered his sword, the system announced, "Congratulations to player Zal for successfully killing 2 zombies. Obtained 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 5. Gained 1 free attribute point. Player Zal is 100 experience points away from the next level up." Zal opened the system to check. Agility was increased by 1 point. With that business taken care of, he jumped over the corpse on the ground onto a table. He closed his eyes slightly to feel it. Zal, at this very moment, standing straight on the ping-pong table. The remaining zombies surrounded him. He noticed a zombie roaring threateningly behind him just in time. He leaned slightly to one side. The blade lightly sliced across the zombie's neck. It fell backward. Zal clenched his fist. Seeing this, another zombie became frightened. It intended to flee. At that moment, the door behind him creaked open, and I peeked inside before the door was fully opened. After witnessing the scene in that eerie room, he was horrified. He took a step back. He scowled, his face full of annoyance. Such rotten luck. A loud rumbling sound came from inside. The outlines of 2 or 3 people piled on top of each other were visible from the outside. This guy rubbed his chin with a cunning smile, thinking to himself, looking at these shapes, it must be zombies getting beaten up. The player inside must have supplies on him. A long time passed. He waited and waited until his stomach was rumbling with hunger. His face became gaunt. Mushrooms grew on his head, but there was still no movement. He muttered, as long as I wait for him to die, I can make a huge profit and get the supplies. This guy lost all patience and brushed off the pile of straw mushrooms. He frowned helplessly. Mustering his courage and curiosity, he crept closer to the room to get a better look. He told himself, if you're not going to make it, then he'll be merciful and send you on your way. Inside, Zal was still fighting the zombies. This guy bared his teeth in a sinister smile. His eyes gleamed. I have to find a way to lure more zombies here. In the room, a panel was about to break open, letting in outside light. Just as he finished fighting a horde of zombies, another one crawled in. He was so exhausted that he was trembling and could barely stand. Zal gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat covered his cheeks. Damn it! The zombies' cries attracted the attention of the zombies outside. A loud noise from the entrance startled Zal, forcing him to turn and look. After being hit by a physical impact, large cracks appeared on the door, spreading to the surrounding wall. After that hit, everything went back to normal. It became dead silent. Zal was also exhausted by now. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He also didn't know how long this door could hold. I have to kill these zombies and get out of here. He gripped his sword tightly. He spun 90 degrees toward the remaining zombies that were gathering. Not 1, but 3 rushed at him at once. They crowded together as if wanting to tear him to shreds. Of course, Zal didn't just stand there and take it. He jumped up, did a somersault. The 3 were dealt with in an instant, sent flying a good distance away. Zal landed, his hand gently placed in front to brace against the momentum. His eyes were full of determination. He had been fighting for a while, but there were still many zombies roaming the room. They shambled back and forth aimlessly. A few of them advanced toward him, roaring, their mouths full of drool. Zal thrust his sword straight through several of them at once. After moving nonstop, he plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead, panting to recover his strength. Just then, the system displayed a prompt behind him. Zal was startled for a moment. He looked accordingly. It was a stamina potion, a one-time use bronze-grade item. After use, it can instantly restore 20% of stamina. At the same time, every minute after, you can recover 5% stamina. Lasts for 5 minutes. After use, there is a 30-minute cooldown. He immediately grabbed it and drank it in one go. His whole body instantly felt a surge of positive energy. Zal stood on one side of the ping-pong table and threw his sword to the other end. The blade sliced through its neck, killing the zombie on the spot. Another item chest dropped. He cautiously approached the chest to open and inspect it. Still wary of the zombies near it, Zal found a stable spot to sit where he wouldn't be disturbed. He happily opened the chest to take a look. The look of fatigue on his face was completely gone. This time, he received a thorn bracelet. Bronze-grade equipment. Magic-enhancing bracelet. Attribute, Spirit, +1. Additional skill, Thorn Strike. Can summon a number of thorns from the ground to deliver a heavy vertical blow. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Zal cautiously held the bracelet in his hand. He was suddenly speechless and flustered. My God! Equipment with an additional skill. Is my luck this good? He immediately put it on his wrist, testing the new weapon while it's hot. The last door finally couldn't withstand the pressure from outside and collapsed. A few people standing outside fell to the ground due to inertia. A thick cloud of dust billowed out. Zal just stood from a distance, quietly observing the situation. Through the thick smoke, he could see a group of uninvited guests. With one hand in his pocket, he clenched the other as if celebrating something. He sneered. "I'm right on time." The starving zombies swarmed in from outside, followed by an entire horde. This group was even more horrifying than the ones in the room earlier. There were both males and females. Their faces were no longer intact. Lin Zile took a running start and leaped high, flying over the horde of advancing zombies. No matter how they reached, they couldn't touch him. The bracelet on his hand flashed brightly, like a holy light illuminating the zombies. Large cracks began to appear on the ground, making them panic. Of course, the only one laughing here was Lin Zile. He was delighted to witness the effect of his new toy. This is just the beginning. From the cracks in the floor, large thorns shot up. They grew densely and chaotically, reaching straight for the sky. Damn, it's complete chaos. Lin Zile stood to one side, watching intently. He was momentarily surprised by what he had just caused, even letting out a curse. Damn it, it's this strong? The damage of this skill is something only a level 20 mage could probably achieve. A remaining zombie that had been hiding somewhere suddenly jumped out. Lin Zile gave it a death glare. His expression didn't change. It met the same fate as its brothers before it. This one was slashed right at the neck. Suddenly, he discovered a thorn sprouting right where he was standing. He hurriedly jumped back to dodge it. Before him was a scene of utter chaos. The thorns were competing to finish off the zombies. He remained silent, saying nothing, killing so many zombies. The system continuously sent notifications. Congratulations to player Lin Zile for successfully killing 2 zombies. Obtained 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Lin Zile for successfully killing 3 zombies. Obtained 3 experience points. 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Lin Zile for successfully killing 2 zombies. Obtained 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. And a series of other countless congratulatory messages. Lin Zile's face lit up with excitement. He immediately felt motivated to fight. He laughed loudly. This is a huge profit. He knelt before the pile of unopened chests on the floor. Zombies lay scattered all around. His finger tapped on the words. Item properties. First is the short-range catapult. One-time use bronze-grade item. Can launch an object loaded into it to a designated location. The location cannot exceed a range of 30 meters. Next up is the Swift Wind Boots. Skill type equipment. Bronze-grade equipment. Can summon a Swift Wind. Constitution attribute +1. Agility +1. Can reduce the sound of footsteps. Additional skill, Swift Step. For 10 seconds. Your own movement speed increases by 20%. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Lin Zile immediately pressed. Change shoe equipment. The system responded. Congratulations to player Lin Zile for successfully equipping the Swift Wind Boots. Basic attributes, Strength 18. Spirit 18. Constitution 12. Agility 18. Even Lin Zile had to widen his eyes in admiration. Unless one successfully changes their class. An ordinary person at level 10 could never have such attributes. This is really too good. Seeing the situation turning in his favor, he became even more confident. He clenched his fist in determination. A resolve was made. After I change my class, my attributes will be double that of an ordinary person of the same level. He was still facing a formidable army of zombies roaring like hungry tigers. Lin Zile immediately put the zombie virus-soaked meat and the short-range catapult to use. With a serious face, his hands moved deftly. He lifted the launcher and fired several consecutive shots. The zombies kept rushing forward. They saw the piece of meat displayed before them. They were like wild beasts. The whole horde scrambled for the single piece of meat, growling inhumanly. Roar! Roar! Lin Zile stood quietly from a distance, watching them fight over it. He opened the system and selected the Swift Wind Boots special ability. Activate skill. He pressed use. His legs moved nimbly. That's how chaotic the room was inside. After seeing the piece of meat, the zombies ignored everything else and fought over it. Zile took that opportunity to dash out of the room. After finding a place by the stairs that could be considered temporarily safe, he stopped. He was panting heavily. The clock showed exactly 1900 hours. It'll be 8 o'clock in an hour. After nightfall, the zombie's attributes will be greatly enhanced. He dragged his heavy feet up the stairs, his mind full of calculations. Dealing with zombies like this is fundamentally not beneficial. It's better to find a place to rest and wait until tomorrow morning. Entering a room, he shut the door tightly. Zal showed clear exhaustion after a long series of actions. He rummaged through his pants pocket for something. He took out the key he found earlier and tried to open the door. The two didn't fit. Zal became even more confused and realized, something's not right. Why is the door locked? Zal used his knowledge to deduce. The apocalypse descended at 7 o'clock. The sports palace hadn't closed yet, and the infirmary staff usually lock up and leave after closing time. This door must have been locked after the apocalypse started. Looking at the keyhole, he shone a light into it. He stubbornly inserted the key and wiggled it. He finally managed to unlock the infirmary door. Zal stepped inside, thinking, I hope the person inside is cooperative. Half of the room was pitch black. The other half had just enough faint light to see faces. He stepped inside with a frown. His slow footsteps tried not to make any loud noises. Suddenly, the door slammed shut right in front of him. Before he could do anything, the person behind him held a knife to Zal's throat and asked sternly, Who are you? How do you have the key to the infirmary? He didn't answer immediately. He waited for the other person to finish. Only then did Zal's lips curl into a smile. You are very cautious. That's good. His hand quickly grabbed and controlled the other person's knife hand. It was the guy who was peeking from outside earlier. Zal didn't hesitate to squeeze his hand tightly, causing the knife to fall. His expression was grim. But you've provoked someone you can't afford to provoke. His foot coordinated perfectly, kicking the knife back up. One hand twisted the guy's shoulder back. The other held the knife, making him scream in terror, almost to the point of crying. Zal clamped his hand over the man's mouth and nose. The guy resisted, but it was insignificant, and he was quickly subdued. Zal searched through his system storage. He took out a useless apocalypse prop for when you're bored. It was a piece of polka-dotted cloth. His weary face was clearly visible. Zal stretched the cloth over the areas around the room, covering them up. The female nurse saw this and said, If we turn on the lights, it will attract zombies. He ordered, Can't you see I've already covered all the places where light can get through? Turn on the lights. The guy knelt on the ground, trembling. He hesitated but still had to do as Zal said. She turned on the room's light. There were a total of 6 people in the room, including him. Everyone was trembling with fear as they watched Zal. The man in red gritted his teeth. He was furious but didn't dare to speak. It's him. So many zombies charged over there. And he didn't die? I was even planning to wait for him to die before scavenging. Zal seemed to read his thoughts from his face. He looked at him with disdain. I've seen your kind of look many times before. I'm talking about you. Why must you pretend to be so crazy? He squatted in front of him, taunting. Let me teach you. In the apocalypse, never, ever look at others with resentment in your eyes. He didn't understand what was happening. A second later, Zal struck. He treated this guy no differently than a zombie, exuding an unpredictable aura. You will die? The others in the room witnessed this scene and huddled together, their faces pale with fright. Only the brown-haired female doctor showed no reaction. He glanced over. Just then, another small knife slipped out of the man's sleeve. It seems this person was very well prepared. If I hadn't dealt with him just now, I'm afraid I would have been the one who got dealt with. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Zal scratched his head and clarified with a dry laugh. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm a good person. The group thought sarcastically. If you're a good person, then we must be the greatest saints in the world. The greatest saints in the world. A strange atmosphere filled the room. He kept making excuses for his previous actions, pointing his finger. You all saw it. He provoked me first. I had no choice but to fight back. I'm an extremely reasonable person. As long as everyone gets along peacefully, nothing bad will happen. A thudding sound on the floor. The female doctor approached, looking a bit uncomfortable with many things to say. Who would have thought her first words would be to defend him? He got what he deserved. We all saw it. Although she was also scared, she still had to ask the remaining people in the room. Don't you all think so? Once they were called out, they immediately chickened out. Awkwardly scratching their heads, they answered in unison. We think so too. Only then did Lin Zal truly relax and smile with relief. That's good, then. He walked past the group, who immediately fell silent, standing at attention, as if holding their breath. He didn't care at all and just focused on his own matters. The fight in the table tennis room today was a bit subpar. If I'm in peak condition tomorrow morning, I can definitely do better. and complete the mission faster. Lin Zhao found a place to sit, yawned widely, and gave an order. You guys handle the body and clean up the blood. Hearing this, the group's faces turned pale with fear. They were sweating buckets, but still had to comply with his wishes. They paired up to properly dispose of the body. Some struggled to carry him away. Others wiped the scattered blood stains clean. Lin Zhao looked at the girl's figure, and a thought popped into his head. This doctor. Why do I feel like I've met her somewhere before? He inspected her information. Nickname, Zhong Yashua. Title, none for now. Level 0. She pouted, reluctantly cleaning up the blood. It was then that he finally realized. How stupid of me. Zhong Yashua. So it's her. In my past life, I met her in the late stages of the apocalypse. At that time, she already had the hidden class, Divine Healer. A short flashback to the past. When Lin Zhao was injured, he sought out Yashua for help. I know your hidden class is Divine Healer. Help me heal my wounds. They'll do anything you want. Yashua back then wore the exact same clothes as now. The only difference was that her hair was tied up high as she glanced lightly at him. Then she turned her head away coldly. This wound of yours is related to your soul. It's fundamentally unrecoverable. After that, I suffered several serious injuries and sought her out for treatment as well. Although the Divine Healer class was respected in the late stages of the apocalypse and didn't face much danger, to put it bluntly, she was just a tool. Her actual combat strength was insufficient. She could even die at the hands of others at any moment. Lin Zhao rested his chin on his hand, feeling nostalgic. Back then, she hadn't yet been ravaged by the apocalypse. The difference between her then and now is really huge. Fate is truly wondrous. In this life, just 2 days after the apocalypse descended, I was able to meet an acquaintance again. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes slightly, conflicted. Besides, they have a doctor now, as well as a nurse and a repairman. The lights suddenly flickered. A loud noise came from outside the door. The entire group in the room trembled in fear, their eyes fixed in one direction. They already had weapons ready in their hands. Cracks had already appeared all over the door. They became even more terrified. Their faces were drained of all color. Everyone stood motionless like statues. Only Lin Zhao remained seated calmly. He glanced at his watch. It was 8:30 p.m. He took out his items, looking at them thoughtfully. It was a pile of food with a diverse menu, complete with nutrients from meat to vegetables. And it was even steaming hot. Lin Zhao nonchalantly put the food in his mouth, ignoring the confused stares directed at him. The nurse's stomach rumbled with hunger. The young men watched and drooled. Yashua was in the same condition. She took a risk and asked proactively, "Where did you get this food from? I wonder if we could have a chance to get some?" Lin Zhao laughed inwardly, but his face showed no emotion. She took the bait. He offered a bowl of rice with a condition. "Want to eat? It's very simple. Just help me do one thing." The nurse behind her was so scared that her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She moved closer to Yashua. She was more resolute and asked Lin Zhao back, "Go ahead and say it." Her heart was also filled with conflicting thoughts. The worry was clear in her eyes. Could it be that he wants? "Since when were you standing right in front of me?" She held out a piece of paper with a smile. "This paper lists some of the medical supplies I need. You and that nurse will find them for me. Then, pack them all up for me." Yishue stared at him without blinking. Then she clarified his meaning. "You need us to help you find medical supplies?" Lin Zhao pretended to look away, feigning ignorance. What else would it be? Yishue was flustered inside. This person is so strange. But on the surface, she still had to take his paper and smile cheerfully. No problem at all. We'll help you find them right away." The nurse beside her also peeked over to look. Lin Zhao went back to the 2 technicians to give instructions. "These are the items I need. The 4 of you will work hard tonight to craft these things. I'm leaving at 6 tomorrow morning. Before I go, based on how much you've crafted, I will give you food." They accepted the offer. "Our toolkits are all here." Lin Zhao took out some valuable materials. "You can use all of these." After assigning the tasks, he left. He waved and gave instructions. "Since that's settled, you all can pull an all-nighter working. I'm going to sleep first. Remember to find me at 6 tomorrow morning to get food." He thought to himself, that place just now was too close to the ground. The zombies running back and forth would disturb my rest. Lin Zhao found a resting spot, and immediately activated a protective barrier around himself. It's better to be a little cautious. He carefully reviewed the treasures he had obtained and smiled with satisfaction. There's no shortage of items. Information appeared. 22 experience points away from level 6. 1 against 100. When the host needs to demonstrate their strength, please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Palace. No level restriction. Quest requirement, 45/100. Quest reward, a random draw for 1 normal guidance. 1 piece of bronze-grade equipment. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Lin Xiao's eyes were heavy by now. He yawned continuously. There are a total of 6 hours until morning. There's enough time. He lay down on the cozy bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The next morning arrived. After getting enough rest, Lin Xiao returned to the infusion room to check on the situation. Inside, the 4 people, from staying up too late, were both starving and gaunt, looking completely worn out. Lin Xiao smiled and walked over. Not bad. Very well done. Yi Shui and the nurse, with dark circles worse than a panda's, shook each other awake. He gave them food as promised. You don't need to fight. 1 card is enough to sustain you for a day. 1 card for each of you. The price is fair and reasonable. The group joyfully accepted. Thank you. The nurse took the card, held it to her chest, and stammered. Thank you. Yi Shui's expression brightened up. She smiled faintly. I thought he was going to kill us. And then take these things. I had already prepared an escape plan. I didn't expect him to actually keep his promise. She closed her eyes, feeling the love spreading around her. It seems he's not as cruel as I thought. Lin Xiao carried the medicine box, whistling as he walked. We just keep what we need. Yi Shui asked. Great lord. How do you use this card? He was so shocked he almost dropped the box in his hands. A newbie. He screamed internally as he remembered. I forgot that this doomsday game doesn't even have a tutorial. In my past life, it took me several days just to learn how to open the inventory space. Back then, I was even screaming and crying. I can't open it. Lin Xiao patiently explained it step by step. All right, look here. They'll take this opportunity to give Zhong Yi Shui a favor. Lin Xiao pointed to the smart screen to select food. Immediately, fried chicken and soda appeared on the table. Lin Xiao sat with his arms crossed arrogantly under the admiring gazes of everyone around. Zhong Yi Shui exclaimed with a bright smile. Many thanks, big boss. Everyone now held different note bars in their hands. A sumptuous feast was served. The group enjoyed it happily together. Lin Xiao, on the side, drank his soda and thought to himself, I should still give Yi Shui more guidance. She helped me so much in my past life. If I don't have a good relationship with her in this life, he'll lose an option in the future. Without further hesitation, he stood up. He cleared his throat and instructed. Around 12 noon. Leave this place immediately. Afterwards, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. He pulled open the curtains, letting the warm sunlight into the room. At that time, I've probably dealt with all the zombies in the sports palace. Lin Xiao turned towards the door, his face devoid of any emotion. Before gripping the doorknob, Lin Xiao frowned. He warned Jia Shui one last time. Remember, don't get the time wrong. Jia Shui looked scared. Her voice trembled and stuttered. There are zombies outside. It's dangerous. Lin Xiao smirked. He replied nonchalantly. You just need to worry about yourself. He left immediately after. He closed the door as carefully as possible. Lin Xiao's eyes scanned the corridor. Once he had identified a target, he quickly rushed forward to attack. Lin Xiao brandished his sword. He decisively stabbed the zombie in the middle of its neck, killing it. At the same time, he received a fishing rod. He used his other hand to support the corpse. He kept telling himself in his head, gently, gently. I absolutely must not alert the zombies outside. Seizing the right opportunity, Lin Xiao dealt with the ferocious monsters one by one. Fresh blood splattered around, giving off a disgusting, slimy smell. The corridor became much quieter as a result. Lin Xiao strode forward confidently. He focused on observing and listening. His hand was still gripping the sword tightly to protect himself. Lin Xiao pushed the door hard, creating a loud bang. But the scene inside made him jump in shock. Damn it! Do zombies move around without pants now? It turned out to be a restroom. The zombie was relieving itself when the loud noise from behind startled it. The 4 eyes just stared at each other. Why let such a delicious meal go to waste? The zombie bared its sharp teeth and lunged forward without even bothering to do the most basic thing, pull up its pants. The two wrinkled pant legs were a complete mess. As the zombie moved, its pant legs tightened. The zombie fell flat on its face in front of Linzile. If it were still conscious, it should probably consider buying a pair of wider pants. Linzile stood there like a god. The surrounding space also supported this image. It was extremely quiet. He waved his hand a few times. He muttered some nonsense. Can't we just fight normally? Did you have to rush out like that? I'm a very upright person, you know. The zombie was then sent on a one-way trip to hell. Linzile lifted one of its arms to inspect it. On the sink counter, there were a few scattered eyeballs. Linzile came to a conclusion. The survival rate for people in this sports palace is really low. Moreover, the people who could come to the sports palace mostly had very good physical constitutions. After turning into zombies, their attributes increased sharply. For ordinary players, this was a complete disaster. The sign on the adjacent room caught Linzile's attention. It was a women's restroom. He scratched his head. His expression was a bit awkward. There are zombies in here. There probably aren't any living people, right? Linzile clenched his fists. His cheeks flushed, and his eyes were shut tight. He encouraged himself. It's just a women's restroom. What's the big deal? It's the apocalypse. For the mission, I don't need to worry about these details. He slowly pushed the door open slightly. There was really nothing inside. Linzile checked the area and noticed that the stall at the end of the room was closed. Faint moaning sounds were coming from inside. He thought excitedly, judging by the sound. It's two zombies. Linzile slashed a vertical line down the wooden panel. The door swung open, revealing a scene of two zombies intimately embracing each other. Linzile's jaw dropped in shock. Holy shit. Playing so provocatively, huh? The two zombies, having been disturbed, became agitated. They charged at Linzile together. Unfortunately, there was a can right under their feet. The female zombie slipped and fell. It pulled its ally behind it down as well. Then, by some miracle, both of them lunged straight towards the blade of Linzile's sword. While he was still confused and hadn't processed what was happening, the system sent a notification. Congratulations to player Nisei for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. Obtained 4 experience points. 5 gold coins. Linzile reached into his pocket, fumbling for something. Linzile pulled out his phone and snapped pictures furiously, and leisurely commented, As expected, zombies are all transformed from humans, except for the brain. The rest isn't that different from humans. For example, these miscellaneous hobbies. He zoomed in on the photo and realized, that's not right. Shanghai, Sports Palace, 2 zombies. The height of the male zombie. The height of the female zombie. A train of thought flashed through his mind. Linzile exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the famous zombie couple? He recalled. According to his experience from his previous life, the zombie couple was first discovered at the Shanghai Sports Palace. They were inseparable, like shadow and form. They had extremely good synergy. Their strength made them the king among zombies. If the zombie couple joined forces, they could trade blows with a war god or a zombie king. Linzile's mouth twitched as he sighed. Unexpectedly, the two of them ended up so miserably in this life. Killed by me on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The box opened to reveal something called a fusion stone. According to the system's information, it was bronze grade. A single-use item. It can be used to fuse 2 bronze grade items of the same type, creating a new piece of equipment. Furthermore, there's a high chance it will upgrade the equipment's grade, reaching silver grade. After hearing this, Linzile smiled with great satisfaction. He turned to leave the women's restroom. After taking just a few steps, a strange sound made him halt in his tracks. Linzile pointed his sword forward and carefully approached the glowing toilet stall. He calmly peeked inside. The sparkling box made Linzile unable to contain his excitement. My God, I've hit the jackpot today. To actually find a wild bronze treasure chest. Detected that player Nisei has discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reward, reputation plus 10. Does player Nisei wish to open the bronze treasure chest? It will take 30 minutes. Linzile didn't hesitate. He immediately gave the signal. The system began the countdown. 25, 20, 19, 18, 4. The smart card slowly floated up. Linzile grabbed it. His heart pounded with anticipation. I hope this fruit increases strength or agility. Bronze grade constitution fruit. Single-use item. Also known as the divine fruit. Attribute, after eating, permanently increases constitution by 2. A rare type of item. One of the few items that can permanently increase attributes. After a level 6 player Nisei eats the constitution attribute fruit, it can increase the stat by 2 points at most. For players of other levels, the constitution fruit's attribute increase is unknown. If a party of 2 uses the fruit, the attribute increase is 1 point for each person. Lin Zhao smiled brightly. Although it's a constitution fruit, a permanent 2-point increase is not bad at all. He quickly washed the treasure under the faucet. Then, he brought it to his mouth and took a large bite. The delicious flavor spreading in his throat made Lin Zhao feel refreshed and pleased. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Lin Zhao shouted with joy. So delicious. A delicacy, a true delicacy. There's so much good food in this apocalypse. At the same time, another notification appeared. Player Nisei has used the constitution fruit. Attributes permanently increased by 2 points. Player Nisei's attribute panel. Basic. Strength, 18. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 14. Agility, 18. Not only that, he also received a thick and heavy carpet. Lin Zhao walked and whistled, seemingly very happy. The surprises this sports palace has given me are truly too many. I'm looking forward to the zombies ahead even more. Outside the main hall, the number of zombies was many times greater. They immediately noticed Lin Zhao standing in the distance. As the zombies swarmed over in increasing numbers, Lin Zhao waved his hand and summoned the carpet he had just received. The monster's footsteps, upon touching the carpet, became much lighter than before. Lin Zhao grinned with delight. This way, I won't alert the zombies elsewhere. He swung his sword, slashing without mercy, and the system notifications kept popping up. Congratulations to player Yaxi for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. Gained 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 6. Gained 1 free attribute point. Player Yaxi is 200 experience points away from the next level up. Congratulations to player Yaxi for obtaining a supply card and superb radiant bronze grade equipment. At the same time, Zhao lowered his sword. He lightly touched the system screen. Congratulations to player Yaxi for unlocking new bronze grade equipment. Player Yaxi's strength attribute has increased by 1 point, now at 19. 1 against 100. Showcase your immense strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Palace. No level restriction. Mission completion progress. 62 out of 100. Zhao reached out to take the treasure chest floating in front of him. Lionheart bracers, bronze grade equipment. Enhanced with a lion's power. Has a suppressive effect on others. Strength +1. Constitution +1. Attacks have a 10% chance to apply a suppression effect on the opponent for 1 minute. Suppression effect. Reduces body coordination ability. If a skill is being channeled, this status will directly interrupt the skill. Zhao looked at his own image on the information panel. The head slot can only be equipped with a helmet and a mask. Equipping both will only activate the effect of one. The next slot can only be equipped with jewelry. The upper body can be equipped with chest armor and a coat. The lower body can be equipped with pants. The feet can be equipped with shoes. The arms can be equipped with arm guards, gloves, and bracelets. For each equipment type, only one item's effect can be active. Some rare cosmetic equipment will not increase attributes. Each piece of equipment has different effects. Players can choose what to equip based on their needs. Current strength attribute is 18, +2. Zhao walked to another dilapidated hallway. In his hand was a refreshing drink. Zhao scanned his surroundings. The long hallway was littered with corpses. Zhao thought tensely. A normal zombie doesn't have this ability. At most, they only know how to bite humans and turn humans into their own kind. He deduced that, unless they are in a particularly frenzied state, they would choose to eat humans and suck their brains. Only 2 types of creatures could create a scene like this. One is a boss among the zombies. A boss, compared to normal zombies, has far greater strength. They are more inclined to treat humans as food. Even in situations where there are no humans, they will eat their own kind to satisfy their hunger. Zhao considered. The second is a zombified animal. The probability is quite small. The stronger the animal, the easier it is to zombify the weaker and smaller ones. For example, 1 in a million, or even 10 million. Only 1 in a billion successfully zombifies. Zombified animals hold a special regard for humans. They love eating human brains the most, but they won't pass up zombies either. Something caught his eye, making Lin Xiao's face turn pale. He was shocked to realize. Is this a zombie cat? Zhao looked at the marks left on the hallway ceiling. The most troublesome for me is a zombie cat. Zombie cats have keen hearing and sensory abilities. It definitely knows him here. His footsteps became more cautious. Lin Xiao used his scouting ability. Now, let's see if the zombie cat plans to ambush me or attack head-on. Where is it? I must sense its position first to seize the initiative. And it seems. I found it. Xiao's eyes widened in a glare. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he quickly dodged the zombie cat's deadly blow. Xiao leaped backward, maintaining a safe distance, while simultaneously using his strength to fling the cat away. It's called the hunting claw, or zombie cat. Mid-tier bronze, rank 9. Basic attributes: strength 21, spirit 10, constitution 9, agility 20. After-image counterattack. Instantly increases speed by 30%. Rushing towards the enemy to deal 120% of strength attribute damage while in the afterimage state. Damage taken is reduced by 50%. Lin Xiao pondered. Animal zombies with prefixes represent the boss tier. It doesn't stop there. Talent, sharp claws. After injuring an enemy, the wound will be in a torn state. Healing speed is reduced by 40%, and the wound's bleeding speed is increased by 40%. Cat's gaze can pull enemies into a terrifying illusion created by its eyes. This inflicts the fear status effect, causing all of the opponent's attributes to decrease by 20%. The effect will also continue to affect the opponent's combat state. Lin Xiao was a little excited. This creature was born with a very high level. In terms of strength and agility, it surpassed him, as expected of an early game boss in the Apocalypse game. Reduced healing speed. Increased bleeding speed. This attribute means that as long as the opponent takes damage once, that body part will basically be difficult to heal during this battle. He rubbed his chin, smiled lightly. A plan formed in Lin Xiao's mind. I just need to use my terrifying combat experience to kill you. Zombie cat. The information panel suddenly appeared. Detected that player Xie has encountered a bronze tier boss. The zombie cat. Activating quest. Kill the zombie cat. The zombie cat's repayment of kindness with enmity. A stray cat with a special talent was always a frequent visitor on the 3rd floor of the sports palace. Cat lovers would bring it food every day. But after the apocalypse descended, the cat was infected with the zombie virus. It immediately went on a killing spree. Its sharp claws swept across the bodies of the humans who once helped it, causing them to die in agony. Quest requirement: kill the zombie cat. Rewards: 100 reputation points, 200,000 RMB, 100 experience points, and a bronze tier item. Time limit: 8 hours. Penalty: lose 1 level. All attributes permanently reduced by 1. Additional note: abandoning the quest is equivalent to quest failure. Lin Xiao showed a confused expression. The guidance system has detected that the host has triggered the quest the zombie cat's repayment of kindness with enmity. Optimizing quest-related parameters. After the number reaches 100%, Lin Xiao read intently. Repayment of kindness with enmity. Quest requirement: kill the zombie cat. Rewards: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. Bronze tier item. Optimized rewards. Time limit: 24 hours. No penalty. Abandoning or failing the quest will incur no penalty whatsoever. Lin Xiao held his head, as if in despair. Oh my god. Is this the apocalypse game that I know? Is this still the quest system that screwed me over countless times? He subconsciously recalled his previous life. Every quest he experienced had a very high difficulty, regardless of whether he failed or refused. The game's punishments were extremely severe, for ordinary people with only a 1% drop rate. Although the rewards looked decent, a level 9 bronze tier boss in the early days of the apocalypse was impossible to defeat without a team of several dozen people. Even the team rewards after completion were only 50 gold coins. Lin Zhao's lips trembled. Might as well be nothing. Looking at the lines of text appearing before him, he evaluated it. A meager quest has now turned into a generous reward. A juicy bait with no penalty whatsoever. Without a second thought, Lin Zhao quickly pressed the Accept Quest button. System notification. Player Nicea has successfully accepted the quest The Zombie Cat's Repayment of Kindness with Enmity. Please complete it within 24 hours. The zombie cat was slowly licking its small paw. It lay down. It even wagged its tail, as if to provoke Lin Zhao. He pondered. According to my experience, when challenging a game boss like this, the player is bound to lose if they rush in. You have to force the boss to make the first move. The cat's crimson eyes widened when it saw Lin Zhao not attacking, but sitting down instead. He leisurely took out his phone to look at it. He even burst out laughing joyfully, angering the cat. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. Its hind legs tensed, and it leaped. Just as planned, the zombie cat initiated the challenge against Lin Zhao. Surprisingly, a hoarse, grating voice came from the zombie cat's mouth. Curse you, Lin Zhao, die? Human. Lin Zhao gritted his teeth. He leaned back to dodge the attack. He immediately summoned his weapon. The cat landed. Its eyes were still fixed on Lin Zhao. It rushed forward a second time, along with an otherworldly scream that echoed throughout the cold corridor. Zhao was highly focused. He used the hilt of his sword to strike the lynx hard. The zombie cat let out a hoarse growl. It spun its body 180 degrees. At the same time, it loudly cursed the cunning human. You didn't expect that I knew before you even said it, did you? Zhao saw that the right opportunity had come. He immediately took a stance. He decisively slashed out. The sharp blade flashed and cut off 3 of the lynx's claws. The cat fell down because of it. It tensed up. Its mouth continuously whimpered. Human, you injured me. Truly unforgivable. Zhao looked arrogantly at the zombie cat. Your claws are gone. Come and fight me now. The cat's fury reached its peak. It looked up to the sky and used the zombie cat's skill. Bewildering cat's gaze. The lynx's 2 pupils were like moving blobs of blood, engulfed by a thick black smoke. Zhao realized the situation was serious. I've been pulled into an illusion. Before him now was a giant figure. From its eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth dangled rotting human arms. Behind Zhao were countless screaming souls who had died unjustly. He calmly asked a question. After 10 years, just a zombie instance. Thinks it can scare me? You're truly not worthy. The lynx heard this. It was stunned. Its entire body stiffened. Its spiritual energy dropped significantly as a result. The giant figure from before shattered and broke into pieces. The cat was helpless. It could only look at Zhao with hateful eyes. With its limping legs, it tried to escape. Zhao raised his sword high. He used Whirling Strike. The blade swept in a straight line, aiming towards the escaping zombie cat. The lynx died afterwards. The ding from the system rang out ceaselessly. Congratulations to player Nicea for completing the zombie cat's Repay Kindness with Malice quest. Successfully killed the bronze rank boss, the sharp-clawed zombie. Gained 50 experience points, 100 gold coins. Leveled up to level 7. Gained 1 free attribute point, 400 experience points until the next level up. Became the first person in the Apocalypse game to kill a bronze rank boss. Gained the unique global title, Bronze Vanguard. Now proceeding with a server-wide announcement. A blue-haired young man was leaning against the bathroom door. With an annoyed expression. Dentist? It's Nicea again. Who is this guy? Why are all the world announcements about him? Another orange-haired girl looked extremely excited. Big brother Nicea is so cool. When will he ride the 5-colored clouds to come and marry this princess? A bald man had just killed 2 zombies. Seeing this, he became annoyed. Oh, such a show-off. I despise this announcement. In the quiet night, a figure was sitting by a large window. In his hand, he swirled a glass of red wine. His tone was filled with emotion. This name, filled with the mythological colors of the Dragon Country, is surely one of our Dragon Country's people. A luxurious apartment lay quietly in an area quite far from the city center. The red-haired man casually took a sip of wine. He then spoke up. Such a strong person. If he is willing to join us, our strength will increase greatly. The subordinate understood. He immediately replied obediently. Master, right here. Zal smiled in satisfaction upon receiving the notification. Server-wide, player Nicea has defeated the zombie cat boss. And he rubbed his chin and said nonchalantly, the shockwave from this was a bit big. It seems I'll have to be careful to hide my handsome face in the future. Zal clicked on the selection bar. He took out a small chair from his inventory. Zal sat down, feeling a bit tired. The zombie cat's attributes were higher than mine, although it took a lot of spiritual power and mental energy to defeat it this time. Clearing a bronze rank boss without injury can be considered a breakthrough. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. If I encounter a higher level zombie cat boss next time, 2 information panels suddenly appeared, which surprised Zal. Congratulations to player Yaisei for receiving the global announcement, Bronze Wound. The rewards this time are 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and storage space increased by 1 cubic meter. Zal clicked on the game's control panel. Inside was information about the rewards he had obtained. Reputation, 2,000 points. Gold coins, 5,000. Free attribute points, 4. Storage space. Backpack expanded to 2.4 cubic meters. Congratulations to player Yaisei for leveling up to level 7. Obtain the Bronze Wound achievement. Stamina potion. Single-use item. After use, it can instantly restore 20% of stamina at once. After that, it restores 5% stamina every minute, lasting for 5 minutes. It has a 30-minute cooldown period. Bronze Wound. A most precious title. Only the first person to kill a bronze-level boss in the Apocalypse game can obtain it. All attributes +2. Against bronze-level bosses and below, or common entities, it can weaken their basic attributes by 5%. Zal chose to switch and praised, this skill is too awesome. Greetings, esteemed player Yaisei. Do you wish to replace the First Blood title with the Bronze Wound title? Zal firmly chose to swap. An immediate notification arrived. Congratulations to player Yaisei for successfully equipping the Bronze Wound title. The effects will be active in a moment. The player's basic attributes have changed. Strength, 23. Spirit, 19. Constitution, 16. Agility, 21. Zal massaged his shoulders. With these attributes, even if the zombie cat came back to life, I could still beat it up. I wonder how high my attributes will be after the class transfer. Half an hour later, Zal walked over to the dead zombie cat. A rather large treasure chest had appeared there. He opened it. Obtained the zombie cat's horn. After blowing the horn, you can summon a zombie cat. The player can command the zombie cat to fight for 30 minutes. The cooldown time is 48 hours. The zombie cat will inherit the player's basic attributes. Experience and gold coins will all belong to the player, but kills made by the zombie cat will not drop any items. Zal shouted excitedly. A summoning type item, and a growth type at that. I've struck it rich. This means I've basically gotten a permanent assistant for free. He forcefully picked up the creature's corpse to examine it. The zombie cat's claws. I remember they can be crafted into armor, food, or non-attribute weapons. You really are a treasure from head to toe. Afterwards, Zal tossed the cat's corpse straight into his inventory. Once done, he left leisurely, standing before a locked door. Zal thought, I remember the silver treasure chest is in this warehouse. A creaking sound echoed. The scene inside was horrific. Human eyes and skulls were scattered everywhere. The stench of blood was so strong. It would make anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Zal was completely astonished. He realized, this cat's taste is truly unusual. Zal drew his sword, sighing inwardly. Anyone who saw this would have their hair stand on end. Huh? Good thing it's the apocalypse. If a cat collected this many eyes, it would definitely shock the whole world. He rummaged around the room. What if the zombie cat hid some treasure inside? It would be a waste not to take it. While he was looking around, suddenly, a cat teaser wand caught Zal's eye. He imagined himself turning into a small kitten, happily playing with that wand. Realizing he currently looked like an idiot, Zal cleared his throat a few times to cover his embarrassment. Only the cat teaser wand is somewhat new. Everything else is junk. I had some expectations for you for nothing. He touched a large cloth, then sighed. Forget it. Might as well see it through, since I've already searched this far. This is the last thing left. We'll just take a look. As the white cloth was pulled away, The sparkling light that burst from the chest startled Zyle. This works too. System detected that player Yaisei has discovered a silver treasure chest. Reward: reputation plus 20 points. Does player Yaisei wish to open the silver treasure chest? It will take 60 minutes. Lin Zyle immediately signaled to open it. Player Yaisei is opening the silver treasure chest. Please wait patiently. The countdown begins. After a long, drawn-out period of time, he finally heard the notification sound. Player Yaisei has successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Player Yaisei searched within the silver treasure chest. Successfully obtained 360 gold coins. Received an enhancement. Storage space expanded by 0.4 cubic meters. Gained 50 experience points. From the chest emerged a treasure named White Feather Flying Cloak. Lin Zyle exclaimed in astonishment, "My God!" A single silver chest yielded both a piece of equipment and a skill book. This is a huge profit. The information states, Enhanced Double Slash. Warrior type skill. Can instantly unleash 2 attacks. The power of each slash is 70% of base attributes. If both slashes hit a single enemy, it can create an explosion, dealing damage equal to 70% of your own strength attribute. Lin Zyle smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. It's the warrior skill I need. But this type of skill is very difficult to execute. If it were an average player, they couldn't possibly land 2 consecutive slashes, nor could they trigger the subsequent explosion. But I'm confident that in my hands, this double strike will not fail. The system has detected the special skill, Double Slash. Does player Yaisei wish to learn the skill Double Slash? Lin Zyle accepted immediately. A ding sound was heard. Congratulations to player Yaisei for successfully learning the special skill, Double Slash. On the smart screen, there were a total of 5 small equipment slots. Lin Zyle lightly touched the White Feather Flying Cloak. It is a silver-grade piece of equipment, woven from the feathers of various rare birds. There is also a special inscription on the back of the cloak, allowing the equipment to perform short-distance flight. Attributes: Constitution plus 2, Agility plus 2. Additional skill: short-term air stall. While jumping or falling, can execute a short-term air stall effect. Cooldown time: 20 minutes. Lin Zyle was astonished. Heavens! The cloak comes with a skill. Player Yaisei's basic attribute panel. Strength: 23. Spirit: 19. Constitution increased to 18. Agility: 23. Lin Zyle swung the hem of his cloak. After the fight with the zombie cat, this time he had truly made a fortune. He added, I was originally just thinking of sending Li Haobo off tonight. It seems that goal is a bit too small now. Lin Zyle glanced behind him. He suddenly asked aloud, how about I send your whole family off instead? Lin Zyle slowly walked down the stairs. He thought to himself, now, only the final mission remains. To complete the 1 versus 100 mission assigned by the system. Ahead, a male zombie was shuffling along. Lin Zyle grinned. He knocked on the door with his hand. Knock, knock. The resounding noise attracted all the zombies inside the room. Feathers drifted down from Lin Zyle's cloak. He braced himself. He shouted excitedly, this time, I want to be the one to attack. The cloak fluttered in the wind. Just like that, Lin Zyle charged forward without a hint of fear. The zombies had been starved for a long time. Seeing delicious prey, they became extremely ferocious. Lin Zyle summoned the holy sword. He leaped high into the air before the zombies' craving gazes. He gripped the wooden hilt with both hands and began to channel his power downward. The first strike pierced through the zombie's head. Lin Zyle retracted his attack. Withdrawing the blade caused blood to spray from the monster's body. Moving to a safer position, Lin Zyle, using the magic from the cloak. His whole body hovered in the air like a bird. The second target was gradually approaching. Lin Zyle said slowly, help me test the effect of this special double slash. You're a pretty suitable test subject. He pointed the sword forward, then quickly swung it in a 90-degree arc to gather force. The pressure from the blade erupted powerfully. Even Lin Zyle himself was surprised. Heavens! Is special double slash really this incredible? The old zombie died. A blinding blue light burst from the wound on its neck. At the same time, a great flame erupted, creating a terrifying explosion. Lin Zyle's eyes widened. The sudden event caught him off guard. and the result was being thrown back, flung far away with a piercing scream. Ah! Zal pushed the sword forward. The tension on his face was clearly visible. Both hands raised high. Zal forcefully plunged the sword into the ground. At the same time, he braced his feet to prevent his body from falling into a dangerous situation. The force of the wind gradually subsided. He let out a sigh of relief. A zombie with high stats, 30% higher than other zombies. But it couldn't withstand the damage from the explosion and was already down. The thick smoke gradually dissipated. Zal looked at what was left and came to a conclusion. The speed of this slash is similar to when using Whirlwind Strike. The effect is more than just a little better than Whirlwind Strike. And finally, he said, the experiment is over. The loud noise from the explosion attracted more zombies here. Zal smiled cruelly. Next, I have to get serious now. A 15-minute battle, and notification sounds rang out continuously. Congratulations to player Nisei for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. Obtain 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Nisei for successfully killing a level 3 zombie. Obtained 3 experience points. 5 gold co. Ding. Host has successfully killed 100 zombies at the Shanghai Sports Palace. Completed the 1 against 100 mission. Reward: 1 random normal grade instruction draw and 1 bronze grade equipment. Does the host wish to claim the mission rewards now? Zal sat silently amidst the corpses. He didn't rush to answer, instead retrieving his sword. Looking at the desolate scene before him, Zal was startled and asked himself, it ended this quickly? He pulled out the cards from inside the wooden box, counting them over and over. The result really disappointed Zal. Could it be that I got too many good drops earlier and used up all my luck for today? Why are they all material cards? He stretched his muscles to relieve the fatigue. Then he said wearily, if they're all material cards, there's no hurry. He'll rest a bit, then pick them up. Zal sat on a chair, staring intently at the offer the system sent earlier. He pondered for a moment. Then he decided, I'll draw for the equipment first. Get the equipment first. Then save my luck for the instruction draw. Leave the important thing, the good stuff, for last. This order is the only way to get a good result. Zal pressed the draw button. The system announced, drawing for bronze grade equipment. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the bronze grade equipment, blood-sucking ring. An evil ring that can drain the opponent's stamina in battle. Attribute, strength +1. Constitution +1. Ability, 5% of the damage dealt to an enemy can be converted into stamina and transferred to oneself through the weapon. Lin Zhao was overjoyed. Damage absorption? Converted into my own stamina? There's actually such a rare attribute. He carefully placed the ring into his inventory. Zhao's eyebrows knitted together. He worried at the thought that, with such powerful equipment, what if the instruction I draw isn't good? A note appeared as soon as Zhao finished his thought. Every common grade instruction is fundamentally practical and effective. It can provide great help to the host. Although still a bit hesitant, Zhao decisively gave the command, draw the instruction for me. He put all his hopes on this gamble. Drawing common grade instruction. Complete. Zhao stared, his jaw dropped. On the smart screen, it was written, congratulations to the host for drawing the common grade instruction. Auto loot level 1. Can loot items dropped only when the host kills zombies. Places them into the storage space. Range is a 0.5 meter radius around the host. If the remaining space in the storage is small, not enough room, looting cannot continue. After hearing this, Zal said in a low voice, so from now on. His eyes lit up. A happy expression appeared as he thought of the prospect. Can I enjoy a 100% item drop rate from killing zombies on one hand, while continuously collecting items on the other? Zal jumped down excitedly. He clenched his hand into a fist. A wide grin spread across his face in delight. I used to worry that the drop rate was too high, which would cause trouble. Now there are no more troubles. But then he curiously asked, however, system, is this level 1 the rank for a common guidance? A familiar voice rang out in response. Level 1 represents the rank of the auto-loot guidance. If the host has a chance to draw a guidance later, and draws auto-loot again, it will then be upgraded. After upgrading, auto-loot's range will increase. It might even have other secondary effects. The guidance system's missions are randomly triggered based on the host's circumstances and state. No audio. The host cannot specify the circumstances or events that occur. Zhao looked forward to it. The first time was already this amazing. I wonder what skills the other guidances have. What type of guidance will I draw next time? Glancing at the corpses of the zombies scattered everywhere, Zhao slowly walked around, enjoying the feeling that the rewards brought. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supply card, a pack of barbecue seasoning, a radio with 50% battery, a bronze-grade tool, Scout's Eye, and a delicious guinea pig feast. The system detects that the host has looted many types of items. Auto-loot has been optimized. From now on, only notifications for obtaining equipment and tools will be announced. Supply cards will be automatically sorted into categories within the host's inventory space. Zhao exclaimed excitedly. Not a bad experience. He opened his inventory with a wave of his hand. Inside, there was plenty of food, drinks, and tools, scrap and other special items. They were all arranged very neatly. Zhao exclaimed, not bad. This categorization is very detailed, very thoughtful. He suddenly remembered. Before, when fighting the zombie cat, there were also prompts for looting. It wasted a lot of time. I wonder what time it is now. He looked at the hands of the watch on his wrist. Time passed so quickly. Zhao rushed off. There's no time to eat. I have to get to the Li family manor first. He leaped out of the large window frame and vanished. Meanwhile, in a large villa complex, Haobo was happily fooling around with two beautiful girls in the living room. He suddenly put on a serious face. His eyes turned sharp. The grandfather clock showed that it was currently 10 past 12. Seeing the confused and bewildered expressions of the two girls, Li Haobo didn't say a word and abruptly sat up. He viciously slapped one of the girls, sending her tumbling backward. Li Haobo roared. His tone was furious. Why aren't they back yet? Are they all just a waste of food? Does it take a whole day just to find two people? Zhao Kaiguang approached. He politely called out, young master. The hunting mercenary group only arrived at Shanghai University at 7 a.m. There are many zombies inside Shanghai University. The situation is complicated. The search will naturally be a bit difficult. After hearing this, Haobo gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Zombies again. I'm sick and tired of these damn zombies. He roared resentfully. What kind of damned game setting is this? I was clearly the one who killed the zombie. Why didn't I get any experience? Li Haobo recalled. I thought leveling up in this damn game could make up for my weak body. I even had the bodyguards beat the zombie half to death so I could land the final blow. Why did I only get a tiny bit of experience points for that? Just then, the large door swung open, and a tall figure appeared. Haobo angrily asked, Uncle Rong, you're back? Did you find that bitch and that orphan? Rong Zhan slammed a large bag onto the ground. He coldly announced, young master. The woman has been found, but the man is nowhere to be seen. Hearing this, Haobo couldn't hold back anymore. He roared furiously. You found her? Where is she? Tell her to get her ass over here to see me. How dare she sneak away? Rong Zhan pointed at the bag and said, she's been killed. She's in here. Li Haobo's face turned pale. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? Rong Zhan explained calmly. According to the clues the young master provided, we found Yao Jinghan's roommate, and finally found Yao Jinghan in the school's warehouse. He knelt down and started to unlock it. A hissing sound echoed in the cold space. The stiff corpse, along with the splotchy red stains soaking its collar. Rong Zhan then recounted. After she was killed, she was stuffed into a large barrel. We also found a set of blood-stained men's clothing inside. Haobo was stunned. He looked as if he had fallen into a state of extreme panic. Rong Zhan continued. Before this girl died, she was brutally tortured. The injuries were all on parts of the body with extremely painful nerve endings. The metallic smell of blood made Haobo cover his mouth and gag a few times. Meanwhile, Rong Zhan continued his analysis. The culprit seems to be extremely knowledgeable about the Dragon Country's acupoint culture. Every strike of his was very precise, using a very special type of concussive weapon. At specific locations, he shattered the surrounding muscle tissue. He knelt on one knee, his hand lightly touching the bag. A method of torture this extreme. Even the world's #1 assassin from the underworld couldn't do it. Rong Zhan frowned, speculating. The person who killed Yao Jinghan must be her enemy. That culprit could be a threat to you, young master. Halbo wiped his mouth. He said, "She's just an ordinary campus belle. If it weren't for her and that piece of trash." As he said this, his eyes widened in realization. He stammered, "Trash. Lin Zile. It couldn't be." Li Halbo spread his arms wide, trying to explain. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Humph. An orphan with no father or mother. How could he have the kind of strength you're talking about?" Halbo leaned forward. "Besides, I haven't even sent him the big surprise I prepared. There's no way he could know Yao Jinghan betrayed him." Rongzhan, somewhat surprised, pressed the young master. "The Lin Zile you mentioned, is he Lin Jian's son?" Halbo didn't deny the assertion at all. "That's him." Rongzhan closed his eyes. "The young master is right. But we can't rule out that he has an accomplice. Something the world's #1 assassin couldn't do. His accomplice managed to do. This enemy is extremely terrifying." The man showed clear worry. "Moreover, facing such a top-tier assassin, the 100+ men I brought might not be enough. We'll need more security personnel." This shocked Li Halbo. "What? Uncle Rong, you guys aren't enough? You're a top 10 expert on the inter-server rankings. Not to mention you brought the entire mercenary corps." He placed a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and urged, "Then quickly go to the back mountain and find more bodyguards for me. Even if they haven't finished their final training, it's fine. I don't want to die. I absolutely cannot die. I definitely will not die." Rongzhan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, young master. With me here, I will protect you even at the cost of my life." His loyalty was evident even in his thoughts. As long as he could protect the young master well, he wouldn't mind losing his own life. The evening glow appeared in the vast sky. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Yache for successfully killing a level 3 zombie. Gained 3 experience points. Southern Gold. Congratulations player, you have leveled up to level 8. Gained 1 free attribute point. Zhao was delighted. Leveled up this quickly? I thought I wouldn't reach level 8 until the evening of the 4th day. Now it's half a day earlier. He pondered. But this is good too. Leveling up quickly means I don't need to run dungeons anymore. Tonight's dinner is a nutrition bar. Zhao looked towards the villa district. Li Halbo, I'm coming for you. The corner of his mouth curled into a cunning smile. Are you ready to settle your debt with me? The vast manor. It seemed its owner had spent quite a bit of money on this place. The dispatched soldiers were divided into small groups and 2 vertical lines. In their hands were rifles, always ready for combat. Zhao hid behind a large tree branch, safe enough not to be easily discovered. He waited for that group of soldiers to move further away. Before landing on the ground, Zhao searched for something around the dense bushes. There was a secret button, concealed by being painted the same color as the grass and trees. A staircase was revealed, leading down into a deep abyss. Zhao smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, I remembered correctly. It really is here. Before going down into the cellar, Zhao turned back and pressed the secret button again. The garden was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Zhao muttered, Li Halbo, they'll leave you a way out. At the moment you're most hopeful, they'll wipe you out in one fell swoop. His face darkened with a wicked expression. This tactic is a surefire trap, one of the famous military strategies of the Dragon Country. With so many idiots by your side, I wonder if you can beat me this time. Zhao followed the path, gradually advancing deep into the critical area. The guards here are a bit denser. There's a symbol on the backs of their shirts. Zhao recognized it at a glance. Annihilation Mercenary Group. The mercenary group that Li Halbo trusts the most. An old enemy from my past life. The prey is already in the palm of my hand. I really know you guys too well. Zhao paused for a moment. However, the Li family's layout. I didn't observe it meticulously in my past life. He focused on observing the large door, where 2 soldiers were standing guard. The path here. The layout seems to have no problems. In reality, the loophole is not small. It's just that from afar, the call Mr. Rong suddenly rang out, surprising Zhao. Is that Rongzhan? He looked at the man's back. It really is him. Rongzhan, one of the war gods of the Dragon Country. The Annihilation War God. Before the apocalypse, he was the leader of the Annihilation Mercenary Group. He often fought in the war-torn zones under the Li family's control, skilled in various forms of close-quarters combat and commanding squads to hunt down targets. Zhao recalled, after the apocalypse game started in my previous life, because of Li Halbo, He started hunting me. After his subordinates failed to assassinate me multiple times, he chose to act himself. Zhao was cornered, unable to escape. Rongzhan gleefully raised his gun. He pushed me into desperate situations many times. You could say he was my greatest enemy. But Zhao used the invisibility card. Just like that, he escaped the perilous situation. I am Rongzhan's greatest shame. Leaving Rongzhan standing alone with indescribable hatred. I heard it's because I escaped from right under his nose many times, shattering his annihilation legend. That's how I got the title of his greatest shame. Zhao laughed. We're truly sworn enemies. The strange killing intent made Rongzhan notice immediately. He quickly scanned the surroundings, while Lin Zhao was startled. Luckily, I reacted quickly. As Zhao was deep in thought, he suddenly remembered something. Zhao quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This time, in this showdown, Rongzhan will die without a doubt. As long as he's dead, I will have cut off an important arm of the Li family. The chances of winning will be much higher. Not wanting to hesitate for another second, he took out the invisibility mask and put it on. Just as Rongzhan came closer to check, Zhao's figure was nowhere to be seen. The subordinate approached with a polite call. Mr. Rong, the young master comes here once every 10 days. He replied flatly with an okay. Zhao watched their backs, telling himself, I absolutely will not miss such a good opportunity. He changed direction, running in the opposite direction. From his combat experience and skills, Rongzhan couldn't help but have doubts. There's nothing here? I clearly felt someone was there just now. Could it be that I was just being overly cautious? He reminded them in a loud voice. Strengthen the patrols and defenses of the manor. Then he thought to himself, I don't care who you are, as long as you dare to sneak in and dare to harm the Li family. I will absolutely not let you leave this place alive. The subordinate obediently replied, Yes, sir. Time flew by, and it was exactly 12 o'clock at night. Halbo yawned widely. He weakly asked, Brother Rome, can I go to sleep? It's 12 o'clock. The zombies outside are so active. How could anyone possibly come to kill me? He replied leisurely, Young master, it's still better to be careful. My gut tells me we're definitely being targeted. Halbo angrily smashed the watch on the ground, shattering it. He roared and cursed. I'm bored to death. Because of some trash who doesn't even dare to show his face. This young master has to stay up late here. Zhao Kaiguang smiled kindly. Young master, if you feel bored, you can find some fun. After hearing this, Halbo clapped his hands in agreement. He smirked and replied, That's right. I can find some fun. He said excitedly, That's it. Uncle Rome, didn't you guys catch a zombie during the day? The man quickly explained, Young master, I wanted to bring it back for research. To quickly develop anti-zombie weapons for you. Li Halbo slyly suggested. There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me play with this one first. Rongzhan showed clear concern. If the young master wants to play, you certainly can. But I'm afraid if the zombie goes berserk, it might injure you. But in his heart, he had a different plan. Using the zombie to calm the young master down was not a bad choice. Halbo excitedly reassured him. Don't worry. My way of playing absolutely won't get me hurt. Besides, even if the zombie goes crazy, I'm not afraid. There are still many people in this manor. Rongzhan ordered, Go. Bring the zombie we caught this afternoon here for the young master. The subordinate hurriedly complied. Yes, Mr. Rome. The zombie had a large, muscular body. It was restrained with iron chains and a muzzle. It struggled violently, mumbling some unintelligible sounds from its mouth. Halbo looked exceptionally evil. At the same time, he issued an instruction. You guys, move my large iron cage here. Inside, a total of 6 girls were imprisoned. They all had sad expressions on their faces, mixed with exhaustion from prolonged hunger. Halbo laughed maliciously. He pulled out a large golden bell from somewhere. When the sound rang out, all 6 girls were startled awake. They suddenly went insane, rushing towards the iron bars. Their hands flailed around madly. Li Halbo leaned back on the sofa and carelessly tossed the bell aside. He stuck out his disgusting tongue and used his finger to signal some action. One of Halbo's feet stomped hard on the floor. He moved towards the girls who were freaking out like wild animals. Li Halbo, with his excited expression, said nothing. He bounced around, looking sick in the head. 2 soldiers standing nearby understood his intention. They grinned slyly. The skinny one volunteered to go first. He brought a key to Halbwa and received his order. Hurry, open it. The clanking sound echoed, heralding a tragic scene. The zombie, stimulated by the delicious smell of fresh flesh, became even more aggressive. The skinny guy cautiously stepped forward and quickly removed its muzzle. The ferocious zombie, baring its sharp teeth at the young man. Halbwa said excitedly, "You and you. Restrain it. Wait until you've unlocked its handcuffs and leg cuffs, then throw it into the cage." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, someone who didn't know any better appeared and ran over to plead, "Young Masterly, this kind of thing is too cruel. How about you let them go?" Before he could get angry, the manager hurriedly knelt beside him, frantically explaining, "I'm sorry, young master. His name is Wang Dahu. He's a new replacement for a bodyguard who died last night. He was born with great strength, but there's something wrong with his head. Young master, please don't hold it against him." Halbwa braced himself. He asked in a low voice, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Wang Dahu still repeated his earlier words. "Please, young master, spare them." The manager was speechless. He stammered in fear. "I wouldn't dare. I was wrong. Please forgive me, young master." Halbwa looked extremely amused. He let out a cruel laugh. "Huh. It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge my authority." He squinted and asked, "Wang Dahu is it? You can fight, right? Guards, seize him for me." The young man's arm was twisted behind his back. The soldier took a stance. He clenched his fist, intending to land a direct blow. Wang Dahu didn't flinch at all. He could block the attack with just one hand. The entire room fell silent. Halbwa was astonished, thinking to himself, he could actually catch his punch? Rongzhan witnessed everything from beginning to end. Only then did he crack a smile and utter two words, "Interesting." The soldier's arm trembled under the pressure. The two stood facing each other, ready to fight. The soldier's mind was in turmoil. I actually lost to him in terms of strength. He lowered his head slightly. Resentment welled up inside him. You made me lose so much face. Use your life to compensate for the dignity I've lost. The soldier glanced back. He shouted an order, "You two, help me hold him down." They moved forward, though they didn't seem very willing. "I say, Hepping, have you been fooling around with women too much lately?" "That's right. How could an untrained guard push you back?" But everyone understood that Wang Dahu's strength could not be underestimated. "We absolutely cannot let this guy be valued by Mr. Rong." Quick as a flash, the two men grabbed one of Wang Dahu's arms each and slammed him down hard. HT seized the opportunity. He arrogantly rushed forward. Dahu was helpless. He could only endure the blows. HT showed no mercy, treating him completely like a punching bag. He beat him mercilessly. Halbwa, standing nearby, reminded him, "Don't kill him." HT obediently complied. "Young master," Halbwa said maliciously, "didn't you want to protect these women? Then watch them die with your own eyes." All the subordinates cheered in agreement. The young master really knows how to have fun. Wang Dahu was forced to look at the iron bars. The girls inside seemed to have completely accepted their fate. They just sat there, motionless. A man happily untied the tall zombie. It was pushed towards the iron bars by the men with sticks. The zombie looked around. It seemed to be choosing its first prey. It targeted the long-haired girl huddled in the corner. Hunger made drool drip messily from the monster's mouth. The zombie lunged, landing a fatal bite right on her neck. For the first time in his life, Wang Dahu had to witness such a horrifying scene. He cried, but because his mouth was gagged, he couldn't even make a sobbing sound. Wang Dahu struggled to break free. All his efforts were in vain. He fell into despair. His entire body went limp. At the same time, the soldiers let go. Wang Dahu fell to his knees on the cold tile floor. Halbwa was even more cruel. He ordered, "Throw this Wang Dahu into the cage. Doesn't he have great strength? I want to see who's stronger, him or the zombie." The soldiers shouted their support. Young Master Li is truly young Master Li. He knows how to have fun much more than us uncultured folks. How could we have thought of something so good, worthy of being the young master? But there were still those who thought differently. Even though it's the apocalypse now, you can't just treat human lives like dirt. Wang Dahu was lifted up. The iron cage door opened once more. The zombie was frantically gnawing on the girls' corpses. Wang Dahu was thrown inside. The zombie paused for a moment. It grinned when it realized it had been given new prey. The zombie slowly shambled closer. A woman's voice echoed in the young man's mind. Dao, be careful. They'll be waiting for you at home. He sobbed, calling for his mother. I can't go back alive to take care of you anymore. Suddenly, Wang Dahe's eyes flew open. He forcefully composed himself. No, I can't die. Mom is waiting for me at home. Wang Dahe placed one hand on the ground and got into a fighting stance. The zombie roared and dragged its heavy body forward in a run. Wang Dahe swung his fist, aiming right for its head, successfully knocking the monster backwards. He seized the opportunity, grabbing the zombie's abdomen to reduce its defense. Wang Dahe roared and forcefully slammed the monster into the iron bars. Despite its constant struggling, the collision created a loud bang that echoed throughout the entire villa. Wang Dahe suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was because of one of the zombie's hands, full of sharp claws, had pierced his abdomen at some point. Wang Dahe still refused to let go, trying his best to resist. The amount of fresh blood flowing from his body increased. Haobo watched as if it were a good show, excitedly exclaiming how thrilling it was. Wang Dahe braced himself. Taking a few steps back, he decided to use his final, fatal attack. And then, Wang Dahe clutched his festering wound. He lost his strength and collapsed. Wang Dahe knew he wasn't going to make it. He could only silently send words of regret to his mother. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened. Rongzhan remained silent. He sighed, lamenting what a pity it was. But the soldiers were very satisfied internally. This threat is considered dealt with. He died pretty quickly. Wang Dahe's corpse suddenly showed a strange change. It trembled uncontrollably. His eyeballs slowly turned blood red. His skin darkened. His canine teeth gnashed together. Lin Zhao sat outside the manor, waiting. The opportunity has arrived. He smiled faintly. While the soldier wasn't paying attention, Lin Zhao carefully approached. He used a knife to slit his throat. Blood spurted out, spraying onto the courtyard ground. Lin Zhao proceeded to swap clothes. He was calculating what to do next, when suddenly he heard someone call out, Adi, why are you here? Lin Zhao made up an excuse. I just saw a guy dozing off. I came to wake him up. The soldier yawned widely and replied, all right then. Damn it. Speechless. The group leaders and captains are in the main hall having fun, while we can only suffer and stand guard out here. Two others appeared and chimed in. That's right. Yesterday, we spent the whole night dealing with the losses, and we didn't get any rest during the day. They really don't treat us like humans. You've got it good. I haven't slept for almost 24 hours. Speechless. If they really want to ensure safety, why don't the captains come out and stand guard themselves? Lin Zhao pointed out bluntly, to put it plainly. They don't see us as people, just cannon fodder. The first soldier finally noticed something was off. He wondered, Adi, since when did you get taller? Lin Zhao looked at him. An evil smile. A few minutes later, Lin Zhao had quickly taken care of the soldiers. He even cursed. Fools who immediately blurt out a secret they discover don't deserve to live in this world. Gradually advancing deeper into the center of the manor, Lin Zhao took down another person. He noticed that someone was fleeing in the distance. Lin Zhao used his astonishing speed. In a flash, he appeared right next to that subordinate. Before he fell to Lin Zhao's sharp blade, he managed to fire a signal flare into the sky. He followed the object's direction and swung his blade forcefully. The flare had only flown halfway before it was destroyed by the sharp tip. It fell down in front of Lin Zhao. He pulled out his knife. Coldly, he said, Luckily, I thoroughly researched the Li family's ammunition in my past life. Otherwise, today wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The system detected that all security outside the Li family manor had fallen. The host's path of revenge has been opened, specially issuing the Yaisei's vengeance quest. The judgment of Yaisei. No one can leave alive after angering the host. Tonight, the host will become the Grim Reaper, collecting all the lives within the Li family manor. Requirement: kill the remaining 296 people. Reward: a random draw for one common guide and a bronze-grade equipment. Time limit: 12 hours. Does the host accept the mission? Lin Zhao clicked the accept box and smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Li Haobo, you have one more reason you can't be allowed to die. Information: Yaisei's vengeance quest has been accepted, commencing the activation of the vengeance barrier. If any one of the 296 people in the Li family leaves the manor, The host can track the escaper's location in the search tab. We wish the host a successful completion of the mission. It's always curious. A vengeance barrier? This thing tortures a person's mind until they die. I remember it first appeared in my past life. It was used in the war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Wa Kingdom. He recalled. After the Dragon Kingdom cast the vengeance barrier on the Wa Kingdom's capital, the people of the Dragon Kingdom chased those from the Wa Kingdom who fled the capital for several days. And the duration of this reward is at least 1 month. Zal stroked his chin. After that, they beat the entire Wa Kingdom so badly they were crying for their parents. He looked excitedly towards the building. Today, I must make good use of this opportunity. Let's see just how effective this item is. Before he could take a few steps, a second system notification surprised Zal. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the mission and completing it early. Not only that, the number of people killed is increasing. 8, 9. Zal was confused. What is this situation? I haven't even made a move yet. People have already started dying? He ran in a hurry. I have to go see what's going on. Just in case. The people inside the building were chatting lively. Ah, crocodile. What are you doing? The last woman was played to death. How embarrassing. I used too much force. I broke her spine. Made the brothers lose a toy. Ah, she's finally gone. What are we going to do now? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the air. In that case, why not play with me? Rongzhan frowned. Focusing, he listened. That voice kept repeating 3 words. Play with me. Rongzhan shot to his feet. His face was emotionless. He showed clear signs of tension. I've never seen anyone who could unleash such dense killing intent without even showing themselves. This atmosphere, compared to him, am like a small sorcerer meeting a grand magus. As for Li Haobua, he sat on the ground in fear. He kept wailing. He's here. He really came. Someone really wants to kill me. Zhao Kaiguang quickly went to comfort him. Young master, calm down. The men from the mercenary group and Mr. Rong are here. You'll be fine. Li Haobua stammered. Right. Uncle Rong, kill them. Rongzhan stood up straight. He suggested loudly. I wonder what purpose brings you to the Li residence, brother? Can we sit down and talk? A guess appeared in his mind. To be able to get here, proves he has already dealt with everyone I stationed outside. The strange voice replied, although I am human. Right now, I am the god of death here to reap your souls. Rongzhan immediately waved to signal his allies. 3 thugs began to search the surroundings, with the goal of pinpointing the source of the voice. Suddenly, a bomb fell from above, startling them. The object shook for a moment. A dazzling light erupted, making everyone panic. Ah, my eyes. I'm blind. Am I blind? What is this thing? Am I about to die? Help! Help me! A pair of legs shrouded in power gradually stepped in. The 3 thugs were in no state of mind to notice. Zal created sharp spikes that rose from the ground. Spike assault. The thugs were impaled straight through their bodies by the sharp objects. Zal then used whirling/strike to sever their necks. Just as Rongzhan managed to notice, Zal had vanished into thin air. He left another bomb for him. Consider it a welcome gift. A large flame erupted instantly. Zal also disappeared. Rongzhan was barely affected. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it. This time, I didn't even see the enemy's face. And I lost a large number of subordinates. He stood amidst the piles of corpses. Feeling a bit heavy, a subordinate called out nervously, Boss. His methods are like magic. It seems the guards and young Master Li's mercenaries have all been killed. The blade behind him never stopped slashing. The ones who were killed were our brothers from the mercenary group, including Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf. After hearing this, Rongzhan angrily shouted, Enough. Just tell me directly. How many usable men do we have left? The subordinate panicked. Besides the young master, the boss, and butler Zhao, including me, there are 66 brothers. Among them, 10 allies are critically injured. A dozen of them still haven't recovered their sight. Haobua was about to go crazy. Who did this? Who the hell is it? You ruined my plan and spoiled my fun. Uncle Rong, you must avenge me. Tear him to pieces. Rongzhan roared the order. Search for him. Can he really take on 100 men by himself? Rongzhan quickly instructed butler Zhao. Take the young master and their group into the secret passage. The rest of us will stay outside to stop that assassin. Kaiguang had no choice but to comply. That guy hasn't left. I feel like he's watching us. Rongzhan gently placed a hand on the butler's shoulder, seemingly placing all his hopes on him. Zhao Kaiguang looked up at the sky. His whole life, his youth, was tied to this place. If he were to die, he would have no regrets. Lin Zile found a safe spot in the luxurious mansion. He thought to himself, this is really beyond my expectations. I didn't expect this butler to be an expert too. Right now, the number of lives earned is at 200. Lin Zile pondered. They're thinking the same as me. They must send half their men out as protection to escort Li Haobo away. They'll deal with the remaining ones first. I'm still confident I can escape unscathed. He gently tapped the system button. 2 clear information panels appeared above. Lin Zile exclaimed in admiration. As expected of Rongzhan, he's already obtained 3 bronze-grade pieces of equipment in such a short time. A shout came from the room. Come out and face me. Hiding like this is unbecoming of someone of your status, don't you think? Seeing this, Lin Zile sneered. Using taunts again. You want to buy time. So Li Haobo can leave first. I won't let you have your way. Open inventory. To control the zombie cat's command. First type. You can assign a designated target. Second, you can control it with your consciousness. Finally, the spirit cat inherits 60% of the host's basic attributes. Lin Zile decided to press use. The cat appeared like a deity. In Lin Zile's hand was a small dagger. He used his strength and threw it straight at the ceiling. The blade severed the large chandelier's chain. It fell right where Rongzhan was standing. Luckily, he managed to avoid it. Countless glass shards flew from the chandelier, stabbing into the eyes and necks of the soldiers behind, while Rongzhan and his close subordinate were in a panic. The zombie cat suddenly lunged forward. It attacked the young man. He screamed in pain. Lin Zile also seized the opportunity. He swiftly finished off the remaining soldiers. Man and beast. A perfect combination. Leaving Rongzhan to watch helplessly. The server couldn't find even the most basic data. Rongzhan exclaimed in astonishment. Why can't I find any information on you? What on earth is going on? He clenched his fists, looking impatient. Enough. Who the hell are you? Rongzhan yelled, almost going mad with rage. Lin Zile slowly turned his head to look. He couldn't help but mock him inwardly. Poor skills. Low attributes. Even his personality hasn't reached the maturity it will have in a few years. I wasn't even planning to kill these mercenaries yet. As expected, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Then he replied softly, watch closely. This is what despair looks like. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zile easily took down the surrounding minions and advanced right in front of Rongzhan, making his face turn pale. His body trembled uncontrollably. He tried to speak, but only a choked sound came out, and in the next second, his body, as if frozen, collapsed to the ground with a soft thud. The cat gave Rongzhan a fleeting glance as it received the command. Go pursue Li Haobo's group. Then it leaped away, leaving Lin Zile standing there, dagger in hand. His eyes were fixed on the system display. Vengeance barrier. Murmuring to himself. They probably haven't escaped the manor yet. He nudged Rongzhan's shoulder with his foot. His words were mocking. Move. Leader of the hunting mercenary corps. He retorted with a cold expression. The hunting mercenary corps has been almost completely wiped out. Do I still deserve to be called the leader of the mercenary corps? At this moment, he let out a gloating smile. His heart was filled with joy as he thought. In front of him, kill all of his subordinates, and bit by bit, crush his will to resist. This is the highest form of revenge. As if a dam had burst, Rongzhan shot up and screamed incessantly. Who are you? Who are you? You have to tell me. Otherwise, they'll die with my eyes open. But no matter how he screamed, he gripped his knife and approached him step by step, saying, Die with your eyes open? Is there such a thing? Rongzhan trembled in panic, backing away until he hit the wall with nowhere else to go. With a single stab to the neck, Zal gently sent him on his way, but his eyes remained wide open. Even so, Zal didn't stop. He stomped on his chest repeatedly, relentlessly voicing the deep hatred in his heart. I still remember how you looked that day. You stomped me to the ground, called me a piece of trash, called me an orphan, a good-for-nothing. How could I have the audacity? How could I have the courage to challenge the authority of the Li family? Thanks to your actions, I learned a lesson. That is, Don't talk too much before you kill someone. If you can act, don't waste words. Look at you now, lying there and talking to me. Isn't it great? This is what will truly make you die with your eyes open. Having satisfied himself, Zal let out a long breath and turned to leave. His mind began to calculate how to deal with the next people. Rongzhan is dead. Now, I've cut off a useful arm of the Li family. Dealing with the Li family afterward will be much simpler. He pushed the door wide open. With his hands in his pockets, he casually walked out of the room full of corpses. In the Li family's secret room, Li Haobo stood next to Zhao Guangkai, his face pale. He clutched his head and pulled his hair in frustration. Uncle Zhao? They won't chase us here, will they? The old man quickly reassured him. Of course not. Mr. Rong will take care of them. Young master. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise from outside interrupted him. He quickly looked towards the door and saw the silhouette of a person imprinted on it. Fear grew stronger in Haobo's heart. He screamed incessantly. It must be Lin Zai's people coming for me. He killed Yu Jinghan first. And now he's coming to kill me. Seeing him acting so crazy, Butler Zhao tried to comfort him. Young master, don't panic just yet. We've arranged for others to head to the secret passage. You won't think to look for us here. Hearing this, he felt somewhat relieved, but he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed. I really don't know how he found out about my relationship with Yu Jinghan. And I don't know where he found such a powerful assassin. Suddenly, the old man seemed to realize something and said, could it be that Lin Jian left something behind for Lin Zai to fall back on? As soon as he spoke, he quickly refuted it. Impossible. Back when we killed Lin Jian, our Li family almost uprooted the entire Lin family. There's no way Lin Jian could have left anything behind. If that chief hadn't insisted we leave one Lin family bloodline, that Lin Zai would have been dead long ago. At the same time, Zai, standing outside separated from them by just a door, had heard the entire story. A cold aura began to emanate from him, along with the words. So that's how it was. Inside, Haobo seemed to recognize the voice. Fear began to consume him, making him scream. Lin Zai. That's right. That's Lin Zai's voice. How did he get here? How did he find this place? Zai let out a deep breath. Leaning against the wall, he looked up and said, so you've been targeting me for a long time. So there was so much going on behind my back. Suddenly, from the other side of the door, Haobo spoke out with a strange smile. Lin Zai, let me tell you something. You will die by my hands. I should have just arranged for someone to kill you from the start. Zai reacted in time. He turned, raised his knife defensively, and asked, I'm really curious. Who is Lin Jian? And what do you mean by the Li family exterminating the Lin family? After hearing this, he burst out laughing and replied sarcastically, ha 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 ha. You orphan. You don't even know your own father's name. You deserve this. Originally, when my father was about to be promoted, Lin Jian reported my father, causing the arrangements our Li family had managed for years to be thrown into chaos. For this reason alone, your Lin family should have been exterminated. If the chief hadn't spoken up, how could a bastard like you deserve to be the sole survivor of the Lin family? I'm really curious. Where on earth did you find a helper? If it were just you, I could have sent any bodyguard to kill you. Zai wasn't one to back down. He immediately retorted, saying all this is truly pointless. Because whether you say it or not, I will still make your Li family, your entire clan, turn to dust. As he spoke, he slammed the door, causing Butler Zhao to rush forward and shield his young master. Haobo didn't seem to grasp the danger Zai posed. He was still talking tough. Just you? Destroy the Li family? You overestimate yourself. Before he could finish his sentence, he kicked the door open. Seeing this, Butler Zhao quickly threw a punch straight at him. But with his mediocre skills, Zai easily dodged it. At that moment, the cat leaped up to attack him. Unfortunately, it was spotted. He immediately changed targets and landed a heavy blow on it. The system notification appeared. The 30-minute summon duration has ended. Then, the cat vanished into thin air. Seeing this, he thought to himself, exactly 30 minutes. How did I calculate the time so perfectly? Without any hesitation, he pulled off his mask, revealing his true face. Butler Zhao looked at him and said, You are Lin Zai. You were the assassin from before. From start to finish, it was all you. Over here. Haobo broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted loudly, Lin Zai. It really is you. Even he seemed to not believe his eyes. He kept muttering in disbelief, impossible. The strength to kill Rongzhan, the strength to infiltrate the manor, is absolutely not something a wet behind-the-ears kid like you could possess. Ignoring their astonishment, he smirked. He said slowly, "Antiques have no place in the apocalypse. The 7-day newbie protection period of the apocalypse game is over. Your decades of hard-trained kung fu can't even compare to a random zombie on the street." Halbwa still refused to accept it, saying, "Impossible. It can't be just him. How could Lin Zhao become so strong?" Zhao's eyebrows furrowed. He raised his knife into a ready stance and replied softly, "I alone am enough to kill you." Zhao clenched his fist and advanced toward Butler Zhao. He hastily raised both hands to block. However, he was still pushed back in pain, letting out a cry. This very thing made his eyes light up. He raised a hand to his chin, intrigued. This old butler's physical constitution is quite good. If this punch of mine had landed on Rongzhan, it would have directly knocked him down. On the other hand, the butler felt like he was on pins and needles. His wrinkled eyes narrowed as he secretly made a decision. Things have come to this. This is the only way. And so, he clenched his fists. Instantly, his shirt was torn apart by his rippling six-pack abs. But this alone wasn't enough to intimidate Zile. He swung his knife. The man dodged and said, "You have no martial virtue." His expression unchanged, he replied, "I'm here to take your head. Do I need your permission first? Or do I need the permission of all 18 generations of your ancestors?" Before the butler could reply, he immediately threw his knife and unleashed a skill, tearing double slash. The knife slashed across his arm, but it didn't stop there. It suddenly flew back to attack again, making Butler Zhao cry out in pain. "My arm." He struggled to look at him and said doubtfully, "How is this possible? I've practiced martial arts for 50 years. How could I lose so quickly? I can't accept this." Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Seizing that opportunity, Zal quickly stabbed him straight in the neck and said, "As a person, you absolutely cannot leave future troubles for yourself. Only by killing all your enemies can you be at ease." Looking at the corpse at his feet, he said, "What a pitiful and conservative person. It's already the apocalypse. Yet you're still stubbornly insisting on formal martial arts duels like this. The truth proves that being a person requires not only sufficient strength, but also the ability to control the situation with keen precision. You have to keep up with the times. Otherwise, there's only one path, death." He turned his head and saw Halbwa with a dazed expression, so scared his limbs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, which made him say with contempt, "This useless?" His expression unchanging, he raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it straight into his leg, making him clutch his leg and scream in pain. "Ah!" The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, "Awake now? Not playing dead anymore?" As he spoke, he stabbed him a few more times. His eyes widened as he screamed frantically, "Help! Lin Zile! My parents! My parents won't let you go." Hearing this, he chuckled lightly and brought the sword down again. This torture seemed to have reached his limit. He hurriedly said, "I'm begging you, kill me. Please, just kill me quickly." Zhao replied, "Kill you? I definitely want to kill you." "Oh right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten." He opened the system panel and selected a weapon. It was a dull knife. The duller the knife, the harder it is to cut. He mercilessly let Halbwa have a taste. Another scream rang out. He raised a hand to scratch his hair and said, "Ah, my bad. This knife is too dull. It can't pierce through. My fault." But in the next second, his attitude changed. He said in a cold voice, "This stab is for myself." As he spoke, he forcefully stabbed him, making him turn pale and scream, "Arg." It didn't stop there. Zhao continued speaking. "The path this blade travels is what I endured for 10 years, hiding everywhere. My life hanging by a thread. It's a shame. The pain you're suffering isn't even 1% of mine." Hearing this, he asked with a bewildered face, 10 years? What 10 years? Halbwa retorted with a confused expression. "I clearly only learned about this 3 years ago. That's when I started thinking about torturing you." Zile's face darkened, revealing a mocking smile as he stabbed him and said, "This stab is for me. This stab is because I feel like it." The excessive pain made him beg, "Stop, ugh." Ignoring his words, This time he aimed for the left side of his chest and stabbed down with all his might. Then he said, "This stab is for my Lin family, although I've never met them. But it's right for a son to avenge his father. As for the other stabs, regardless of who they're for, as long as I'm happy, that's all that matters." A moment later, he opened the system panel again and activated a weapon, clamps. Good quality metal. Watching Zhao approach him with a pair of clamps and a grotesque smile, Halbo was terrified. His body trembled involuntarily as he spoke. What do you want to do?" He didn't hesitate to reply. "You should thank me. This is a punishment I invented. With this hand, you've tortured countless people to death. I have to commend you. You really have a talent for torturing others." Hearing this, he seemed to have a realization. His eyes rolled back as he screamed nonstop. "This is the method I once experienced. Could it be?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao cut off a piece of his flesh and quickly used the clamps to stuff it into his mouth, ignoring his screams. No. After a struggle, Halbo, his entire body covered in injuries, lay flat against the wall with a vacant stare. Looking at that wretched state, he immediately uttered words of disdain. "You can't take it already? In your past life, you researched so many forms of torture. You harmed so many people. This isn't even 1% of what you did to others." Suddenly, he rubbed his chin and said cheerfully, "Forget it. Seeing how you're begging for death, torturing you further isn't fun anymore. It's just a pity that I can't use all the things you researched on you." Even so, Zhao had no intention of letting Halbo go. He said while continuously stabbing him in the neck. "He's not faking it, is he? It seems I overestimated him. Based on his acting skills, he couldn't possibly fake this state. Forget it." Breaking his spirit to the limit of what his body could endure. "Time to finish this." After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from his body, followed by a shocking explosion. But it seemed Lin Zhao had seen through it. He calmly opened the umbrella to shield himself. Night enveloped the outside. Lin Zhao looked ahead and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The night view from the Li family's villa is not bad at all. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Detected a change in player Lin Zhao's state of mind. Successfully activated the talent, Heart of Vengeance. Seeing this, he was stunned and blurted out. The system displayed, "Heart of Vengeance. Inspect." Lin Zhao said in shock. "So I've activated a talent." So he pressed inspect. The system displayed a reminder. Talents and skills in the Apocalypse game are two different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books, but talents can only be triggered by various conditions such as attributes, thoughts, mentality, and experience, and one's own abilities after reaching a certain attribute threshold. They are activated autonomously. Activating skills can rely on skill books, but activating a talent depends entirely on luck and strength. Talent skill. Heart of Vengeance. Lin Zhao's resentment must be avenged against enemies. You possess even greater power. Attributes. After you identify the opponent as an enemy, your own attributes will be enhanced based on your level of hatred. The higher the level of hatred, the greater the increase in your base attributes. At maximum, it can increase base attributes by 20%. After he finished reading, he thought gleefully, "I didn't expect this Heart of Vengeance to be so good. A maximum increase of 20% to my base attributes." Then he mumbled to himself, "As my base attributes in the game get higher and higher, the boost from this talent will also become greater. So this is like a constantly growing talent. What a huge gain." Suddenly, the system popped up with another new notification. Host has successfully killed 269 people in the Li family manor. Successfully completed the mission, Lin Zhao's Revenge. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward. Received 1 random normal guidance and a bronze-grade equipment lottery ticket. Does the host wish to draw now? He quickly pressed to draw. A piece of bronze-grade equipment appeared, along with an explanation. Congratulations to the host for drawing a bronze-grade piece of equipment. Small magic staff. Small magic staff, bronze-grade. Class exclusive equipment that can enhance magic power. Increases magic casting speed. Skill power increased by 5%. Magic skill casting speed increased by 5%. Mental power recovery speed increased by 20%. He stared at it thoughtfully for a long time. Lin Zhao rubbed his chin and said in a slightly disappointed tone, I can't use this thing. However, for a mage, this can be considered a top-tier item. I can make a good sum selling it in the shop later. After saying that, he put it into his bag. Looking into his own bag, he couldn't help but think to himself, the auto-loot directive is really too good. I don't have to worry about missing any equipment at all. Still, I have to say, the player-killing mechanism in this game is really twisted. Recalling those rules, he couldn't help but feel weary. In the Apocalypse game, once you kill someone, the dead person's inventory space will disappear forever. You can't get the items inside it. Players can only check the corpse to see if there are any items on them. However, this is also the only chance to check the corpse. After some time passes, and everyone knows the death mechanics, they will usually choose to go down fighting, taking everything with them. This can be considered a measure by the Apocalypse game to discourage player killing. Suddenly, he discovered an item left by Rong Zhan. His curiosity piqued. He reached out to inspect it and thought, Purification Necklace. The system immediately explained. Purification Necklace. Bronze-grade equipment. A necklace with purifying abilities. Attributes. Spirit +1. Attached skill, Purification. Can instantly remove one negative status effect afflicting the user. For example, petrification, stun, etc. Cooldown, 12 hours. Comparing the two necklaces on the screen. Choose. Purification Necklace. Meditation Necklace. His brows furrowed as he calculated silently. Although this necklace's stats aren't as good as the meditation necklaces, its accompanying skill can be a lifesaver in actual combat. Finally, he made a decision. The other two are useless. He'll throw them into storage for now. Zal let out a long breath and continued. System, give me a common guidance draw. The system received the information and started processing data. Drawing common guidance. Guidance draw complete. Congratulations to the host for drawing the common guidance. Absolute Enslavement Level 1. Absolute Enslavement Level 1. Allows you to enslave one zombie whose strength does not exceed the host's, making it your slave. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any command from its master. It will regard the host as its one and only master. It will protect its master's safety even unto death. Note: the zombie possesses a part of the player analysis panel. It can grow along with the zombie. It can also possess some player permissions. Once the bound zombie dies, this guidance function will disappear. As if grasping the key point, he was so stunned he shouted, Holy crap! Enslave a zombie? I've never heard of enslaving zombies in my past life. Am I really not dreaming? With that, he pinched his own cheek. Feeling the reality of it, he cried out, Ouch! This is ridiculously overpowered. If this zombie is truly loyal to me, then... Zal chuckled gleefully to himself. Does this mean I don't have to do all the grunt work anymore? Ever since I found out Yao Jinghan betrayed me, I've been on guard against everyone. In this life, I'm pretty much alone. But if I had a zombie that could tirelessly follow me, maybe it could even heal my wounded heart? A second later, as if he thought of something, he quickly and seriously asked the system, This absolute enslavement guidance. What new effects will it gain if I upgrade it? He quickly saw the answer for himself. Absolute enslavement. After upgrading, it will increase the number of zombies that can be enslaved. Each level increases the number by 1. A childhood memory with a terrified scream, flashed through his mind. It jolted him awake. He shook his head repeatedly, telling himself, no way, no way. But, to reach that level, how high do I need to upgrade absolute enslavement? I'll have to research this slowly. However, what kind of zombie would be best to enslave? Those guys who eventually became zombie kings aren't bad choices. Although those guys have a lot of potential, it still feels like it's not perfect enough. Most importantly, I don't know if after being enslaved, they can still reach the same heights as in my past life. Forget it. They'll deal with it later. In my past life, I heard the Li family's basement had quite a few treasures. Let's go see if there's anything useful. As he spoke, he headed straight downstairs. The moment he opened the door, his eyes flashed like stars. But then he came to his senses. Looking at this pile of gold, silver, and jewels, he tossed them aside and said, In the apocalypse, this stuff isn't worth a dime. Using this to wipe your ass would still chafe. So, Zal turned his attention to other things. He said cheerfully, I remember these scrolls having a use later on, but I can't quite recall the specifics. He'll take them first and figure it out later. He shamelessly put them in his bag. Then he turned to look at another weapon. As expected of the Lee family, this knife is encrusted with gems. Are they afraid people don't know they have money? After some hard work, he left, singing happily after looting everything. Wandering around the Lee family estate, he decided, I've lived 2 lives, and have never stayed in such a luxurious villa. He'll sleep here tonight. As he entered a room, a figure appeared, startling him. Taking out his light to see, he thought, there's absolutely no way there are any living people in this manor. As he got closer, he discovered it was a zombie that was locked up. The system displayed the information. Zombie. Level 4. Basic attributes. Strength, 25. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 26. Agility, 18. Attributes are enhanced at night. Talent, innate colossal strength. Grade, epic. Your strength will increase with each level up, gaining growth. All items and equipment related to strength in your hands will have their effects enhanced. When you use skills, you only consume stamina. You do not consume spiritual power. Skill, all-out blow. Concentrate all your strength into your fist. This one punch deals damage equal to 150% of your strength attribute. It's a jackpot. Linzal said happily. This zombie is unreasonably strong. Plus, it gets an attribute boost at night. It's just like a bronze tier boss. This is too much of a coincidence. I just drew an absolute enslavement command, and it gave me this zombie. Suddenly, the zombie stared at him with its big, bloodshot eyes. The two faced each other in silence. Noticing the unusual peace, Linzal spoke up. Big brother, I'm a human. You're a zombie. Shouldn't you be trying to bite me? Suddenly, the system appeared. Spiritual power, 3. This made him cover his face in confusion and say, no wonder its spiritual power is only 3. If you let it loose in human society, it would be considered quite mentally challenged. But then he changed his tune, smiled, and continued, excellent, excellent. No, it has personality. System. This zombie's attributes are so high right now. Can I choose to enslave it? The system replied, yes. Due to this zombie's mental deficiencies, its total boosted attributes are not higher than the host's. He fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, a zombie collector isn't a bad idea. I'm quite envious of its talent, especially the mental aspect. All right then. System, I want to enslave this zombie. He decided in his mind. Forget it. Being a little dumb is good. A little dumb means ITLL be obedient. The system reconfirmed. Is the host sure you want to use Level 1 absolute enslavement to enslave this zombie? Yes/no. Without hesitation, he selected yes. A red light emanated from the zombie's body. It seemed to be resisting with all its might. Linzal was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Is this what you call a struggle? But in the blink of an eye, the zombie's face returned to its initial dazed state. This dizzying change of his made him fall over backward. This counts as a struggle? Is it too late to regret it now? Just as he finished speaking, the system announced, zombie successfully enslaved. Please give a name to your enslaved zombie. This gave him another headache. He scratched his head and thought aloud. Since this guy is so big and mighty, and his strength is great, and he has an epic grade talent, innate colossal strength, then let's call him Deny. The system recorded the information and replied, successfully named the zombie Deny. Congratulations to the host for successfully subjugating Deny. Deny will absolutely obey any of his master's commands. Even if it means death, he will protect his master's safety. Level 1 absolute enslavement. Has bound Deny. Generating player analysis panel for Deny. Player Deny. Level 4. Experience, 32/50ths. Prestige, data lost, cannot be opened. Gold 0. Storage space, data lost, cannot be opened. Basic attributes. Strength, 25. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 26. Agility, 18. Title, none. Talent, innate colossal strength. Skill, all-out blow. Equipment, none. Reminder to the host. Deny's player analysis panel was forcibly implanted by the system. Therefore, he cannot inherit the prestige and storage space functions. He cannot receive experience rewards from killing zombie quests. Denai's leveling method and progress are similar to that of a zombie. Killing zombies can earn gold coins. There is a 1% chance of dropping items and equipment. Lin Zhao looked at it in the iron cage. He said cheerfully, "All right, Denai, prove yourself." I don't believe this cage can stop him with his current attributes. Just as he predicted, Danak grabbed the 2 iron bars in front of him and forcefully pulled them apart. Then he slowly walked out towards him. When he got out, Danak laughed happily. As for Lin Zhao, he could only sigh in frustration and say, "What on earth was I thinking?" Expecting him to do something different. It's already a blessing that he can understand my commands. He opened the system panel. He selected the leather bracers. Constitution +1. Strength +1. Then he clicked on Equip, checking the basic attributes again. The system displayed Danak's basic attributes. Strength, 26. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 27. Agility, 18. Reminder: this zombie does not have a nighttime attribute boost. That's not very surprising. He yawned, turned around, walked away, and said, "I guessed right." His attributes are already so heaven-defying. If he also had a nighttime attribute boost, that would be too perverse. He walked without stopping, but still waved his hand to give an order. "Danak, wait for me while I get some sleep. You just stand guard at the door. Don't let anything disturb me." It roared in response. The next morning, after waking up, Lin Zhao stretched, opened the door, and stepped out of the room. The first thing he saw was the tall figure of Danak waiting there. He didn't hold back his praise. "Not bad, buddy. Not bad at all." Hearing this, he laughed with delight. He pointed to the ground and asked curiously, "You didn't eat the other zombies' corpses?" He shook his head with all his might. He chuckled and said, "You really are a one-of-a-kind zombie." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the dining room. Using a few talismans, he conjured a table full of delicious food. But just as he picked up his chopsticks, the sound of continuous dripping attracted his attention. Lin Zhao turned his head to look. It turned out to be Danak, his eyes shining brightly. Drool was pouring out of his mouth as he begged for food. Seeing this, he invited him. "How about you come and eat something too? Come on." Hearing this, he nodded eagerly. He then continued, "Come on, let's eat together." He thought in astonishment, "I've lived 2 lives and have never met a zombie as strange as this one. It doesn't eat zombie flesh or human flesh. It likes to eat hot food." He pointed to a chair and said, "Sit down and eat." Danak happily ran over and began to devour the food, ignoring Lin Zhao's judgmental gaze. "Before, I was worried about drawing so many supply cards with nowhere to store them. Now that I have Danak to share the burden, it's not bad." The original plan was to seek revenge on Li Haobo after reaching level 5 or 6. But now that's all over. I've already reached level 8, so there's no need to find a dungeon to level up anymore. At this point, he opened the system and took out a map. Then he continued to ponder. Based on my current equipment, and with the help of Danak's strength, looking at the map in his hand, he couldn't help but say, "Perhaps I can directly attempt the phantom class change." Looking at the Shanghai Museum, he said, "Next destination, the Shanghai Museum. To find the class change scroll." Lin Zhao thought to himself, "I remember the ancient scroll hidden in the Shanghai Museum is the key to the class change." Suddenly, he remembered being in the class change space. Things you must know in the class change space. After activating the class change space, the player needs to complete 3 class change trials to obtain the 4 class change scrolls set for players. If not completed within the specified time, the class change will fail. The player will be killed instantly. At this point, memories of his past life began to rewind in his mind like a movie. In my past life, because of Li Haobo. In my past life, my roommates and I heard that the Shanghai Museum had a treasure, so we wanted to come here to search for it. But unexpectedly, on the way, I received news that Yu Jinghan was cheating on me with Li Haobo. I originally wanted to find Li Haobo to get revenge. But the unexpected result was, Li Haobo had bribed my 3 roommates. They tricked me into entering the class change space. They wanted me to fail the class change, and use that to kill me. Unexpectedly, I succeeded. That wound stayed with me for 10 years. Remembering the Shanghai Museum, Lin Zhao thought to himself, "In my past life, this happened on the 8th day of the Apocalypse game. Right now, it's only the 4th day. There definitely won't be anyone at the Shanghai Museum yet. After he finished thinking, he said with satisfaction, "This time, without the stumbling block Li Haobua, things should be much smoother." Just then, he looked over at Dai. He saw him still eating with gusto. He suddenly had an idea. It's just that his appearance is a bit too conspicuous. I've got it. A moment later, the two of them stood right in front of the villa gate. Dai was completely covered up, with a large saber slung over his shoulder. This made Lin Zhao think with satisfaction. This is perfect. At the Shanghai Museum, many other zombies were milling about outside. Lin Zhao and the other hid in a concealed corner. He quickly thought of a plan. It seems someone has already arrived. I have to be a little more careful. And in the blink of an eye, he took down 3 zombies by himself. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a one-time use bronze-grade item." He tapped on his inventory. A description panel immediately popped up. Fireball scroll. One-time use bronze-grade item. After use, it can release a fireball spell with fixed energy. The player can control the fireball to attack enemies. You can also choose to detonate the fireball, causing massive damage. He said happily, "Not bad." Suddenly, he sensed something. He whipped around and saw Dai being groped by other zombies. Lin Zhao hid behind a wall, silently observing Dai. He couldn't help but think, Dai doesn't actively attack zombies, and the zombies don't attack him. That's quite interesting. Dai can actively get close to zombies for a sneak attack. He can even open treasure chests without fighting. If this is the case, perhaps we can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, when Dai opens treasure chests, he can't get rewards like experience, reputation, and inventory space. It's a bit of a waste. We'll see how the situation develops then. Suddenly, he recalled memories from his past. He couldn't help but think worriedly. In my past life, on the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies here were almost all cleared out by players. Right now, it's a bit difficult for just me and Dai to handle them. Lin Zhao used binoculars to observe the situation inside the museum. Looking at the people inside, he said, "The class change scroll can't be here. Otherwise, I could just tell Dai to go into the museum and get it. That would be much simpler." Wait, no? He suddenly noticed something unusual and began to ponder. These hordes of zombies inside the museum. We don't have enough manpower. These people's accents aren't standard. I need more practice. Makes me unsure if my guess is correct. The traces of battle I just saw were most likely left by them. If I can join them and follow them into the museum, I could avoid a lot of trouble. Inside the RT Mart shopping center, at the Death God Club, Gao Dong stood on high, looking down at the crowd below, and shouted, "All right, then it's decided. Once we gather 200 people, we will set out. As for weapons, everyone will prepare their own." However, the people below did not accept this. They kept shouting in protest. "I can't wait any longer. Waiting for 200 people? Are you looking down on the strength of us brothers? Let's just charge over there right now." The rest of the people also shouted in agreement. "That's right. I want to eat a whole roasted lamb. That's right. The supply cards ran out a long time ago. Gao Dong, what are you being so cautious about? Do you want us to starve to death here? You're taking away our brother's supplies." A slap landed on a face, sending Da Huang Mao tumbling to the ground. Ding Xingjing looked at him angrily and said, "Da Huang Mao, calm yourself down." He struggled to his feet, rubbing his sore mouth. He said in a punchable tone, "Ding Xingjing, don't think you can act all high and mighty with me just because you have some big bronze-grade iron rod. You dare to slap me? Just listen to me, and I can let this go. So what do you say? Want to consider it?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch her face. Her expression immediately darkened. She gripped the iron bar tighter and said in a cold voice, "Da Huang Mao, rest assured, I know what you're up to. Listen to you? I spit on that idea. As if you're worthy." The man flew into a rage. He immediately yelled back, "What? Don't be in such a hurry. Right now, I'm being a gentleman and not messing with you. Wait until I get a chance. They'll screw you over so bad your own mother won't recognize you." She angrily shouted right in his face, "You think you can mess with me? Why don't you piss in a puddle and take a good look at yourself? You're killing me with laughter." The people around them joined in, laughing gleefully. Humiliated, he quickly took out a wooden club, preparing to fight. "Don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing this, everyone started to taunt him. "Go, Da Huang Mao, don't be scared. How can you be scared like a girl? That woman, hit him hard for us. I want to see how that figure of yours twists and turns when you fight. Seeing the chaotic situation, Gao Dong quickly spoke up to mediate. Everyone, quiet down. Listen to me for a moment. Suddenly, a sound from behind the door caught everyone's attention. What was that? Lin Zhao, wearing a mask, appeared with Da Sha standing protectively behind him. Seeing the people here clearly, Lin Zhao thought with some surprise, it's him. As Lin Zhao stepped inside the party, he immediately saw a familiar figure. In my past life, on the day I activated the scroll, I think I met him. His name was Gao something, right? The girl dressed in all pink spoke up with an extremely annoyed attitude. Who are you? What are you doing here? After she spoke, all eyes turned towards him and Da Sha. Gao Dong stepped closer. He asked politely, I wonder how I should address this brother? What brings you to our Death God Club? A young man from a distance was staring at them intently. Another person repeated the question, that's right. We don't know how to address you, brother. They tried to scan his information, but nothing came up. What the hell is this information? Turning to the person next to him, it's displayed in full HD. Basic information. Nickname, Da Sha. Title, none. Level, 4. His mind was full of questions. Who would name themselves Da Sha, big idiot? Lin Zhao raised his hand, gesturing to himself and Da Sha as he introduced them. Me and this brother of mine. We saw that it's quite lively here with everyone, so we wanted to see if we could join. As soon as Gao Dong heard this, his expression changed. All his previous wariness vanished. You want to join our Death God Club? Of course, you're welcome. Let me introduce myself. I am the president of the Death God Club, Gao Dong. He immediately pretended to be overjoyed, extending his hand as if greeting a friend he hadn't seen in a billion years. So, you're the president. Lin Zhao paused for a second. Lin Zhao scratched his head. Me? My name is Lin Luo. He looked at the person next to him carrying a huge blade on his shoulder and continued. This is my brother, Da Sha. He's a bit simple-minded. And he's mute. He used to be a bodyguard for a rich person. Gao Dong adapted very quickly. He extended both hands to shake, his eyes crinkling into a smile. Brother Lin Luo, on behalf of the Death God Club, I welcome you both. He rejoiced inwardly. This guy is a bit foolish. Doesn't that mean he's easy to trick? Lin Zhao played along smoothly. Good. Then we also have an organization now. From behind the ugly mask, he also smiled to himself. I didn't expect joining them to be this easy. The two of them sat down with Gao Dong in a private room to talk. They started to get acquainted. Brother Lin Luo, Brother Da Sha, I feel like we hit it off right away. I was wondering, do you guys have any hobbies? As brothers, he'll make arrangements for you. He began to fabricate a new identity. It's like this, old brother Gao. My brother and I like to fight. Our biggest goal is to get stronger. Usually, whenever we have time, we like to go out and kill zombies to level up. Coming here was mainly to find a group to join. Gao Dong was sweating a little, but he still had to pretend to be calm. Ah, you want to get stronger? Huh? I have a lot of skill books that I've been keeping. Well then, they'll give my favorite to my brother. Lin Zhao heard this and found it suspicious. He was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend it. Skill books? And it's the kind of good deal like getting a skill book for free? He waved his hand and shook his head in disbelief. Skill books? This must be very valuable, right? He raised his hand and smiled. We're all family here. What's valuable or not valuable between us? Brother Lin Luo, take it. Gao Dong pushed the book closer to him. Lin Zhao looked closely, monologuing internally. Oh my god, it's really a skill book. Am I just not getting it? Are the players in this life really all this generous? He opened the book and the Berserker's Rage card popped out. This is a warrior-type skill. After using it, you will enter an uncontrollable state. You'll lose all consciousness. You'll become a madman who only knows how to attack living creatures around you. All attributes will increase by 20 to 50%, depending on the level of anger. The duration is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you will enter a state of confusion based on the level of the buff. The higher the buff level, the longer the confusion state. The side effects of this skill are significant. Use with caution. Use with caution. Lin Zhao pouted as soon as he read these lines. His face fell. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Losing all consciousness for 2 minutes. How is that any different from a zombie? Besides, Someone without consciousness can't possibly have the same combat power as someone who is conscious. Gao Dong scratched his face and laughed out loud to ease the awkwardness. Although the side effects of this skill are quite significant. He hesitated for a moment, then came up with a saving grace. But this skill could be a lifesaver when you're in a desperate situation. He thought to himself, do you really think I'm an idiot? Giving away a skill book you want use. Is this skill even meant for people to use? However, I didn't expect this kid to react so quickly. Lin Zhao closed the book. He clenched his fist and pretended to be very grateful. I felt your sincerity, old brother Gao. I really like this skill book. Thank you, old brother Gao. Then he finished with a sentence that left Gao Dong speechless, unable to react. Is there anything else you want to say, old brother Gao? If not, my brother and I are going to level up. The two of them quickly stood up, preparing to leave. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. That smile just now. Did I misread it? Just as Lin Zhao turned to leave, he was called back. Brother Lin. Wait. He asked, old brother Gao? Is there anything else? Gao Dong pulled something from his pocket. He hurriedly held out a golden card and added, I've wronged you, brother Lin. How about this? I still have a KFC fried chicken supply voucher here. Can we use it together? He thought to himself. After all, I tried to trick him with that skill book first. I should compensate him with something. Seeing this, Lin Zhao waved his hand to refuse. There's no need. Danak and I have to go find zombies to get experience. Under his mask, he had an indescribable feeling, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Taking his skill book made him feel ashamed. If I take the supply card too, they'll also feel a bit guilty. Gao Dong pressed the card into Lin Zhao's hand, insisting he take it with all sincerity. Brother, just take it. If you need anything to eat or drink, just take it directly from the warehouse. No need to be polite. He was already very embarrassed. He had no choice but to accept it. Then, on behalf of my brother, he'll thank you first, old brother Gao. The two of them finally left. Gao Dong waved goodbye from inside. Go on. If you need help, find us anytime, brother Lin. He smiled affectionately as he watched them go. Brother Lin Luo is really not bad. I gave him such a useless skill book. And he didn't even complain. A truly good brother. Lin Zhao and Danak had left that room. The sound of footsteps approached from the opposite direction. A bald man with his arms crossed had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He brushed past him without even looking and said, Brother, I don't mean to threaten you. I just want to give you a piece of advice. Don't get too close to Gao Dong. The man even put a hand on his shoulder, tilting his head threateningly. Otherwise, even if your brother is a heavy hitter, Lin Zhao didn't have time for more talk. He forcefully pushed the man off him. Then he turned and said to his companion, Danak, what are you spacing out for? Get to work. The arrogant group laughed loudly. His underling even drew a gun. So what if you're big? You're only level 4. Let me tell you. Everyone behind me is level 4. Having just been mentioned, Danak stomped his foot hard. The ground shook and cracked, stunning everyone. He casually swung his hand. One guy went flying. Blood spurted from his mouth. The leader fell and rolled on the ground, flying a great distance. By now, the underlings couldn't even hold their guns steady. They were trembling with fear, not daring to look straight at him. Lin Zhao then asked, Do you have anything else to add? The two men, trembling like leaves, quickly dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender, stammering, No, nothing. Danak quietly took a step back behind Lin Zhao. People passing by saw the blood on the floor and marveled, Holy crap. One slap sent the guy flying. That's terrifying. You have to know, Jia Dai always wanted to compete with Gao Dong for the position of club leader. They imagined 7,749 different scenarios. What if this was the helper that Gao Dong had found, using this simple and brutal method to eliminate dissent, and conveniently warn everyone else? The person next to him replied distractedly, That's not impossible. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Dong was standing right behind them and had heard everything. What's the fuss about? Do you all have nothing better to do? The whole group, feeling guilty, jumped. One of them came out and whispered the news to him. He looked at the man on the floor, his head tilted to one side. He still had some questions. Did Brother Lin and his brother really kill Jia Dai? The person who had just informed Gao Dong recounted the situation solemnly. We don't know that guy. We've never met him. He brought his brother along. I think his name was Danak. After hearing this, he burst out laughing, looking down at the ground. Brother Linlak, this is a huge gift you've given me. Gao Dong put his hands on his hips, his eyes fixed on the corpse as he reasoned. Killing Jia Dai in front of so many people. He's definitely helping me establish my authority. For a short while. Perhaps no one else will covet the position of club president. He crossed his arms and told his underling, go find a few people and bury Jia Dai. Give him a decent funeral. If he has any good equipment on him, share it among the brothers. The man nodded in obedience. Yes, boss. After getting rid of a major rival, Gao Dong skipped along, cheering and singing happily. Meanwhile, Lin Zile and Danak had found a quiet room. He rested his chin on his hand, studying the skill book, while his subordinate sat enjoying his food. Lin Zile glanced to the side. System, I have a question for you. Will Danak attack me? Will he do anything to harm me? An immediate response came. Under no circumstances will he. Protecting the host is an instinct the system has programmed into Danak. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether he is rational or not. He closed the book, his lips pursed slightly. Understood. Danak, who was halfway through his food, was startled when Lin Zile approached. He held out the book, trying to speak louder. I can still control Danak's behavior. In that case, it means after Danak activates Mindless Fury, I can get a free attribute boost. Even though he was in the middle of eating, he obediently took the book when it was presented to him. Lin Zile patted his shoulder encouragingly. He gave a sinister smile. Study hard, okay? Unexpectedly, Danak burped an unbearable breath right into his face. Lin Zile reluctantly sat next to him to supervise. Danak pressed start to learn the new skill. He looked at him, feeling vicariously happy. He smiled unconsciously. Danak is truly a lucky zombie. I also have to work hard and seize the time to level up to 10. At the very least, my strength will double at level 10 after my class advancement. Danak was in the middle of eating when he was told to move again. Danak, let's go level up. And while we're at it, let's see if your new skill is usable. I remember a good spot at the Shanghai Library. There's also a game store. Cut to a scene on the street outside. People were still walking around normally. The two of them walked leisurely under the warm sunlight. Reaching the emergency exit, he stuck close behind him with his familiar sword. Before them was a glowing door at the end of the hall. Inside was the game store Lin Zile had just mentioned. He had put on a mask that completely covered his face. The two of them get closer. Lin Zile places his hand on the spot to open the door. The system appears. Player Lin Zile, welcome to the game shop. Happy shopping. The door slowly opens. A cloud of smoke pours out. He steps inside. The room is filled with system screens like a three-dimensional space. Each screen corresponds to a choice. Things like weapon types, accessory types, mask types. Lin Zile looks intently for a long time. His eyes narrow slightly. He thinks for a long time before deciding. Right now, I still have a deposit of 6,000 gold coins. Considering it's 2,000 gold coins for a set of good quality bronze-grade equipment, I can definitely buy the pants, gloves, and armor that I'm missing. Lin Zile is happy to have found the door he was looking for. While he was happily browsing and shopping, a sound echoed. A hand in a black glove reaches out from a screen. The sharp claws are getting closer and closer to Lin Zile. He is suddenly surprised. It's the hand of a zombie. Lin Zile quickly dodges to the side, luckily escaping. Faced with this situation, even someone as skilled as him breaks out in a cold sweat. His face turns pale. Too dangerous. I was almost swiped. Danger lurks everywhere. Lin Zile stands still, thinking. The shop doesn't have any broken spots. It seems the zombie is inside. Just now, only an arm came through. Now, the upper half of a zombified woman crawls out of the screen, roaring terrifyingly. Lin Zile has no choice but to draw his sword. This zombie actually lives in the game shop. He grins and nods at some thought. I've encountered this in my past life. Does a zombie like this get special treatment from the game? The woman has completely emerged from the game. Trying to stand steady, she rushes forward with her arms outstretched. Drool drips from her mouth. A single basic strike is enough for Lin Zile to deal with this zombie that doesn't know its place. He turns, glances at the target, and strikes cleanly. The woman falls to the ground at his feet. Her status now changes to deceased. Please don't mention it. Lin Zile smugly crosses his arms and commands. System. Autoloot. A large item chest appears. Lin Zhao's whole body seems to light up. His face brightens with hope. Will it be a weapon with an explosive attribute? Or is it equipment with a bizarre attribute? He opens the chest. Before seeing anything, he sees a green light. The result is a troll, a toilet paper card. Congratulations, host. You have received a supply card. A piece of toilet paper. Lin Zhao is unbearably disappointed. He frowns. He falls into a moment of stunned silence. This shopping trip consumed a total of 6,000 gold coins. Remaining balance, 0 gold coins. Shopping complete. Preparing to close the game shop. The surrounding scenery changes. It becomes a normal place with goods on display. It takes a moment for Lin Zhao to compose himself. Around him now is a clean, shiny room. Items are neatly arranged on the shelves. He looks around, not very enthusiastic. Lin Zhao casually grabs a bag of items. Let's go. Let's go check on Big Fool's harvest first. When he steps outside, he sees that Big Fool has already dealt with all the zombies lying scattered in front of the door. Lin Zhao immediately gives him a thumbs up in praise. The two of them look at each other and share a strange smile. He strides toward the muscular zombie that is still moving. The floor is covered in long streaks of blood. The system dings continuously. Congratulations, host. You obtained the single-use bronze-grade item, Dilapidated Scarecrow. Congratulations, host. You obtained the bronze-grade equipment, Combo Gloves. Ding. Congratulations, host. You obtained the bronze-grade equipment, Counterattack Blade. Lin Zhao collects them all. Congratulations, player Lin Zhao. You have obtained a new item. The new item has high compatibility with the Tang horizontal blade you are holding. You can use a fusion stone to fuse and upgrade it. He turns his head to look at something. His brow furrows slightly. The experience bar appears. He still needs 40% experience to reach level 9. Lin Zhao follows it with his eyes. He strokes his chin, smiles, and nods in satisfaction. Autoloot is really great. This way, you basically won't miss anything. Then he presses the button to inspect the attributes of the newly obtained item. The Dilapidated Scarecrow card appears. Single-use bronze tier item. After a player places it on the ground, it can transfer the aggro of creatures hostile to the player onto the Scarecrow. After the Scarecrow is completely destroyed, they will resume attacking the player. Not bad, not bad. It can save your life. The next item is the Combo Gloves. Bronze tier equipment. After equipping the gloves, there's a chance for a combo strike. Attribute, Strength +1. Physique +1. After each attack, there is a 5% chance to add an extra attack. Even Lin Zhao himself had to exclaim in surprise. This skill's attribute is almost like explosive double slash. It just doesn't have the explosive effect. Its power isn't higher than explosive double slash either. But it's not bad. He happily studied his new toy, Ring Pommel Saber. Bronze tier equipment. A long-bladed saber crafted from steel that has been repeatedly forged and tempered. Attribute, Strength +3. Lin Zhao drew the saber, his eyes shining brightly. If you max out the strength attribute and completely ignore all other additional effects, focusing everything on strength, this could be considered a top-tier bronze equipment. He scrolled through his other equipment, making a choice. Combo Gloves equipped. The system spoke up. Does player Lin Zhao wish to use the fusion stone to fuse the Tang Dynasty saber and the Ring Pommel saber? Equipment created through a fusion stone has a certain chance of being one tier higher than the original equipment. Unless you are extremely unlucky, it won't result in equipment worse than the original pieces. Lin Zhao gripped the supply card in his hand. He was suddenly nervous and started sweating. Although you have a golden finger system, it can only guarantee the equipment drop rate. It doesn't guarantee other things. He took a shallow breath and made a decision. Lin Zhao mustered his courage and decisively commanded, fuse. The worst that can happen is losing a piece of equipment. But if it succeeds, the system quickly activated. Player Lin Zhao has activated the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the equipment Ring Pommel Saber and Tang Dynasty Saber. Are you sure you want to fuse? After fusion, these two pieces of equipment will disappear forever. Begin fusion. Please wait for 30 minutes. At this moment, before the two of them was a lavish spread of food. Just looking at it made their mouths water. He and Danak each took a spot and ate voraciously. Danak sat down and gnawed a piece of meat clean, leaving only the bone. He was halfway through a bowl of rice when a notification appeared. Congratulations, player Lin Zile. Fusion successful. Obtained a silver tier equipment. Decapitation demon saber. He paused, full of questions. When the system's words finally registered, Lin Zile was astonished. He repeated it dazedly. A silver tier weapon? He immediately rushed over to check, looking more panicked than ever. Decapitation demon saber, a silver tier equipment, fused from the Tang Dynasty saber and the ring pommel saber. Combined with the user's past behavior of frequent decapitations, it successfully formed a demon saber that has a synergistic reaction with decapitation. Attribute, strength +4. Physique +1. Can slowly recover cracks on the blade after combat ends. Passive skill, decapitation. During the act of decapitation, decapitation speed is increased by 20%. After a successful decapitation, the player gains 1 point of strength for 3 minutes. This can stack up to a maximum of 2 layers. Lin Zile screamed excitedly. Oh my god, these stats, they're so overpowered. He immediately took out the new weapon to test it. This is truly a blessing from the heavens. It's simply heaven-defying. Danak was still examining the clean-picked bone when he was called. Danak, we're heading to the library. Let's get the scroll. The two of them left. Lin Zile was checking the map for a route. He pointed as he explained the plan to Danak. Danak, this time, there's no need to hold back. Just charge straight in. We'll kill our way to the library first, then we'll talk. He watched blankly. Then, Danak did exactly as he was told. He immediately swept through a whole crowd without a second glance. Lin Zile also charged forward, with his new demon saber. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. He swung the saber while roaring, displaying his extraordinary power. Lin Zile knelt on one knee and threw the demon saber at a cluster of zombies. It made a circle and returned to its original spot, like a whirlwind. He smiled, full of vitality. Congratulations to player Lin Zile for reaching level 9. Gained 1 free attribute point. Player Lin Zile needs 1,000 experience points for the next level up. That last strike made 3 guys bleed. Lying face down on the floor, he rested the blade on his shoulder and exhaled. Phew, finally. Suddenly, a strange sight made him jump. Lin Zile almost fainted at the sight before him. Confused. Oh my god, what are you doing? At this moment, Danak's clothes were torn to shreds from fighting. His long trousers were now shorts. His face was bruised and he was growling fiercely. Smoke was even coming out of his mouth. Lin Zile glanced over, exasperated and speechless. He was stunned, bewildered, and taken aback. Danak's original humanoid setting. It wasn't a humanoid beast, was it? At this, Lin Zile turned to leave, not forgetting to give his brother instructions. Danak, you hold them off here for a bit. I'm going to clear out the bathroom area. In 10 minutes, you come up to the rooftop. They'll wait for you on the rooftop. He just let out a low growl in response. Half an hour later, as scheduled, the two of them regrouped on the rooftop with a horde of zombies. Lin Zile stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the world with his head held high. Danak, activate Divine Fury. Instantly, the beast within him was summoned. Divine Fury. His muscles swelled. The bulging muscles ripped his shirt. Now he just casually commanded, Danak. It was those dozen or so zombies in front of you that ate all of my roasted chicken. Now I won't have any roasted chicken to eat tomorrow. It was as if his button was pushed and his power buffed to the max. He gritted his teeth in fury. Danak had just warmed up, but it was enough to scare the zombies stiff, freezing them on the spot. Lin Zile sat leisurely, sipping tea, a cup of high-grade Longjing tea, as if he were chilling at a cafe. Who would have thought that a storm would follow? There was no peace with the fire in front of them. It just flared up. Good heavens. Is Divine Fury really that strong? Danak punched relentlessly without stopping, taking on the entire horde by himself. Lin Zile clicked his tongue in admiration. Danak's attributes had doubled under the stimulation. He seemed to enjoy this violence. He was overjoyed. This combat power. It's absolutely monstrous. Truly worthy of his innate Herculean strength. He roared loudly, preparing to enter the cooldown phase. Danak's muscles gradually shrank back to their original size. He collapsed onto the ground. His entire body was covered in bruises and scratches. A pained expression was clear on his face. His body was gradually recovering. Heat seeped out from his wounds, He watched, speechless. Oh my god. This apocalypse game even has such an outrageous skill? The system just displayed the information. Energy supplement. Your eating speed is increased by 30%. While in an eating state, the food you eat will be quickly converted into energy to heal your wounds, replenishing your own stamina. Lin Zhao looked on, unable to believe his eyes. Danak is going further and further down the path of a foodie. He casually tossed supplies and drinks into his mouth and gave an order. System. Autoloot. Everything was automatically collected. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the equipment. Equipment enhancement scroll. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the equipment. Stamina potion. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the equipment. Spirit potion. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the equipment. Protective armor. A bit of information about these items. Protective armor, bronze-grade equipment. Light metal armor with protective power. Attribute, Constitution +1. Agility +1. Skill, Protection. Based on your thoughts, you can form a transparent shield around your body. The shield lasts for 10 seconds. Once it takes an attack exceeding a certain threshold, it will break prematurely. The skill's cooldown time is 1 hour. After the shield is broken, the cooldown time will increase to 12 hours. Spirit potion. Bronze-grade consumable item. After drinking, you can instantly recover 10% of your spirit power. At the same time, you can recover 5% of your spirit power every minute thereafter. This effect lasts for 4 minutes. After use, there is a 30-minute cooldown. Lin Zhao looked at the system screen and affectionately pressed. Equip. New equipment. The screen displayed 2 enhancement items. I hope after enhancing it, the stamina absorbed by the lifesteal ring during combat can offset my own combat consumption. Relying on this lucky physique of mine. Let's see how it goes. His jade green eyes flashed. The levitating ring rested neatly in his palm. Zhao smiled. His eyes were fixed on the system screen. It displayed. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Zhao for obtaining Lifesteal Ring +2. Lifesteal Ring +2. An evil ring that can absorb enemy stamina in combat. Attribute, Strength +2. Constitution +2. He pursed his lips, somewhat satisfied. That was lucky. It succeeded. As he spoke, his hand pressed the equip button. In Zhao's mind, countless epic battle scenes using this precious treasure were already playing out. Lifesteal Ring +2. Player Zhao successfully converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina through the Lifesteal Ring. Lifesteal Ring +2. Player Zhao successfully converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina through the Lifesteal Ring. Sentences like that repeated in his ear. Thinking of this, he rubbed his chin. His gaze was distant. Basic attributes, Strength 28. Spirit 19. Constitution 20. Agility 2%. Zhao moved with his companion. His hands were in his pockets. That's enough rest. Knock. Let's go upstairs. The door was no longer intact, but covered in scratches. They opened the door to a dilapidated and ruined room inside. Books and ledgers were scattered everywhere. It was pitch dark. This confused Zhao, but he smiled when he realized. To be able to cause this kind of destruction, and to have such strength, it must be a boss. The two of them slowly stepped into the room. In my previous life when I came here, the boss had already been killed. I didn't expect to make it in time this time. His walking feet suddenly stopped. I really want to see what kind of boss this is. He was in front of a door with a sign that read Shanghai Store. He reached out and turned the handle, making a soft click. The room inside was spacious. It was like a game store from before. Congratulations to the player for successfully finding the Shanghai Store. You have obtained 10 reputation points. The time each player can spend in the store per day cannot exceed 30 minutes. Once 30 minutes is exceeded, you will have to pay a huge fine. In the corner of the room was a cylindrical machine. If you refuse to pay the fine, the game system will directly log you out. He cut it off coldly. I know. Dear player Zhao, welcome to the Shanghai Store. As you are the first customer to visit the Shanghai Store, you have earned the privilege of a one-time 50% discount on your purchase. He immediately turned his head to give an order. There's such a good thing. Knock. You cover my back. He grunted in agreement. Zhao stepped inside. The machine slowly closed the door. Dengok stood guard outside. Inside, it looked spacious. There were system screens all around. Zhao put his hands in his pockets and looked around. He stopped his gaze on the words. Shanghai store welcomes you. He pouted. Zhao pressed the view goods line. A large screen appeared right in front of him. Things to know when shopping at the Shanghai store. Physical conflict is not prohibited in the store. When customers fight each other, using fists or magic. If the metal plates on the wall are hit, even if the metal is not damaged at all, you will still have to pay a repair fee. If a customer has a conflict with another customer, and the walls or floor of the store get spattered, you must also pay a cleaning fee. All fees will be calculated based on the actual situation. We hope you can shop here happily and peacefully. Zhao pondered thoughtfully. The setup is exactly the same as in my previous life. I hope no one shows up while I'm shopping. I can avoid the cleaning fee that way. Press the tools button. For screens showed 4 options. Extraordinary sword light bullet, 1,000 gold coins. Stock, 100. Short range emitter, 500 gold coins. Stock, 100. 40 ice water technique scrolls. Price, 3,000 gold coins. Stock, 3. Great strength pill. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Stock, 20. He was a bit flustered. Not really used to this situation. Am I too rich? What are all these things? There was a red mark in the top right corner of the screen. The system's voice sounded. It has been detected that the host is not satisfied with the items in the Shanghai store. The permission to purchase hidden items in the Shanghai store has now been unlocked. He didn't take his eyes off the screen. Each city's store has a hidden store exclusive to that city. These hidden stores can only be accessed by players who have made great contributions to the city. The purchasing permission has now been unlocked for the host. Lin Zhao was stunned speechless. He scratched his head, wondering, did I make so many contributions to this city before? When praised, Lin Zhao became as docile as a kitten. Let me check what great treasures the Shanghai store has. He saw something that made his eyes widen. Welcome, respected contributor to the city. The text appeared, larger and clearer than ever. Doubting himself, Lin Zhao asked in a serious tone, System, are you really sure you didn't make a mistake? The other side replied, certain. Host, you'll understand once you enter the store. Before him were extremely valuable items. Shanghai Honorary Contributor Badge. Price, 200,000 gold coins. Stock, 1. Shanghai Order Uniform. Price, 12,000 gold coins. Stock, 10. Shanghai Guardian Seal. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Stock, 20. Lin Zhao scratched his chin in frustration, glancing at his store balance of 6,545 gold coins and thought, enough to buy the second item. He selected the Shanghai Order Uniform, thinking, there's a discount now anyway. Might as well buy it. The system asked for confirmation. You are purchasing the Shanghai Order Uniform for nearly 6,000 gold coins. The original price of 12,000 gold coins was crossed out below. Do you wish to pay? Yes. Lin Zhao quickly cheered up, encouraging himself. He'll come back next time to buy the Shanghai Guardian Seal. The other side continued, excuse me. Player Lin Zhao, do you need to purchase any other items? He turned away and replied curtly, no need. He walked out of the Shanghai store nonchalantly. Thank you for your visit. Welcome back anytime. The machine let out a puff of gray smoke. With the spoils of war in hand, Lin Zhao felt even more reassured. Shanghai Order Uniform. Diamond grade special equipment. An extremely precious uniform. Exquisitely crafted. Exceptionally effective. Only those with outstanding contributions to Shanghai are qualified to own it. Illusion ability. After equipping the Shanghai Order Uniform, all of your clothing type equipment can be hidden under the uniform while their effects remain active. Comfort. The uniform has a self-cleaning function. It also has several functions like partial temperature regulation, auto-recovery, blood separation. Majesty. As long as you are in Shanghai, any player whose reputation does not exceed yours attacks you. Their own attributes will be reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. Order. You can set the order of Shanghai. Every day, you can issue one quest, which will be verified by the system, to any player other than yourself. The rewards and punishments of the quest will be determined by the level of your reputation. The difficulty of the quest determines its specific content. You do not need to pay for the rewards. As expected of a city-exclusive equipment, it looks pretty good. Lin Zile unequipped all his gear, revealing his fair-skinned, six-pack physique. He stood still and waited. I really want to see how effective this equipment is in combat. He activated the Shanghai Order uniform equipment. Immediately, the new suit was donned on Lin Zile, fitting him perfectly. He looked down at himself excitedly. Let's test the illusion attribute first. Detecting that you are equipping the protective armor. Activate the illusion effect of the Shanghai Order uniform. Lin Zile raised his hand and replied immediately, activate. The suit changed color. He squinted slightly, overly excited with his loot. Lin Zile pressed in and out, changing the outfit. Making Dadai, who was standing outside, watch in awe. The system announced. Player Lin Zile, your time in the store is approaching 30 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. He smiled, paying no attention to the reminder. The illusion effect isn't bad. So from now on, I just need to wear the uniform. And I can maximize my flexibility and agility. And my own stealth to the maximum. He took his brother by the hand and pulled him along. Dengok, hurry up. Suddenly, he knelt before Lin Zile, not understanding why he was doing so. He grinned, showing both rows of his teeth. Use the order function on Dengok. Destroy the entire world. He was curled up, waiting, not knowing if it was from cold or fear. Mission did not pass the system's check. The two of them stared at each other, clearly displeased. Lin Zile showed extreme annoyance and continuously made demands. Go kill the legendary grade boss. Mission did not pass the system's check. Punch all the way to the Shanghai Museum. Mission did not pass the system's check. Peep at a girl changing her clothes. Mission passed the system's check. Do you wish to accept? As soon as it was accepted, his eyes lit up. His cheeks flushed slightly as he hurriedly clarified. I was just messing around. It's not real. Not real. Dengok, who had been sitting there the whole time, still couldn't process what was happening. He seemed to remember something. Lin Zile's eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated the question. Go kill the boss in the Shanghai Museum. As expected, mission passed the system's check. Do you wish to accept? He pressed not yet. He looked at the mission reward screen and smiled to himself. In the future, I can use this function to check if there are any bosses nearby. The two of them started moving again. Dengok, we're going to hunt a boss. Night fell. Inside a metal box, a brother and sister were huddled together. The younger sister, with teary eyes, whispered, It won't find us here, will it? Her brother turned to reassure her, but couldn't hide his own unease. Probably not. The girl, with her sixth sense, felt something was wrong and glanced to the side. Through the gap in the box, a bright red light flashed, causing her to freeze. Her face turned pale. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and then she let out a piercing scream. Ah! Her brother hastily covered her mouth and whispered, Don't make a sound. The two of them huddled close together. The girl kept sobbing resentfully, unable to stop. Her brother reflexively looked in the same direction. A humanoid zombie flicked out its terrifyingly long tongue, making him tremble. The saliva-covered tip of its tongue licked across his face. His sister cried even harder, but still bit her lip to endure it. The brother and sister hugged each other. She trembled more and more. They decided to leave that hellish place. He yelled, Xiaomei, run. The door appeared right before their eyes, bringing a sliver of hope to the siblings. But it was too late. The zombie's tongue had already wrapped tightly around the girl's leg. It yanked her away from her brother's arms, to the shock of them both. Blood splattered on the door, the wall. Only a piercing scream remained in the room. Xiaomei. The zombie was now holding her tightly. He trembled helplessly, but then he saw a broom in the corner of the room. He gritted his teeth. With all the courage he had, he grabbed the broom handle and rushed at the monster. You fiend. He'll fight you to the death. The moon was high in the sky. Tonight's moon was perfectly full. Lin Zile and Dengok had just arrived at the door, preparing to deal with the zombie. But unfortunately, both siblings were already lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. The zombie stuck out its tongue, looking as if nothing had happened. Lin Zile didn't know what to say in this situation. He said emptily, let's go. These kinds of people wouldn't have survived long after the newbie protection period anyway. Dying now is a release for them. He added, if it weren't for those two screams just now, I wouldn't have even known you were hiding here, right? The monster didn't understand why he was saying this to it. Congratulations, player Lin Zile. on your first encounter with a class-changed zombie. The class-changing process is similar to that of humans. Zombies are in the process of evolving. They also have their own development paths. The evolution speed of bosses is the fastest. In the early stages of the game, various mutated forms can appear. The liquor form, similar to human assassins. They possess extremely high movement speed and incredibly strong attack power. They like to eat human brains. They can increase their intelligence by consuming human brains. Reptilian zombie, bronze grade boss. Level 10. Basic attributes. Strength 23. Spirit 15. Constitution 8. Agility 23. Talent, reptilian. Can freely crawl on smooth surfaces like walls. Skills. Backstab. Can unleash a thrusting attack. Deals 170% of strength attribute as damage. If it hits an enemy's back, the damage dealt is doubled. Phantom ambush. Can instantly meld into the ground or walls to attack, or follow the opponent's movements. Once it attacks, it will launch a charging attack at the opponent. Deals 80% of the strength attribute as damage. Zal smiled. Its talent and skills are a perfect match. He put his hands on his hips and stared at the zombie. It discovered him too. The two of them moved at the same time. Danak stood beside him, even more confused. Zal crossed his arms and analyzed it. Detected that player Zal has encountered a bronze tier boss. Crawling Zombie issued the quest, The Crawling Zombie's Hatred. The exclusive Golden Finger system has detected that the host has triggered the quest, The Crawling Zombie's Hatred. Optimizing quest-related details. The crawling zombie stared straight into his face. The Crawling Zombie's Hatred. A museum manager was falsely accused of stealing a sacred artifact. He was being scolded by his superior and turned into a zombie. He killed his superior. He wants revenge. He wants to kill everyone in the world who loves to read books. Quest requirement. Kill the crawling zombie. Quest reward. 100 reputation points. 600 trillion. 300 experience points. 1 set of bronze tier equipment. Time limit. 12 hours. I didn't expect the Apocalypse game to have a function for avenging people. It's just that. I'm too late. Zal waved his hand. Danak. You go and kill it. Don't let other zombies get here. He cooperated and approached it. Danak went one-on-one with the crawling zombie. He raised his weapon high above his head, preparing to attack. Somehow, this creature managed to dodge. Phantom sneak. As a result, Danak's attack missed. The target had vanished. The crawling zombie was clinging to a corner of the wall, laughing at him, while Danak looked around in a daze. It began to stick out its venomous snake-like tongue. A second later, the zombie lunged down from above. No one knew what would happen next. The crawling zombie rushed towards Danak, but he still hadn't realized the imminent danger. But there was someone else in the room, Zal. He seized the opportunity, leaping up with a cunning smile. Scared already? You're not so tough after all. Zal brought his blade down. The two of them landed on the ground. The monster raised its hands to block the blow. A series of slashes severed both of its arms. Seeing this, the crawling zombie cried and trembled like a child. He stood behind, watching the little thing. The monster fled for its life, crying a river of tears. Gao? Gao Gao roughly translates to help me. Someone's killing a zombie. Zal pretended to cover his mouth with a yawn and said, This is your chance. They'll count to 3, and then I'm coming after you. 2. He flicked his blade down and grinned. And 1. Activating swiftness of the Gale Flower. Activating White Wind Potion's Void Step. Zal flew into the air, chasing the zombie. Here I come. He approached the little thing at lightning speed. Zal continuously swung his blade back and forth several times, shouting loudly. Ascending Whirlwind Slash. All of those slashes were aimed at the crawling zombie's head. It stuck out its tongue and bent forward to dodge. The result was an explosive, fiery whirlwind. Zal calmly turned and left with his achievement. Congratulations to player Zal for successfully killing the level 10 bronze tier boss, the crawling zombie. Received 50 experience points. 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Zal for completing the quest The Crawling Zombie's Hatred. Congratulations to player Zal for obtaining the quest reward, 100 reputation points. 600 gold coins. 300 experience points. 1 piece of bronze tier equipment. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 10. Gained 1 free attribute point. Player Zal has reached level 10. Due to not having a class advancement, you will not be able to level up further. All experience gain will be accumulated. Please wait patiently for the class advancement channel to open. Zal gave a profound smile. He stared blankly at the system panel. It seems I have to quickly find 40. Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 10. You have obtained 1 super golden finger lottery draw chance. Does the host wish to draw now? Zal scratched his head, closed his eyes, and said, the newbie period is almost over. If I'm the first player on the entire server to successfully advance my class, I can also get a server-wide announcement. He opened his eyes. Draw. The screen displayed, drawing the second super golden finger. The following lines of text made Zal's face turn pale. Congratulations to the player for drawing a super golden finger. Yin-Yang twins. The host can possess 2 professions. When the host has 2 professions, the first profession obtained will be the one displayed to the outside world. There are no restrictions on the content of the 2 professions. But if the fixed attribute increase is for the same attribute, the one with the highest value will be taken. The free attribute points of the second profession will only receive 50%, rounded up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dual professions. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dual professions. He was completely stunned. When he regained his confidence, he grinned mischievously. A heaven-defying dual profession. In the apocalypse, no less. Are you implying that I will dominate the world in the future? After thinking to himself, Lin Zal burst out laughing. A foolish expression. He pointed at his own face. This isn't very good. Isn't this unfair to the other players? Suddenly, it was as if he heard some sound. His hands moved a few times. Then he got angry. He raised his fist and clenched it tightly. Earth, thorn ambush. Sharp spikes of earth and rock rose up through the cracks in the ground, piercing through the ceiling. The zombies that couldn't dodge were also impaled. A few that managed to dodge were trapped between the created rock spikes. At this moment, his gaze gradually lowered to the ground, as if he had seen something. He ignored the zombies and headed towards the glowing, silver-white box. He knelt down. He reached out and touched the lid of the box. Then he picked it up and immediately started walking. Passing by Danak, he said, Danak, go straight upstairs. He recalled being reminded many times before. Dropped silver treasure chests can be moved, but wild treasure chests cannot. He and Danak gradually moved up to the 5th floor via the stairwell. At this point, he had reached the 5th floor. In front of the stairwell door now were 3 zombies, growling and moving slowly in the 5th floor hallway. Seeing them, he thought to himself, they're all low-level zombies. Then there's no need for me to act. He looked at Danak and said, Danak, they'll leave them to you. He responded to his command by letting out a cry. Then he turned and walked away. As he walked, he thought, according to this Golden Fingers reminder, the Phantom class will increase strength and agility. So does that mean I still need to find a profession that increases constitution and spirit? He put a hand to his head. It's not that there isn't one. It's a hidden profession. Sword Knight. The highest level one is only available across the ocean. Within the borders of the Dragon Country, it seems there really isn't a particularly good profession of that type. Right now, he was standing in a corner of the hallway, fiddling with the system's virtual screen. Suddenly, his finger stopped. After a long moment, his hand moved slightly on the screen. Then, a hammer appeared in his hand. A lightning bolt symbol appeared on the face of the hammer. He grasped it firmly, looking at it with interest. Danak seemed to sense something unusual and turned his head to look at him. Danak was happy to see the hammer in his hand. Then he took the hammer and put it to his mouth to try and bite it. Meanwhile, he continued to operate the system's virtual screen with his hand. A small rectangular box appeared on the screen. The words on it read, "Eye of Reconnaissance." He said as expected, "No problem." Behind him, Danak was trying his hardest to bite the hammer, while he looked at the chest with an expectant expression, his hand slowly opening the chest. After it was opened, the system immediately displayed a notification. Player, Nisei, successfully opened a silver treasure chest. When player, Nisei, opened the silver treasure chest, you received a buff from the treasure chest. Your personal storage space has increased by 0.3 cubic meters. An item appeared. The item was named Steel-Edged Leg Guards. The system continued to announce. After player. Nice. Open the silver treasure chest. Through receiving a buff, you have obtained 50 experience points. Player. Nice. Searched the silver treasure chest and successfully found 270 gold coins. He picked up the gifted item. The item immediately displayed some information. Tough blade pants. Silver grade equipment. Pants with strong elasticity. In combat, it can be of great help to the player. Attributes. Constitution +3. Agility +1. Function. Reduces by 20% the duration of negative effects suffered by the player. After he finished reading the information on the battle pants, he clicked the button. Equip. Displayed on the screen. Character attributes. Cheja. Special soldier class. Basic attributes. Strength, 28. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 23. Agility, 25. After receiving the item, he turned to Dingok, patted his shoulder, and said, "Go pick up the items dropped by the zombies you just killed." On the floor below, receiving the order, he grunted in reply. Then he left. As he walked, he continued with his thoughts. The newbie protection period isn't over yet. The class change system hasn't been unlocked. First, I should prepare for the Phantom class. As for the second profession, I'll have to research it carefully later. Hopefully, the people from the Death God Club have gathered. That way, we can clear out the museum sooner. On the afternoon of the 8th day, before the newbie protection period disappeared, the sky was clear and bright. Sunlight shone through the window panes. Ding! The sound of the elevator echoed. He and Dingok stepped out of the elevator. His powerful aura emanated everywhere. He walked step by step towards the Huangmao. As he walked, he asked, "When can we attack the museum?" Hearing his question, he replied, "We've recruited these people over the past few days. The club now has over 200 members. We can enter the Shanghai Museum this afternoon," he said. "Since Brother Lin is already here, then he'll go mobilize our brothers." Hearing that, he replied. He heard his answer and laughed silently. He thought, as long as this operation is successful, no one will be able to compete with me for the position of club president anymore. I must also find a way to keep this useful chess piece by my side. At this moment, the loudspeaker crackled with an announcement. "Dear members, today is an important day for our Death God Club, because we are about to launch a major campaign." He felt a bit skeptical hearing the announcement. A simple mobilization. All our members are about to set off to deal with the zombies in the Shanghai Museum. To put it briefly, everyone assemble. Prepare to attack the Shanghai Museum. Hearing this, the members of the Death God Club shouted, "Charge! I have to kill the zombies in the museum. I want to get a piece of bronze-grade equipment. This day has finally come. I, De Huangmao, am about to rise up. I'm not just bragging. This time, I'll definitely reach level 5. This time, I want to kill 10 zombies." He let out a breath. Seeing the scene before him, he thought, they've really started treating this apocalypse game as a boring and easy grind, thinking that killing monsters is all it takes to get stronger. Once the newbie protection period is over, I wonder how many of these unlucky fools will die a miserable death. Suddenly, a strange object flew towards him. At this moment, a brawl had broken out in the crowd. Shouts rang out. Someone said, "Where are my merit points? Who rummaged through my pants? My rope! My rope!" The Huangmao was speechless at the sight before him. Outside the building, hordes of zombies were advancing towards the building, accompanied by growling sounds. Right then, a lens was observing the horde of zombies. They were jostling each other as they moved. The Huangmao, holding binoculars, looked at him and called out, "Old Brother Lin, are you sure your strategy will work? There are way too many zombies in there." Hearing that, he calmly replied, "It will work. As long as the people you've arranged are fast enough, then there will be no casualties." He placed a hand lightly on his shoulder and said, "It's almost 7 o'clock. If we miss this chance, there won't be another one. Besides, everyone has already agreed to this plan." "Of course, it's fine." He seemed a little worried, but still replied, "Then let's give it a try." He looked behind him, then gave a slight nod to the members of the Death God Club, as if giving an order. The members of the Death God Club received the order and nodded at him. However, at this moment, a floating piece of meat appeared in his hand. "This is a piece of raw meat soaked in zombie virus," he said. "My agility is considered high in the club. Just leave luring the first wave of zombies to me. He turned his head and said, Brother Chow. They'll leave Dingnock to you. The man called Elder Chow replied. You can rest assured. At this moment, Dingnock was enthusiastically playing with the mace he had given him earlier. He looked over, saw the scene before him, and thought, why is he playing with that mace everywhere he goes? Is the mace's appeal to him really that strong? Thinking this, he gave a light smile. Well, he does seem to like this mace. The mace seems to suit him quite well. After that, he swept past De Huang Mao like a gust of wind, leaving only an afterimage of his clothes. Seeing this, De Huang Mao muttered, He's so fast. The others said enthusiastically, The first wave is the most dangerous. This is tough on Brother Lin. Another person said, His spirit of dedication. No matter how high his status or rewards in the club are in the future, I definitely won't be jealous. At this moment, he and a few others rushed out towards the zombie horde. In his hand, he held the piece of meat. The scent of the meat spread everywhere. At the same time, the others took the opportunity to move towards another gate. The zombies, smelling the scent, also began to move towards him. At this moment, he tossed the piece of meat to a member of the Death God Club. With a look of righteous command, he said, You guys take this meat and keep running. They'll help you deal with the zombies. He ran towards the zombies, while waving to the two members of the Death God Club, saying, When we get back to President Chow, this reward will be all yours. The two club members looked at him. One of them caught the meat and stared intently. Then, both of them had teary-eyed expressions. They gave him a thumbs up full of admiration. This Brother Lin is such a good person. He ran while laughing inwardly. Too easy to fool. Go finish off the zombies? As if, I'm going to find the scroll, so no one else can snatch it. The two club members were now outside the encirclement. Witnessing the scene, they gaped as zombie corpses were sent flying. They yelled, My God! As expected of an expert. It turns out he was holding back before. At the entrance of a secret room, his figure appeared behind the door. The class changed scroll. It's mine. At this moment, a scroll appeared inside a transparent box. Seeing what he was looking for, he whispered in admiration. No wonder it's something that makes so many people flock to it, disregarding their lives. This is a bit deceptive. Then, as he approached it, he cracked his knuckles. His fists smashed towards the glass box protecting the scroll. A sound rang out. The alarm light, detecting an intruder, blared. Clang clang, accompanied by a flashing red light. Hearing the sound, he looked up at the alarm light. Then his fist accelerated, striking the glass box holding the golden scroll with even more force. A thumping sound rang out. Then another sound rang out. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the glass box. His final punch caused the glass case to shatter, sending fragments flying everywhere. After shattering the glass case, he retracted his fist and blew lightly on his slightly stinging knuckles. He reached his hand towards the glowing golden scroll. The system's voice immediately rang out. Player, Yiche, a strange scroll has been discovered. It seems to hold a great secret within. Player's reputation increased by 500. System reminder. The scroll is calling to the player. Player, Yiche, do you wish to accept the scroll's call? Hearing the system's prompt, he replied, Accept. A beam of light emanated from the scroll, illuminating his entire face. At this moment, two lines of text appeared on the scroll's surface with the content, Player, Yiche, has accepted the scroll's call. About to enter the scroll. Hearing this, he was a little confused. Then, his entire body was enveloped in a golden light. It pulled him into the scroll. His body then fell into a different space. The system announced, Player, Yiche, program for entering the scroll has been completed. He slowly opened his eyes. His feet lightly touched the ground. He was now surrounded by flames. He then touched a wall that was radiating a blue light. His hand gradually sank deep inside the spatial gate. If I remember correctly, the location is right here. System notification. Congratulations, Player Yazzie. You have successfully activated the trial. His body gradually phased into the wall. A long notification from the system appeared before him. Mysterious trial. Trial description. It seems there are some secrets hidden within this scroll. It has always been here, waiting for someone who can inherit its power. Trial requirement. Pass 3 trials. Trial restriction. During this period, all equipment, skills, and abilities are disabled. Trial reward. Level +1. Special profession, Phantom. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please do not mind it. Trial penalty. Trial failure. The host will be killed directly. After reading the series of notifications, he felt it was just as he had expected. Indeed, it was just as cruel as in his past life. The system's notification chimed once more. The Goldfinger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial. Initiating program modification. Ding. The host will not suffer any penalty for failing the mission. The system will protect the host and allow them to leave the trial space. Detected that the host is undergoing a trial. A mission has been successfully activated. Trial of the Ancients. He was puzzled after hearing the series of system notifications. Another notification appeared before him. Trial of the Ancients. This is a legacy that is thousands of years old. It is waiting for a person with enough power to inherit it. Trial requirement. Pass the scroll's trial. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Trial reward. A random draw for a common Goldfinger. 1 silver-grade equipment. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please do not mind it. After reading the series of system notifications, he raised his hand to his chin and thought. After several thousand years. Has enough power? Although the phantom profession can be called top tier, it's completely unworthy of such a description. It's true that this phantom profession comes from a legendary assassin in the ancient dragon country, but it only has a history of 1,000 years. Moreover, a level 5 phantom will undergo a second-class change to become a phantom assassin. At level 80, they undergo a third-class change to become a phantom god. That doesn't quite fit this description. After a series of deductions, he turned and asked the system. Goldfinger system. What's going on here? The system displayed a series of ellipsis marks as an unspoken answer. It made him feel like asking the system was useless. Then the system disappeared, leaving him alone, dumbfounded, as a flock of black crows flew by. He helplessly rested his forehead on his hand and shouted, "Forget it. Accept mission." The system received the notification and reported back, "Accepted." His mind was filled with ellipsis marks. At that moment, a piece of cloth appeared before him, and a cave opened up. System notification. The first trial gate is opening. A shimmering golden orb appeared on the surface of the cloth. System notification. Player Yazzie, please place your hand on the Lee Pearl. Hearing the system's notification, he did as instructed. He slowly placed his hand on the Lee Pearl orb. His hand touched the orb. Some movements of power gradually appeared within the orb. A golden light began to flash. Then, red chains gradually radiated from around the orb, enveloping his hand and the orb itself. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the orb. He shouted inwardly, "It's coming." Then, his entire body was enveloped by the red and gold power and began to float. Beams of light radiated from the orb, surrounding him, causing his eyes to gradually ache. Seeing this, he instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes. After a few minutes passed, he slowly cracked his eyes open. He looked around in astonishment. He was now surrounded by a space that was entirely red, with a transparent platform supporting his body. At that moment, he knelt down. Then he used his hand to scoop up the red liquid. Then he clenched his fist. The liquid dripped down just like that. He stood up and gazed into the distance. A vortex appeared above his head. The center of the vortex had a faint pink color. His body felt as if it were being tormented by pain. His face darkened. His figure trembled. He appears, clutching his head. In my past life, I relied on my hatred for you, Jingham, to pass this stage. Passing this stage like that was truly pathetic. Back then, both of his hands were covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He silently decided, in this life, I will absolutely not be so pathetic. At this moment, once again, a purple light emanated from above his head, emitting a massive power that formed a vortex. The red liquids also began to churn violently. He now stood with a straight back, his chest puffed out, his hands relaxed. There was no trace of the fear he had in his past life. His hands, his body, his clothes were gradually covered by the red liquid. His face was also slowly being covered by the red liquid. But unlike his past life, his expression was now filled with relish. After enduring the sensation caused by the formation, he slowly uttered word by word, "I've passed." Then he laughed joyfully. Clenching his fists, he shouted with joy, "I finally proved myself." At that moment, a voice echoed from above. "Time to return." Hearing the voice, he looked up at the faint pink light above his head. Then, he took a defensive stance, raising his hand to shield his front. A flash of light appeared. It streaked past his eyes. Then, he returned to his original entry point. System notification. Congratulations, player, for passing the first stage of the trial. Please proceed to the next trial gate. His hand reached for a round object placed on a surface. He tossed it in his hand a few times. Then, looking at it, he sighed with emotion. To think such a small bead could put someone in such a terrifying situation. A blue portal opened. The system immediately prompted. Opening the second trial gate. Player, dentist, please proceed forward. He stepped into the portal. He thought to himself as he walked. The second stage in my past life. I used hatred to move forward. But in the end, I couldn't persevere. I passed out on the ground. When I woke up, I was already at the third stage. But in this life, I will definitely be able to see the dawn at the very end. Just then, a series of gloomy voices echoed. Give up. After all, you just need to pass out to go directly to the third stage. Give up. Give up. With each step he took, ghastly voices tried to pull him back. Give up. Give up. Give up. At this moment, each of his steps became steadier. His thoughts also became more resolute. No. How could I even think like that? Absolutely not. Why should I give up? I already went through this once in my past life. At this moment, his expression also gradually darkened. But he still persevered, gritting his teeth to endure. In this life, I must see the very end of this trial. To wash away my past humiliation, I have a chance to do it over. Why wouldn't I persevere? Then he closed his eyes and walked calmly. At this moment, an image appeared. A man, with a scruffy beard, stood with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance. He gradually recognized the image. This is my past self. His appearance back then was already that of a middle-aged man, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. Seeing that image, he thought, this life of mine. At this moment, his body swayed slightly, but he still clenched his jaw. His hands were balled into tight fists. He forcefully lifted his foot and stomped it down on the void, heading towards the crack that was radiating a brilliant golden light, as if urging him to go there. He fought against his swaying body, moving towards the light source in front of him. He looked at the light in astonishment. A glowing rectangular frame. He spoke with doubt. Is this the end point? I really persevered to the very end. He couldn't believe his eyes at that moment. But then, his expression burst with happiness. Tears welled up in his eyes. Did I finally do it? I've finally proven myself. Then, he resolutely stepped into the gate before him. This is the true meaning of existence. He walked forward briskly. Around him, a different scene now appeared. The system's announcement rang out. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the second trial gate. Please proceed to the next trial gate. His eyes were filled with hostility. Next is the final gate. Only you remain. Images from his previous life appeared. Back then, he endured in agony, foolishly and clumsily dealing with the enemy's attacks, then running away in defeat. He put a hand to his head. A gloomy expression. The scars you left me in my past life. They'll settle the debt in this life. It's not too late. With that thought, he put his arm through the next door. His body once again passed through the wall. System announcement. Opening the third trial gate. Player, Nisei, please kill the guardian beast. He gripped the blade in his hand, facing forward. His posture was completely defensive, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a sound whizzed past his head. A vortex appeared in midair. His expression darkened. From the vortex, a long-tailed black creature was released. It landed gently on the ground. Then it looked at him. Its eyes looked at him with disdain. At this moment, he closed his eyes briefly. The sword was aimed at the black cat. It looked at him. After waiting so long, I finally get someone who comes to die. An image of him from that time appeared. With eyes shut tight, he used his sword to block its attack. One of his eyes had been attacked by it then, leaving a long, red scar. However, he still struggled to fight with all sorts of different tools. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his head. Detected that player Nisei's realm has the potential to break through. Epic grade talent. Omnipotent proficiency is undergoing a metamorphosis, becoming a legend grade talent. Omniscient and omnipotent. Combat. The system began to explain to him. Omniscient and omnipotent. Combat. Legend grade talent. In terms of combat, you will reach an unimaginably high level. In aspects such as combat methods and weaponry, you can achieve spontaneous mastery. At this moment, a blue square appeared around him. He shifted his feet into a ready stance. Sword light. A golden beam of light shot up in front of him. He just closed his eyes, gripped the blade tightly, and attacked. Just like that, his blade collided with the black cat. The blade struck its face, creating a large gash. Blood sprayed everywhere. The wound he suffered in his previous life. He has now returned to it in this life. Then he slashed a few more times. It slammed hard against the stone wall. Blood splattered everywhere. Then it fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The system immediately announced, Player Nisei has successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations, Player Nisei, for successfully passing the third trial. Congratulations, Player Nisei. You have received the trial reward. Level up by 1. Class change scroll, Phantom. The scroll appeared before him, floating in midair. Because the player has not yet completed the class change, the level up by 1 reward will be applied after the player completes the class change. He gave a slight smile, then reached out to take the scroll. At this moment, he looked around in confusion and spoke. I've clearly completed the trial, so why am I still here? He began to analyze the situation. In my past life, after I killed the cat, I was teleported out of the trial. Why is there no movement at all this time? Could it be that I'm trapped inside the trial? He approached the rock wall. He placed his hand on the wall, observing it. Then he pondered, unless it turns out this place might not be the apocalypse game, but my golden finger system instead. Just then, the system appeared. Mission requirement. Pass the trial from the scroll. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Incomplete. After reading the notification, he realized in astonishment. In other words, I haven't inherited the true power of the scroll from the very beginning? Then he cried out in anguish. Class change scroll. Could it be that obtaining the scroll is only the first step? And the second step is to activate the scroll to obtain the power within? At this moment, a bold idea popped into his head. Then he slapped his palm hard. Let's give it a try first. The system announced once again. Detected that the host has successfully passed the trial. Host, please continue moving forward. To receive the true power of the scroll, he raised a hand to touch his head. Sighed. That was close. It didn't cause me to explode in the cave. He clenched his fist, looked up, and asked, how do I proceed from here? The system gave him no response this time. It was continuing to play dead. And he continued to wear his fake smile while waiting for a reply. Then his expression turned serious as he thought. What kind of scroll is this that can make my golden finger system go silent? Or could it be that this golden finger system is an old acquaintance of the scroll? Or maybe it knows what I went through in my past life, so it's intentionally staying silent. Forget it. Following its prompt. He'll just move forward for now. At this moment, he tried to push the stone wall. While pushing, he muttered, I really didn't expect there to be a crack here. If it hadn't told me to go straight, I never would have discovered it. How do I use this crack? After the cracks connect, they look just like a pattern. He reached out and lightly touched the crevice. The crevice immediately flashed with light. Seeing this, he took a few steps back and watched the golden light gradually spread. He saw the image of an ox and a bird appear on the stone slab. He said in astonishment, aren't these the 2 patterns recorded on the scroll? Then, the 2 patterns let out a loud cry. At this moment, earth and stone began to fall, revealing a gate. After a tremor, a stone gate with patterns appeared. He reached out and gently pushed the gate. The sound of the gate opening echoed. In front of him was a stone table. On the stone table were the scroll and the jewelry pearl, glowing brightly. He walked while observing his surroundings. With his hands on his hips, he walked closer to the stone table. Then he reached out and took the scroll. Then he opened it. Streams of light escaped from within the scroll, making a zap-zap sound. One of the streams of light touched his hand and then wrapped around his wrist. At this moment, the entire scroll lit up completely, as if it wanted to suck him in again. However, a change occurred. 2 words appeared on the scroll, Chiyu. He read it out in confusion. Chiyu? He was a little hesitant. This is it. Although he said that, he thought. The key information in the scroll is Chiyu. And the patterns of the ox and bird always appear. Could they be the ox totem and the bird totem of the Ninely tribe? The words inside the scroll gradually appeared. He read them as they appeared. Chiyu was killed by the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor beheaded him and buried his head. His subordinates turned into a forest of blood maples. Legend says that the spirit cat can preserve souls. Kai's soul was preserved precisely because it encountered a spirit cat. As he spoke, the words began to float out of the scroll, suspending themselves in midair. Chiyu knew his soul would dissipate. Thus, before it vanished, he created this trial scroll. The final gate of the scroll is guarded by the cat bearing the spirit cat bloodline. What Lord Chiyu wanted to test was indomitable will, eternal perseverance, and perfect combat. Your performance in the 3 trials has reached the highest standard. You have earned the right to inherit the ultimate power of the Ninely tribe. Please place your hand upon the totem. After reading those lines, his hand unconsciously moved towards the scroll as he came to an understanding. So this is the true power of the scroll. He placed both hands on the scroll. The system's voice rang out. Detecting player, dentist. Currently receiving an unknown power inheritance. Analyzing the unknown power. The power from the scroll radiated outwards, enveloping his body. System has successfully analyzed the unknown power originating from Blue Star. The Apocalypse game system is now integrating the unknown energy with Blue Star's culture, along with the system's announcements. The power radiating outwards grew stronger and stronger. Integration successful. Gamification successful. Player, dentist. Initiating class change. Time passed, and he finally finished receiving the power. His body stumbled back a few steps. The system continued to prompt. Congratulations, player, dentist. Class change successful. Based on Blue Star's culture. The Apocalypse game has named this profession War Master. Player, dentist. Please complete the trial. Profession, War Master. Need to proceed with a digitization step. He wearily sat down on the ground. He looked up and smiled faintly. I originally just wanted to get the Phantom class scroll. I didn't expect to unexpectedly pass Kai's trial. Isn't this a double blessing? Player name, Yak. Player class, War Master. He raised his hand and touched the system's virtual screen. This War Master is quite interesting. A line of text appeared, making him gasp in surprise. Suddenly, he shook his arm, looking panicked. Looking closely at the back of his hand now. The yellow pearl was stuck to his hand and wouldn't let go. The system announced at the same time. Ninely Pearl. Bronze grade item. The ultimate treasure of the Ninely tribe. The most important item of the War Master, Chiyu. It is the weapon of the War Master. The player can, through Kai's trial, after inheriting the power of Kai's scroll, bind with the player. It exists in the player's consciousness. Function. It can, according to the player's thoughts, freely change its form, granting the player the class abilities of that form. 2. It can devour energy to enhance the equipment's attributes and abilities. He held the pearl while listening to the system's announcement. Then, he observed it intently. Does that mean this item can grow infinitely? Suddenly, the pearl escaped his hand and flew straight into his forehead. He sat down in pain, closing his eyes and clutching his forehead. His face was covered in sweat. However, upon seeing the system notification, end trial, he still reached out and pressed it. As he pressed it, he thought, humph, as expected of Kai's weapon. Even its method of existence is so special. The space around him completely changed. On the ground, a few zombies were lying in a pile. He looked at the broken glass case. Inside, the scroll was still lying there motionlessly. He walked over and reached for the scroll. The system chimed. Player, Yak. Trial ended. The War Master class of Player Yak is now being digitized. Player Yak's base attributes. Unequipped. Including title bonuses. Strength is 18. Spirit is 16. Constitution is 12. Agility is 19. Class digitization, Warm Master. Complete. Player Yak. Each time you level up, you will gain 3 strength points, 3 constitution points, and 3 free attribute points, based on all the experience the player previously gained. And quest reward levels, a calculation will be made. The player has successfully leveled up to level 13. Player Yak's attribute panel. Base attributes. Strength is 49. Spirit is 24. Constitution is 46. Agility is 36. Free attribute points, 9. He was dumbfounded after hearing the series of system announcements, then shouted, "These heaven-defying attributes. From now on, I can walk sideways through a horde of zombies." Congratulations to the player for being the first to successfully change class in the Apocalypse game, obtaining the unique global achievement, Pioneer. He raised his hand and touched the system's virtual interface. The class analysis panel is about to make a server-wide announcement. Class: War Master. Introduction: the War Master. Master of myriad weapons. Incarnation of war. Born from the unimaginable power of Chiyu and the ultimate treasure of the ancient Ninely tribe, this is an extremely terrifying class. One who has not undergone the terrifying trial cannot control it. Attributes: each time you level up, you will gain 3 strength points, 3 constitution points, and 3 free attribute points. Abilities: Master of myriad weapons. You can manipulate the Ninely treasure to transform into any warrior-type weapon, thereby obtaining the abilities and skills of that warrior class. Pearl of Ninely. You can infuse power into the Ninely Pearl to enhance the Ninely Pearl's attributes and rank. When it came to the third ability, the system didn't display details, only a message. Specific ability not yet activated. After reading the series of system announcements, he unconsciously pulled hard on his own cheeks. Rolling around in pain, he cried out, "So painful. I'm not dreaming." He stood up, clenched his fist, and shouted, "This isn't just awesome anymore. This is truly ridiculously awesome. It's awesome to a boundless degree." With that, he started to raise his hand and said, "Let me test the power of this Jilly bead first." A long staff appeared in his hand, along with the floating Jilly bead. At this moment, the virtual screen displayed the text, "Absorb." The source of power around the Jilly bead was being forcefully sucked into it. After a series of operations, the Jilly bead sparkled brightly. A sparkling star shape even appeared above it. He stared at it intently, as if deep in thought. At this moment, the system announced, "The Jilly bead has seized enough energy, successfully evolved into a silver-grade item." The bead began to radiate a source of power. Inside the bead, the power fluctuated intensely. He reached his hand towards the bead. Suddenly, he was shocked. His eyes widened. His pupils contracted. The bead in his hand turned into a red liquid. Then it transformed into a blade that rested neatly in his hand. Jilly blade. Jilly blade. Silver-grade equipment. Strength +4. Constitution +2. When attacking, has a 10% armor penetration attribute. Jilly slashing strike. Fires a blade aura forward. A direct hit will deal damage equal to 130% of the strength attribute, and the pain caused by the blade aura can reach up to 200%. Jilly heavy slash. A strike towards the enemy can deal damage equal to 200% of the strength attribute, but it will cause a 2-second stiffness status to the user. Finally, a reminder from the system. The player's main body cannot, through the War Master class, obtain skills. These skills will change according to the form transformation of the Jilly. After reading the information the system gave him, he roared internally. This isn't just awesome anymore. This is truly ridiculously awesome. It's awesome to a boundless degree. His curiosity began to stir. He held the blade in his hand and said doubtfully, "Bow and arrow." The blade in his hand gradually transformed into a bow and arrow. Named, Jilly Bow. Jilly Bow. Silver-grade equipment. Attributes. Strength +4. Agility +2. Can condense spiritual power. To form an arrow. Flame annihilation. Fires a flame arrow forward. The power of the flame arrow is equal to 120% of the strength attribute. After hitting an enemy, it will inflict a continuous burning status. Glacier arrow. Fires a frost arrow forward. The power of the frost arrow is equal to 120% of the strength attribute. After hitting an enemy, it will inflict a temporary slow status. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "Assassin." The weapon immediately transformed into a throwing dart. Seeing this, he became even more enthusiastic and said, "Shield." A shield appeared. With his every command, the Julie bead transformed into the weapon he desired. Swordsman. A sword appeared. Julie bow. The tired Julie bead fell heavily to the ground. It let off smoke, exhausted from following his commands. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. "Oh my, oh my. Player Dentist's spiritual power has been depleted. Forcibly continuing to change the item's form will result in a stunned state. Changing forms consumes that much spiritual power." He held his head, thinking, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Then he picked up the bead, covered his mouth, and took a long yawn. World announcement. Congratulations to Player Dentist for becoming the first player to reach level 10 and successfully change classes in the Apocalypse game. He just walked step by step down some path at a surprisingly fast speed. Obtain the unique global level achievement, the Trailblazer, and a large number of rewards. We hope other players will continue to work hard. Elsewhere, the members of the Death God Club cursed the system in annoyance. Can this world announcement shut up already? I'm still trying to sleep here. Another person holding an item heard the announcement and said, "Dentist? That name is so familiar. It's him again. Will he ever give it a rest?" Others have only just reached level 6. Hearing the announcement, he also gritted his teeth and said, "I have to work harder." At this moment, he was sitting in a corner, drinking potion after potion. Lesser magic staff. Meditation necklace. He absorbed it while thinking, "Good thing I have a spirit power recovery potion. The stun is really unpleasant." Congratulations to the player for receiving a global announcement. The Pioneer. Congratulations to the player for obtaining this reward. 1,000 reputation points. 2,000 gold coins. 3 free attribute points. Storage space capacity increased by 2 cubic meters. The system screen displays. Pioneer. Pioneer. Unique title. Can only be obtained by the first person to change class in the Apocalypse game. All attributes increased by 2. Against players with a profession, there will be a 5% attribute suppression. After reading the announcement, he casually thought, "Is it useless?" However, it seems I did things out of order. People usually change their class first, and then they go fight a bronze rank boss. Thinking this, he let out a long yawn. Then he gave a command. "Now that there's nothing else, draw a silver rank piece of equipment for me." Receiving the command, the system screen changed. A gift box appeared on the screen. A line of text appeared, drawing 1 silver rank piece of equipment. At the same time, he also reached into his pocket. "The one I got yesterday." A mask also appeared in his hand. Congratulations, host, for successfully drawing a silver rank piece of equipment. Phantom Mask of the Demon. Phantom Mask of the Demon. Silver rank equipment. A mask containing a demon's power. Please do not fall to the point of becoming a slave to the demon. Spirit +3. Phantom Face. When worn, it can hide the player's basic information. Unless someone is 5 levels higher than the player, they will not be able to see it. Demon's Gaze. 3 seconds after use. Those who look at the mask will fall into a fear state. When a person in the fear state attacks the player, their attributes and body coordination will be reduced. Phantom Mask of the Demon. Change into a concealment mask? Do you wish to change? He reached out and touched the change button. Then the system displayed another notification. Activate the phantomize effect of the uniform? Do you accept? He pressed the decline button. Then he put the phantom mask of the demon on his face. The demon's eyes flashed with a glint of light. He stood by the window and then commanded the system. "Now, let's draw the cheat item." He was now wearing a black cloak, looking outside. At this moment, the system announced, "Equipment-related restriction breakthrough. The 1-ring equipment limit has been lifted. The number of keepable rings has increased by 1. Does this mean I can wear 2 rings at the same time, and both of them will be effective? This is like having 1 more piece of equipment than others. It's too abnormal. They'll leave it empty for now. He'll wait until a better ring drops next time to wear it." So he pressed the X button to exit. This time, the system announced, 12 free attribute points available. Seeing this notification, he pondered, How should I use these 12 attribute points now? As if Head thought of something. His slender hands quickly tapped on the system's virtual screen. Attribute panel. Strength is 52. Spirit is 33. Physique is 49. Agility is 36. Let's do this. He'll go back first, then we'll talk. After finishing everything, he calmly walked out of the building. Elsewhere, on a rooftop, everyone was partying happily, shooting confetti everywhere. On a high platform, Gao Dong and Denai walked toward that platform. Seeing this, everyone cheered happily. Today's operation by the Death God Club to clear the Shanghai Museum will go down in history. I'd like to introduce this great hero to everyone. Denai. After Gao Dong introduced him, an awkward silence followed as Denai had no reaction. Except for the fact that he was holding a chicken leg, drooling with obvious craving. It was Denai's adorable side. Gao Dong saw this and called out, "Brother Denai." Denai thought he was trying to take his chicken leg and let out a yelp. Then he turned away in another direction, looking at him as if he were an enemy. Seeing this, he said, "The chicken leg is Denai's life, isn't it?" At this time, he walked in with his mask. Chao Dong saw him and called out, "Brother Lin." He said cheerfully, "I finally get to see you. You might not know, we've been looking for you for half a day." These guys even thought something had happened to you. The members of the Death God Club saw him with expressions full of admiration. It's him. He ignored those gazes and just looked at Chao Dong, asking, "How was the battle situation today?" Chao Dong reported to him, "Not bad. We killed a total of 1,000 zombies. We also recruited quite a few people and obtained a lot of supplies." Then he pointed towards Danak, who was holding a chicken leg, and said, "Today, Brother Danak alone eliminated over 100 zombies. His contribution was significant. Brother Lin, come with me." He and Chao Dong went behind a door. Behind the door was a storage room. He said, "This is our harvest for today." He looked at him and said, "Brother Lin, many new brothers joined today. This operation was also tough on you. Are you free later? How about saying a few words to the brothers later?" Then he whispered to him, "Let me tell you, many hands make light work. With these brothers in hand, it'll be easier to get things done in the future." He heard this and thought, "Many people. Doesn't that mean I can find more equipment? There's hope for the Jilly Pearl to upgrade and break through to the diamond level. The club has many members. The more people, the more resources we can get. And I have more supply cards than I can use. Perhaps I can use these supply cards to trade for their gold coins, or even equipment or items. After all, the Jilly Pearl needs these things to upgrade." After thinking it over, he looked at Chao Dong and said, "Let's talk about a deal." Hearing this, Chao Dong looked at him with confusion. Then he placed his hand on his shoulder. He said, "A deal? What do you mean by that?" Brother Lin and Brother Danak, in this sweep operation, made groundbreaking contributions for us. Just tell me what you need." He looked at him and replied, "I want equipment." Hearing that, he said, "I was wondering what it could be." He placed his hand on his and said, "This is a surprise I prepared for you." After he let go, a silver ring appeared in his palm. He said, "Equipment. I didn't expect you'd need it right now." Chao Dong placed a hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder and advised with a smile, "In the future, if you need anything, just say the word to us brothers. There are so many people in our club. We can surely do anything." He agreed. "Since it's a kind gesture from old brother Chao, I will accept it. He'll come again at 8 tonight." Chao Dong felt relieved. He thought, "With this equipment, he'll probably stay by my side for a while." Chao Dong showed his surprise. 8 o'clock tonight?" he asked. He calmly explained, "At that time, the newbie protection period will end. I have to understand the new rules." Lin Xiao added, "Around 8 o'clock, he'll come to do some deals with the members of the Death God Club. At that time, you'll be in charge of gathering everyone." But he already had a plan in mind. "That's as far as I can lead him. Hopefully, he won't go outside then. I can consider it saving his life. As thanks for his help at the museum. And for giving me this ring." Chao Dong ruffled his hair and reassured with a smile, "I'd forgotten about the newbie protection period. But, Brother Lin, don't you worry. We stopped being newbie players a long time ago. We can handle it." He then put on a curious expression. "Also, Brother Lin, don't worry. He'll definitely have everyone prepare well for what you want. Brother Lin, what do you plan on trading with us?" Lin Xiao answered in a low voice. "Mostly various kinds of supply cards. You'll know when the time comes. He thought, forget it. They'll only say this much. I can't worry about the rest. After hearing this, Chao Dong was bewildered. Supply cards, huh? This kind of thing. The club isn't short on them either. Zal turned his back to the door, dragging Danak behind him. Let's go. Leaving behind the group of people in the building who were still cheering loudly. Arriving back at the shelter, Zal took off his mask. He leisurely leaned back on the comfortable bed. The system displayed a notification. The Geely bead has absorbed enough energy. Successfully evolved into a gold-grade item. He smiled faintly with satisfaction. Zal looked at the small dagger and exclaimed, I didn't expect this evolution to be so smooth. I thought I'd have to be around level 30 and kill silver-grade insects to even get close to this item. Blade of Julie. Strength +7. Physique +3. When attacking, there's a 20% chance to break armor. And it also has a chance to inflict a rapid bleeding effect. Zal was overjoyed. The stats seemed to have increased by a tier. While he was resting, a few moaning and scratching sounds came from outside the window. Zal peeked out to look at the zombies. He said to himself, just what I needed. You guys came at just the right time. He quickly used the Geely slashing strike, slashing a powerful line. The blade split in two, simultaneously releasing a tiny stream of energy. Zal was a little surprised. His eyes widened as he watched. The blade swiftly sliced through the necks of a series of zombies. Blood splattered everywhere from their bodies. Zal became much more excited. He shouted an order to Danak. Let's get to work. The muscular zombie charged at its own kind, beating them down. Zal also joined the battle. It took less than 10 minutes to see the entire horde of zombies lying in a pile. Zal reached level 15. He looked at his watch and realized, the time is almost here. Zal hurriedly ran. He shouted to signal Danak, retreat. But it didn't seem to be going smoothly. They hadn't gone far before they encountered a new horde of zombies. Zal and Danak had no choice but to hold their position in an abandoned house nearby. The bloodthirsty zombies tried to break down the door to get inside. Zal looked at his smartphone. The current time was exactly 1900 hours. The surrounding space began to turn a deep crimson, and it also signaled that the newbie protection period has ended. This time, a voice from the great server boomed. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Based on the principle of absolute fairness. Once started, it will develop autonomously. There is no way to interfere. The simple and easy time is over. I think everyone is already familiar with this happy and warm situation, right? Newbies. Well then, next up, the real apocalypse has arrived. Following that are a series of new updates. 1. All zombie attributes have been greatly increased. Sense of smell and hearing have been optimized. 2. Some zombies will be granted forms like Hunter, Berserker, Virulent, Heavyweight, and Cursed. Zombies will regroup at any time and launch large-scale attacks. 3. The chance of infection is only effective against players with low total attributes. 4. Night is a synonym for death. Zombies will actively seek out players' figures. 5. Geological structures, architecture, building materials, the natural environment, and so on, of the blue star will receive enhancements in hardness and other aspects. 6. To ensure the game experience. All non-game drop food will have its rate of spoilage and rot significantly increased. Consuming these foods and drinks for a long time will gradually reduce a player's base attributes, and they can never be restored. 7. Supply cards have been comprehensively upgraded. The higher the zombie's level, the higher the satiety of the food it drops. 8. The environment and climate will bring about widespread degradation. 9. The class transfer channel has been fully opened. 10. The national leaderboard function has been launched. For level, reputation, and equipment, players will receive great rewards and can participate in the regional hegemony contests that will open later. 11. The dungeon system has been fully adjusted. 12. All cities have been partitioned and cannot be crossed. 13. Future updates will be unlocked when specified conditions are met. Zal frowned. He sighed softly. Just like my previous life. So cruel. The true apocalypse has finally descended. The lines of text faded into nothingness one by one. Lin Zal stood motionless, listening to the final words from the server. Please, try your best to survive. The zombies outside quickly mutated into different forms. In the world to come, They gather, hesitantly stepping forward. Live. Or die. A scene of panic, completely cutting off the player's temporary means of survival, forcing them to go out and fight for their own lives. The stockpiled food began to rot and stink, and it was also an extremely important issue, because it directly affected the survival of humankind. There were a few shrill screams. Help! Don't eat me! Lin Zhao clenched his fists. Live. Or die. This game truly is one of two extremes. He shed a tear. He called out to Danak, but then became terrified, crying out, "Oh my God! How could I forget that Danak is also a zombie?" The mutation process was happening rapidly. Danak let out a heaven-shaking roar, forcing Lin Zhao to take a few steps back to avoid it. He panicked and called out to his golden finger system. What is happening? A notification arrived in response. Due to a conflict between the player analysis panel and the zombie evolution on Danak, the system is currently revising permissions. Through the revision process, Danak will not take on a new form. His zombie attributes will receive a 50% enhancement effect. As compensation, he will also not be forced by the instincts bestowed by the apocalyptic game to participate in actions like zombie waves. New talent. At the same time, he can undergo a class change. An idea suddenly struck Lin Zhao. If he can undergo a class change, he'll arrange a super cool hidden class for him. Even better than a 100% inheritance. After scrolling through Danak's talent analysis panel for a long time, Lin Zhao's face turned pale. His toughness this time is simply indescribable. The server also sent him a few other notifications, such as advancing to the Dragon Country level. Then, based on 3,720 reputation points, 2 Shanghai Order Keeper uniforms, the Julie Blade. He successfully topped the list. Do you wish to hide your name? Lin Zhao refused without a second thought. Don't hide any of it. The current level ranking board has 4 names. At the top is Nicia. Second is Zhang Yuanzhong. Third, Danak. And fourth, Pajun. Lin Zhao looked at the zombie's name with disbelief. He actually got 3rd place? On the reputation ranking board, he still sat firmly in 1st place. The rest was information about other people and equipment. Lin Zhao was a little hesitant in his heart. Hide information? Should I be a hidden big shot, or a panda wearing a mask, surrounded and watched by other players? He thoughtfully recalled. The reason he hid his identity in his previous life. The Li family had left a great shadow over him. I wanted to secretly invade the Li family step by step. But now, they haven't matured yet. They can't pose a threat at all. Lin Zhao pursed his lips and whistled. Not hiding is pretty good too. It just means being stared at like a panda. I'm wearing a mask, so what's there to be afraid of? I can also conveniently recruit a few underlings to help me get some more equipment. Just right for feeding the Julie Blade. So many titles, the attributes seem pretty awesome. He grinned. Just based on these things, I could already support a small squad. Ranking board rewards. Respected player Nicia. Based on your current ranking, by staying in a certain position for 24 hours, you will receive experience and gold coins. Reputation will also increase over time. The next notification stunned him even more, because he was always at the top of the rankings. Not only that, but Lin Zhao also received an epic grade title, Peerless in this generation. All attributes and rewards are increased by 10%. Reduces prices in all shops. Cooldown time is approximately 24 hours. Danak was bewildered to see Lin Zhao cheering loudly. This is truly too powerful. It's immeasurable. Oh my God. At this moment, even if a level 90 war god came here, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on my head. The title is definitely in my grasp. I must always maintain a position in the top 3. You're putting on that arrogant look. You've equipped the 9Li Pearl, but it needs an hour before it takes effect. Lin Zhao checked the information again. Then, full of doubt, a 1% increase in drop rate. That's not right, system. Isn't mine already 100%? A further increase is useless. A notification was sent. When the 1% drop rate increase is triggered, 2 items will drop. Zhao was shocked. It can work like that? He waved his hand and called for Danak. We're going to reap the rewards from the Death God Club. Let's see if what the system said is true. Zhao slowly turned the doorknob. Just as he peered out, he saw a zombie lunging to attack. Zhao jumped back to dodge the blow. He drew his sword. His face showed no emotion. The zombie was quickly taken down. Its head fell and rolled on the ground. Zal paused for a moment to assess the surroundings. He smiled and said, "Really no need to go too far." Right outside the door, I ran into a liquor-type zombie with a stealth talent. The sky was a gruesome blood-red color. The zombies were running rampant on the road ahead. Zal noticed something was wrong. He hurriedly ordered to knock. "Oh my god, highly venomous zombies." He showed clear fear. This thing's combat power isn't great, but its creepiness is top-notch. Even its saliva is corrosive. Continuing to run like this isn't a solution. I have to deal with this nauseating bunch quickly. Moving out of the small alley, something caught Zal's eye. "There it is." He signaled to knock. "This way, let's go." The zombie horde was truly massive. You could see them on every road. Zal climbed down from a second-floor window of the building. Below were continuous moans and mournful cries. "Help!" Human corpses were strewn everywhere. The overwhelming stench of blood made the scene more terrifying than ever. Zal stood before the door. Suddenly, he heard a pained laugh. "Haha, what's the point of trying?" The young man stood in despair. "Tried for half a day, only to receive a notification that the zombies we used to kill it can now fight back against us." The girl next to him held her head in panic. "What else can we do? After this period, all the supplies are gone. We can only sit and wait for death." A few were so scared they lost their minds. They constantly urged, "So delicious. Everyone, come and get it. You won't be able to eat it later." Zal suddenly realized, isn't this an opportunity? He hurriedly strode to a suitable position. Zal spoke loudly to everyone inside the house. To help everyone live better and not lose hope, he pulled out countless supply cards. "You didn't hear wrong. Just give a few gold coins. There. Equipment and props are also fine. You can get food for the whole day. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy." When the crowd heard that, they immediately burst into an uproar. "I want some. Boss, look at me. I have a bronze weapon. I want roast chicken." Zal smiled in satisfaction. Today's income reached 1,000 gold coins. He and Danak left immediately after. Before stepping outside, Zal put on a mask, then instructed, "That's right. Keep it down a bit. It's late at night now. Loud noises will attract zombies. Don't blame me for telling Danak to smash you with one hammer blow." The whole crowd trembled with fear. "This room seems a bit quieter." Gao Dong nervously peeked out. Zal lowered his voice and asked, "Old brother Gao, do you know who I am?" Gao Dong frantically explained. "Please don't. Great master. I should be the one calling you big brother. From now on, please take this little brother with you. He'll do whatever you tell me to do." Zal leaned in close and whispered. Gao Dong understood. "Please rest assured. I will definitely do as you say." Lin Zal placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to go. Looking at the young man's hurried appearance, Lin Zal thought, "I hope Gao Dong is a smart person. However, if this fails, even if he doesn't follow through, I won't suffer any loss at all. He'll only stand to gain." He locked the room door tightly. Lin Zal looked into the distance. One day of the post-newbie protection period has passed just like that. Tomorrow, he'll go find some mutated zombies to earn some more gold coins and equipment. He held the item in his hand, his face full of anticipation. Now, it all depends on whether Gao Dong has the life to find equipment to trade for supply cards. Lin Zal and Danak stood in the middle of the national highway. The zombies, with their keen sense of smell, soon sniffed out their prey. They, consisting of both adults and children, ferociously charged forward to attack. Lin Zal still stood motionless, not showing any fear or worry because of it. He only used a single move, and it wiped out the entire horde of zombies. Lin Zal glanced over and indifferently gave an order. "Danak, let's clear out more zombies. It's also a good chance for other players to get out and get some fresh air." They were now on the 5th floor. Lin Zal smiled. "In my opinion, we should just set up camp here." A man's voice echoed from the emergency exit ahead. "There's a magical shop here. When people come to buy things, we'll charge a toll. We'll definitely get rich. No need to worry." "That's right. The zombies are all dead. There are no more safety issues. Big bro, if we collect supply cards, we'll be able to eat and drink to our heart's content." Lin Zal carefully approached, while the group continued. "But who killed the zombies here? They're scattered all over the 3rd and 4th floors. Who could have done this? It must be a very strong team." They couldn't have missed the second Shanghai store. We've taken over this place. What if one day they come looking for trouble? The loud, echoing sound immediately caught the bald young man's attention. The leader took a defensive stance and curtly asked who they were. Can't you see there are people here? The bald young man rushed forward to cover his mouth, stuttering, Big bro, wait. I see the one in the back. Isn't that Danak? It took a moment to grasp the situation. The whole group's jaws dropped in shock. Oh my god. Isn't this the second-ranked player on the Dragon Country's level leaderboard? It's really him. Lin Zhao was just as confused. Second on the leaderboard? He gave a forced smile and thought to himself. And here I was wondering what the big deal was. Danak has the zombie's automatic experience growth, successfully surpassing that guy Zhang Yuanzhong. It's only normal. The group changed their tune faster than flipping a pancake, shouting, "Welcome, distinguished guests." Danak readied his hammer. He aggressively stepped forward, to the horror of the group. Lin Zhao had to gently comfort him. It's okay, Danak. Let's go inside and buy something. No need to pay them any mind. Watching their retreating backs, the bald young man looked tense. He told the leader that they were out of options. This Danak, you can tell he's a whale just by looking at him, even though he's very strong. There are a lot of us. The leader seemed to understand the situation. He explained, do you think someone who can reach second place on the Dragon Country's leaderboard is normal? More people, you say? The number of zombies he's killed is more than we've ever seen. He could have dealt with us easily. The fact that he spared us this time is already an act of great mercy.